Hi there, my name is PHIXFOX'S, and welcome to Heroes of Might and Magic 2, and to the outside. Folks, we're outside. There's grass right there. For all the people that say that I need to go touch grass, it's right there on my feet. Here. It's everything I thought it would be. Something about the outside is just lovely. It is a crisp September morning. My library is closed, and so I'm just borrowing some Wi-Fi outside. We're going to probably hear some birds. We're probably going to hear some neighborhood children playing in the background. We're going to have a really nice time. And we're going to play some Heroes of Might and Magic. I think that this is good for my mental health. I swear it is. This has to be good for me. Ideally, I would be somewhere at the top of a Tibetan mountain playing Heroes of Might and Magic overlooking a lush sort of tundra or foresty area with something lovely in my hand to drink and something warm on the fire behind me. This is putting off similar vibes, and I don't regret it at all. Hopefully you can feel it as well. Xeno Excite, nice green screen. Yeah, green screen it is. That's for dang sure. Folks, let's dive right into Bad to the Bone. So, this here is going to be Bad to the Bone, which is going to be a playthrough that was requested of us that we do. This does come to us from Celestial Heavens for the download spot. This is denoted as being a 4-player large map, and it reads as such. Are all those good heroes make you sick? You want to show everybody your real face? Just play this. Hard difficulty, large map with 3 enemies. I think that we're going to have a little bit of a tough time, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have a nice time all the same. Toble's in the chat. Hi, Fix. Hello, chat. Toble, nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Let me just do one quick thing to make sure. Because I don't have my usual setup, I'm not using my second monitor today, and so I'm trying to make sure that I have everything the way that I used to have it. I'm a creature of habit, and a lot of my things, if I'm not doing it the same way every single time, I need to take a second to make sure that everything is prim and proper and just the way that it ought to be. We are obligated to play as the blue necromancer against 1 red knight, 1 yellow warlock, and 1 orange wizard. And with that being said, we should just dive right in. For your whole life, you didn't care of such things like being good, helping people, or anything else. Your only policy was to rob money from the rich and give it to the poor. That means to you. Doing so, by years, you become famous as a death knight. Your appearing in every land meant to people robbery, death, and destruction. At last, you were captured by King Roland and hanged. After death, you went to hell and probably you'd stay there until today. But the Beelzebub, the devil, was impressed by your achievements. He gave you a very important mission to do. He will send you back on Earth, and you must destroy all good heroes and capture their castles. If you win, you get your place in hell, next to Marilyn Monroe. If you lose, you'll be sitting next to O.J. Simpson, so you'd better do your best. Devil disappears, 2,500 gold. To the estates of Marilyn Monroe and to O.J. Simpson. I'm just reading what's here. No legalities. Don't send them my way. 2,500 gold though, and our start is with this Death Knight. It looks like this is the portrait of Maximus the Knight, but he is in fact a Death Knight, and he is going to scale up as a Necromancer, currently level 2, with 1 attack, 0 defense, 2 spell power, 3 knowledge, 30 spell power. We got 3 of the power liches, we got basic wisdom, and we've got the necromancy, so not too bad. Any starting spells? Yes, we do have the haste, as all good Necromancers start off with, and we do have a castle here. This looks to be the castle of Evil Devil. Evil Devil the castle. Now this is definitely a castle that was designed by our map maker. It looks like we start off with the captain's quarters, which is kind of nifty. I don't know if that means that we're going to be under a lot of duress or not, but it always does feel kind of nice to have the different parapets and the turrets of this castle, and then just have the little extra space here where the captains go. It just sort of fills out the castle to me. It feels incomplete without it. Also, incomplete is any kind of castle where you don't have skeletons, you don't have zombies, or you don't have a well. So very happy to have all of those. That feels great to me. And look at this. We start off with 3 power liches. If we are looking to start ourselves off and have a really, really nice skeleton snowball, this is going to be our opportunity to go through, do a bunch of damage, maybe to some low-level creatures, and kite everybody into oblivion. That is my plan. That is going to be what we end up doing. Roman's in the chat. Hello, Roman. Yay, new stream. I'm currently sick. Glad to see my feel-good streamer. I hope that you start feeling way better way soon. I know that there's definitely something going around here. Then again, it is that time of the year, isn't it? No matter what's going on, there's always going to be some illness or something going on. I hope that you recover very, very quickly. Thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure to have you here, Roman. Tundar's also in chat with FHeroes2 friends near and far. Hello, Tundar. Nice to have you here. And Boreaser as well. Hello to you. We're going to have, let's see, a throng of peasants, gazebo, 2 archers' houses, signs, pack of iron golems. Tell you what, I think with minimal troops, we can actually win this fight pretty easily. But I also see an opportunity if I have this 2,500 gold and we're already so far advanced on our building practices. Tell you what, I kind of want to just pick up another necromancer. 2 heroes, as it were, with 500 gold remaining. I think that we'll pick up however many skeletons left. 15 and 4. Do you want to bring the zombies? Probably not. They're just a little too slow. But we will bring a couple of these skeletons along the road, on the way, as it were. And then I think that Ranlu might be able to go get at least some amount of archers. Yes, some amount of archers and back to the main hero. That's actually going to be rather lovely. That means that our Death Knight friend can clear out these peasants with no problems. And I'm guessing this pack of iron golems as well. Dragon Sword of Dominion for the +3 attack. That seems pretty good to me. I'd love to go for the gazebo. For now, let's just see what's behind this throng of peasants. A glorious victory. Who could have predicted that? Who could have predicted that? Yes, indeed. That's going to be a flock of peasants going down. Yes, you categorize them as a flock. Or should there be another way that you categorize peasants? You know, you have like a murder of crows. You have a herd of buffalo. Is there a better name for a group of peasants? I'd love to hear your submission for what a group of peasants is called. One way or the other, we're going to turn this group of peasants into 20 skeletons. Be very happy for that. Ooh, necromancy. Not so good if you're trying to use your necromancy with your diplomacy. Those two things don't really jive. For that reason, we're going to take the basic estates here with this +1 knowledge, and we're going to notice we got the artifact for the +1 luck. We got a campfire. We got some treasure. I think that this is going to go pretty well for us. We're going to go grab all this and be very happy for our time. Gold this early does feel pretty useful. We are going to grab that. And an ensnared unicorn whinnies in fright, murmuring soothing words, you set her free. Snorting and stamping her front hoof once, she gallops off. Looking down, you see a golden horseshoe. That's going to be +1 luck. We will hit the gazebo on our way out. We will do a little bit of exploring here with Ranlu. And with not a lot of gold left, I say to you that we are going to consider Marketplace or Thieves Guild. Thieves Guild is a prerequisite for the mansion. Marketplace can be useful later. I don't know when we're going to find 5 additional wood. So with that being said, I feel obligated to take the Marketplace or wait. Let's just go with the skull pile for now, so that way we're building something, and let's go from the month 1, week 1, day 1 on to day 2. Alrighty, it's decent. Oh, it's a custom map made by a community member. It's not from the FHeroes2 lobby. This is from Celestial Heavens. So this is the map for those of you who are still joining us. Bad to the bone, hard difficulty. We're setting this on impossible, and we are a blue necromancer against red knights, yellow warlocks, and the orange wizards. So yeah, I've never played this map before, but it was recommended to me in a YouTube comment. An old knight appears at the steps of the gazebo. My liege, I will teach you all that I know to aid you in your travels. 1,000 experience feels pretty good. I think I'm going to have Ranlu or somebody else grab this sign. Come on, PHIXFOX. You know you're going to pick up the sign at some point. Go out of your way one single day just to grab this. Why don't you? And this is in a language that I don't speak. Is this Latin? As soon as I see mea culpa, I know for sure that it's Latin. I will do my best. I will fail horribly. Confitio Deo omnipotente, vobis fratres, quia passavi, nima cogniese, verbo opereo e omission, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Something, I'm a pig at the end? I don't know. One way or the other. Maximus the Death Knight has seen the sign and he recognizes that this is some place he can be. Death Knights, I'm hoping that they're having a real fun time here. Okay. And Tundar says, is that the FHeroes2 poster? No, this is just the great outdoors behind us. We're having a really nice time out here. My library is currently closed. And so if you hear children having a fun time behind me, they are totally, I'm glad that they're doing that. We're going to have sounds of animals. We're going to have sounds of leaves falling. In fact, just a moment ago, I swear that a leaf almost hit me right in the face. I'm glad it didn't, but we might have to do our very best to not get absolutely smashed by some of these falling tree leaves. After all, it is fall. It is September. In my area, for the first time, I think that we're finally getting some amount of fall weather. It's been pretty warm. Not been pretty, you know, fairly warm, all things considered. And I'll be actually kind of nice to open up my window while I sleep for the first time in a while. So it's definitely looking like fall, y'all. Get yourselves the Starbucks with the pumpkin spice latte, because everybody knows that that's what all of the basic girls desire. I'm sorry to all the basic girls out there. I'm just calling it like I see it. The meme is too good and the meme is too real. Don't worry. If you feel offended at what I just said, don't worry. I'm sure that my wife will straighten me out later. She does a good job of keeping track of me. Folks, we're just trying to bounce back and forth with this different bit of, not terrain, but trying to adjust this fight so it works out really well. Ideally, I would have gotten these golems stuck on each other so that they would not have an issue with being spread apart. I'm trying to keep them together, actually, so that way I can use my Power Lich's AoE ability to do massive amounts of damage. Pro tip, it's not really working as well as I would have hoped, but you know. One skeleton goes down, my archer stack is going to get a shot off, and we are not going to blast ourselves with Power Liches. No. That would have been disaster. And it's going to be 3 skeletons we lose. Good fight, bad fight. We fought the fight. We survived. We even get 1 skeleton back in return. And we are absolutely going to go for the advanced necromancy, given the fact that I don't know if we're going to get up to massive amounts of mage guild levels or not. I will wait to find out, but for now I'm going to assume that that's going to be a far way off. And as you are walking along a narrow path, a nearby bush suddenly bursts into flames. Before your eyes, the flames become the image of a beautiful woman. She holds out a magnificent sword to you. That's going to be +3 attack. That feels great to me. And then this level 1 shrine, that's going to be the shield spell that we pick up. I'm very happy to see that. That shield spell actually does help us take maybe some fights up here that we might not have otherwise been able to do so. We're going to have the Death Knight path through the archer's house. I'm going to leave the treasure just in case it's like 2,000 gold versus 1,500 experience. And we're going to find whatever we can. Roman says a group of peasants is called a village. I love that. That's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. A group of peasants is called a village. Doesn't even matter what the amount is. It's absolutely called a village. From the observation tower, you're able to see distant lands. And what do we see, folks? I'm going to get caught up on chat while you enjoy trying to find out where I should go and what I should do. Steeson says, oh, a farmland of peasants. Boryuser says, I like both of those, a village and a farmland. I wonder if it should be a farmland is like a horde of peasants, and if you have a swarm or greater, it should be called a village. I think that that'd be funny if there was tiers. I don't know if there's any designation in the animal kingdom or groupings where you say that it, like the name of the group changes depending on how many that there is. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but I like that there's possibly multiple ways you can designate how many peasants are actually in this group. And Steeson tried to contribute to the most recent community patch. Pretty hard stuff to get into. Have you noticed that non-single target spells like Cold Ring and Chain Lightning don't show damage output when hovering over a single target during battle? You tried to fix that. I have not noticed. I haven't played for a minute. I have downloaded the most recent hotfix that came from the FHeroes2 team. I know that there was some concern with saving maps for the map makers in the community, but more than that, I can't possibly say. I don't really know. Avatar Hero's in the chat. Hello, Avatar Hero. Welcome. It's nice to have you here. Avatar Hero, I'm looking at some archers' houses. I'm looking at lots of treasure. I'm looking at a Shrine of the Second Circle for a nice spell hidden behind lots of pikemen, orcs. Maybe that shield spell will come in useful. Who can say? And then it's going to be crystal and ore. I definitely want to get into this area. I'd love to have one of each resource generating mine. We're still going to be missing sulfur. Pyramid. Ooh, a pyramid. A pyramid, you say? Yes, a pyramid, I say. Perhaps we should have actually gone for the expert wisdom. Maybe we made a mistake. Maybe that was a problem. But it looks like this little area's got a little bit of everything you could want and a little bit of everything you'll need. Definitely gonna want to have 2 heroes just to pick up this windmill and then this magic garden. Yeah, this looks okay to me. This looks like this is gonna be just fine. So, I'm excited. This is shaping up to be a nice map. With 9 wood, I think I am gonna go for the Thieves Guild at this point. I'm going to assume I'm going to find 1 more wood somewhere here, it looks like, but I still don't really see a sawmill, do you? Maybe wood is much more precious than I gave it credit for. Either way, on to a new day. Month 1, week 1, day 3. And Rise Druin says, howdy, Fix in chat. Playing Heroes of Might and Magic outside on a beautiful Saturday would be my child's self dream come true. I am grateful I get the opportunity to live your dream. Yeah, it's really beautiful out here. And the ambiance is wonderful. There's some nice kids playing off in the distance. It looks like they're having a bit of a picnic. And beautiful day. Beautiful day. Could not ask for any better. And so I almost have to ask myself, why haven't we done this before? How is this the only time that we've ever tried to stream outside? Maybe we should do this a lot more often, actually. Maybe we really should. 3,800 gold. I think I'm just going to hold on to this. yeah, we're just gonna wait. I'd love to get, I think it's reasonable to try and get 10 more ore for the pyramid and then roll into the mansion by the end of this week. I don't know if we can get any further than that, but for now I think that we're obligated to just hit intern because we're still a little bit shy on resources. So I'm gonna take the experience here. No, we still need a lot of gold. Laboratory is pretty expensive. I'm gonna take the gold. I was tempted there, but I'm definitely going to take this 1500 experience. That just feels much better. The ratio seems fine to me. We are, ooh, that's actually tough. What do you think, folks? What do you think? Luck is a good skill for the necromancers. Then again, necromancy as an expert level is really good for the necromancers, and we do already have +1 luck for the golden horseshoe. What do we think? You let me know. Rise is in the chat. Hello, Rise to Ruin. Howdy, Fix in chat playing here. Oh yeah, we already said that. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. And Roman, it's part of Mass, Catholic at least, confession to sins and asking God and others for forgiveness. Okay, so I am definitely way far behind on my Latin. I guess it totally makes sense that it would have some Catholic roots there, because I think yeah, Catholicism still uses it in their in Mass. So yeah, that's just the way it's done. That makes perfect sense to me. Okay. Thank you for that information there. Avatar Hero says, gets hit by a leaf. Emotional damage. Ah! Also, Avatar Hero says, a group of peasants is a YMCA. Because the village people. That is a wonderful thought, Avatar Hero. I love that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, and Steeson asks why I call it a sawmill and not a saw mine. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. And then the well, you call it a water mine, Roman says. We are just renaming everything here today. Folks, I haven't heard anybody say what they prefer, luck or the expert necromancy. I'm definitely taking the expert necromancy. I love the luck, but I think that we got a lot of fights coming up. Yeah, maybe a couple extra skeletons is actually going to go far for us. Not to mention, there's this fairy ring. Have you noticed that when PHIXFOX plays Heroes of Might and Magic, he does not do nearly so good of a job at utilizing idols and fairy rings as much as I ought to. Fountains, anything that gives me +1 luck, my eyes just kind of slide from one side of the adventure map to the other, and I just kind of don't even pick up on that. And I've identified that in the replays. I need to do a better job with that. So we will plan on doing better with that in the future. Suddenly, vision of a devil appears on the road. The devil says, my spies told me that northward lies a castle that can be a threat to your mission. Your first task is to capture the castle in north of here and defeating the hero called Goodman. Understood? Then you should go east. The devil disappears. You're searching the place where the devil stood, but you found only 3 pieces of sulfur. Of course, demonic entities generally come equipped with awful lots of sulfur on them. So we're supposed to take this castle? No, this is Black Ridge. So somewhere to the north, there's going to be a hero called Goodman, and then we're going to need to take them out. It's interesting because lots of Minotaur Kings, I don't really feel like I have to go in this direction, but interesting that they say, no, trust me, you want to go north. A trading post. Oh, there's a sawmill. I was worried I haven't seen a sawmill, or excuse me, I haven't seen a saw mine all day. And now I just realized it's hidden in the trees there. Very nice. Okay. All of my problems might be solved just by that one little adjustment there. But here's the thing. Do you rush into the ore mine and rush into all these precious resources, or do you go for the sawmill? Because if you don't get 1 additional wood, no, if you don't get 6 additional wood, you're not going to get the mansion. But if you don't get the 10 ore for the pyramid, you're definitely not going to get that. This feels like a really slow start, and I don't think I can do much to kind of compensate. I think that because this is right here, let's try and clear much of this out. Unless going through a pack of gargoyles and the lots of swordsmen makes more sense. If you go in this direction, you will get a 3rd level spell, not to mention some additional forces from the Medusa. Not to mention maybe a nice witch's hut. Oh, and there is ore up here. So as good as this ore mine is there, you would definitely rather go through goblins than centaurs. So I think we're going to ignore this for now. We're actually going to go out of our direction, out of our way. Yeah, and this way. And then maybe by defeating some zombies at some point, we'll be able to send Ranlu up. And maybe he can explore and find some more resources for me. So by taking a little bit of time to actually stop and look at what we're doing, I think that we've actually found a really nice opportunity where, sure, you could just charge headlong into your enemies here to the west, or you can go north a bit. You can find some opportunities up there. I think that that's what we're going to plan on doing pretty soon, but not before we pick up this fairy ring. Upon entering the mystical fairy ring, your army gains luck for its next battle. +1 luck, can't be too bad. Don't know about these rogues. 7,700 gold. I think I'm going to have Ranlu figure out about these Medusa first. You found some Medusa living in the ruins. They are willing to join your army for a price. Do you want to recruit the Medusa? I'm going to recruit them. I am going to recruit them. And we're going to head up in this direction because that's the direction that Maximus is going. And because we're going to have the Medusa in the army, tell you what, let's also recruit some of the rogues. Distant sounds of music and laughter draw you to colorful wagons housing rogues. Do you wish to have any rogues join your army? Yes, I do, but I do have to make a little bit of space here. Let's do all 47. I don't think I even want all 47. I think I just want 20 for now. Just somebody that can be like a 5-speed creature. You know, just somebody that can get out there for me a little bit. That'll be the plan. And it's going to be 2,000 gold that we pick up here. Would have been better to take the experience, I do believe. But for now, Ranlu's going to wait as we head towards this pack of gargoyles. We are on a collision course with these enemies. Okay. And Rice Ruin says, I remember this being a difficult map. Mr. Goodman and friends bombarded me from the north after I unlocked the grassy area to the north. Oh, so Rice Ruin does have some experience with this map, which is excellent because I like to know that it's possible to win the map. Difficult, sure, Rice Ruin, but I take it that you have defeated the map, and that feels pretty good to me that we are not walking into a buzzsaw. You know, one of those situations that you can't possibly win. So good to know that we have confirmation that you can win the scenario, but good to know also that it will be kind of difficult. So hopefully we will take out Mr. Goodman as quickly as possible and have no major problems. I don't want to lose any power liches. I don't don't know if I can help it. If I haste the Medusa and go from 4 speed up to 6 speed, it's possible that this gargoyle is going to fly to right here, and then the Medusa can just step to here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to use my haste. We're going to go up in turn order, not all the way, but to the second slot. I'm going to try and reduce a little bit of damage onto the power liches there. We do kill 2 of the gargoyles. You're going for the archers. Well, I suppose that you do have 13 defense versus 3 defense. Tell you what, let's mix this up. I originally supposed that keeping the power liches would be alive. Maybe keeping the archer stack is going to be better for me. Yeah. Gargoyles are doing 4 damage to the power liches. I don't even know why I was concerned. We will do tons of damage to these 3 gargoyles. And I think that these archers, yeah, they can pretty much kill the whole stack. They almost do. Did we lose another archer? We did not. 2 skeletons, 2 archers, 255 experience, 5 skeletons back. We're going to pick up the +1 to the spell power. You have found a group of druids worshipping at one of their strange stone edifices. Silently, they teach you new ways to cast spells. That's going to be a +1 to our spell power. Ranlu, I suppose. Might as well pick up what he can. +1 spell power there. And maybe it's time to head back and be ready for a resupply. It's day 6. I was hoping we could get the mansion by the end of this week. It doesn't look like that's going to be too likely at this point. So let's continue on back. In fact, maybe we pick up advanced estates from this gazebo. Tough to say. We will find out. But Maximus has got a bit of a fight on his hands. Do you want the treasure chest before? It's going to cost a little bit of movement. If it's 1,500 experience, then you would have preferred to have taken that before the fight, and so we're gonna fight this fight at this time. Lots of swordsmen, not an easy fight. 36 skeletons lost. Let's do a little bit better. Steeson says, in my childhood we called it a sawmine, which is Danish for saw plus mine. A sawmill in Danish is really called what corresponds to saw works in English. And so you see, Steeson says, sawmill sounds weird to the Danish kid. Mill is a mill. You can't just put saw in front of it without laughing and think to yourself, that doesn't sound right. That makes perfect sense to me. That makes perfect sense because when I think of mill, I think of grain. I think of processing grain, and maybe that's not what everybody else thinks, but that is what I immediately think of. And so if you're trying to combine these different turns of phrase, yeah, I could see how that could be just not quite 100% correct. Okay, good luck. Get out of my game. Get out of my game. Okay, here's a question for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you haste the Medusa, if you spend just 3 more spell points, you can actually get the Medusa faster than the swordsman. You can step right here. Medusa can step right here, and then the swordsmen are going to go up to the power lich. That's going to give you a little bit of extra time before you actually have to do damage to these guys. In fact, it looks like, huzzah, it looks like they might not even touch us this turn. That might be everything we need. Let's just hope for good morale prior to our next opportunity here. Skeletons, no damage. That kind of hurts. I say kind of hurts, it really hurts. I am going to haste the skeletons so they can get this first hit off on this big stack of swordsmen. Here. And here. 3 swordsmen, 1 skeleton goes down. And where will the swordsmen go? They will take out 2 more skeletons. 3 skeletons total, 500 experience. Not too bad. We're going to accept that. And 6 more skeletons will come back. And it is day 7. Day 7. We will have picked up a sawmill at least. That seems okay to me. Very good. Can't reach the ore mine, so let's grab this campfire for the 500 gold and the gems. Demon Cave, we're going to ignore that for now. And then these goblins shouldn't be too big of a deal. It's going to be a bit of a struggle to get adequate troops by the end of even week 2. That feels kind of bad. Maybe this was an opportunity that I overlooked. Then again, we will see. Final purchases, none to be had. I think that this is fine. And folks, that's going to be the end of month 1, week 1, day 7, on to month 1, week 2, day 1. And astrologers will proclaim this to be the week of the squirrel. All dwellings increase in population. Recently, with the changes with FHeroes2 patch 1.1.11, whenever you get a nifty week of the goblin, week of the druid, week of the whatever, and you get +5 of whatever creature to your dwellings, it's been added that there's now a portrait there, which will kind of help show you that, hey, look, it's the week of the whatever. And I asked on the FHeroes2 Discord, hey, do I get a little portrait for a squirrel? Push pop, can I get a week of the aardvark? Can I get a little aardvark portrait there, just so that way I can understand better what's going on? Once we see the portrait, I think that you're going to understand exactly what I mean by that. But for now, just trust me. It was a high-tier, top-quality comment, if I do say so myself. Every now and again, I will surprise myself, and I'll even be funny. And then I'll ruin it by pointing it out. Okay, +1 knowledge, advanced wisdom, and we're going to grab this ore mine. Perfect. 2 ore per day. 2 wood per day. We're getting 1,200 gold. Still missing sulfur. Like, I see the crystal, I see the gems, I don't see the sulfur. If there's sulfur over here, we should try and grab that. Trading post. We mentioned that that's kind of interesting. I think for now I'm just going to go up to the road here. Looks like a tree of knowledge. Pack of cavalries guards something. Blackridge does have vampires in it, my goodness. And we're going to path in this direction. I am going to go for the Shrine of the Third Circle fairly quickly. And let's see what Ranlu can do to help things get above board. Is it time to upgrade the zombies? I mean, right now, they're actually quality troops, all things considered. Generally, I don't love to invest in zombies, but it's a fairly low investment. We already kind of started with the graveyard anyway, so it's 1,000 gold, and they're a 4-speed troop. When you have no other troops, the zombie is actually looking like a pretty good option. So we're going to pick them up. We're going to go for the mutant zombies, and looks like we immediately offset the cost of the upgraded graveyard with this 800 gold. People from villages give you this in hope that you live them alone. I think that I don't know if that was a typo or just a really funny live them, leave them. Tough to say. If it was me, it would be a typo. But if it's somebody else, I'm going to assume that they were being very funny. And very funny indeed is how we're going to go for that. We're still very far away, by the way, from getting our pyramid, which is a prerequisite for everything else. In fact, we couldn't even, if we tried, get a level 1 mage guild at the moment. We would have been way too far away. This witch's hut, I kind of stepped on it and gambled. I wasn't sure if I wanted to step on this and maybe get a bad secondary skill. Ballistics is not horrible. It's not horrible. I don't dislike it. I recognize it's maybe not my favorite skill, but it will work. Now that is a nice moment. Folks, let's sit here and enjoy this moment, and we'll look at this death wave we just picked up from the Shrine of the Third Circle. Aha! Steeson continues and says, it gets really weird though. We call the Alchemist Laboratory a cauldron mine. That works. Cauldron mine? That works for me. I don't know what the direct translation is, but that works for me. Roman says that in next release, the number of kids traumatized by the Week of the Plague will increase. Hey kids, it's a scary world out there. If it's Week of the Plague, oh, you're right. Roman, they should do like a little icon for Week of the Plague. That would be traumatizing, maybe too traumatizing. Heroes of Might and Magic is a fairly family-friendly game. I would hate for that to not be the case anymore. Treasure chest. After scouring the area, we fall upon the hidden chest containing an ancient artifact, the Medal of Valor. +1 knowledge here, +1 knowledge here. these alive troops might actually be doing really good for us very, very quickly. This is not bad at all. In fact, we're going to go defeat the lots of battle dwarves, and then we'll figure out where to go from there. That feels great. That feels absolutely spiffing. Let's do more of that. Okay, month 1, week 2, on to day 3. And then Season says, but the fact is that I didn't think much about its content. It was for the druids to produce potions to feed the phoenixes with, right? So are you telling me that phoenixes eat or drink the mercury? Is that what I'm to believe, Steeson? 1 rogue goes down. We're going to accept those losses. I never understood why. I mean, dragons needing sulfur, that kind of makes sense to me. It does make sense to me. Phoenixes needing mercury, why is that? It's a pretty good question. I don't really know the answer, but I suppose we can ask this phoenix ourselves. Through the clearing, we observe an ancient artifact. Unfortunately, it is guarded by a nearby phoenix. Do you want to fight the phoenix for the artifact? I really do. I will take, probably going to lose, what, 3 to 7 archers here, I'm guessing? 5 archers, there you go. You can't, there's no substitute for experience here. And I find that when I played Heroes of Might and Magic 4 last week, where I realized, man, if I was a better Heroes of Might and Magic 4 player, I could actually tell you how this fight was supposed to go. I could tell you whether or not these losses were acceptable or not. In this case, I knew about what the losses were going to be before we even loaded up into the fight. And so there is, again, I say to you, no substitute for experience. And that was my example of that right there. 2,000 gold or the experience. We're going to take the experience here after we just mentioned everything. Advanced pathfinding. I'm going to ignore this pack of ghosts. I don't want anything to do with them. But I think that with this now up to, call it, neutral morale. Yeah, I think that we're ready to fight Blackridge. Maybe we wait just long enough to get Ranlu up there. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see. By the way, we're up to 6 ore. Need 4 more ore. Let's see about this windmill. Maybe it's got what we need. 2 crystal. Not great. Not bad. 3 more Medusa. I think that this mini Medusa actually makes it so I do want to wait just long enough to get these other forces. I'm going to go through the goblins. I'm going to fight that fight. Get a couple extra skeletons. Go through the fort. The soldiers living in the fort teach you a few new defensive tricks. +1 defense. We'll be happy for that. And then it looks like that's got to be my sulfur mine back there, doesn't it? No, it's a gold mine. Oh, well, if it's a gold mine. If it's a gold mine, maybe we ought to head in that direction. If it's a gold mine, maybe we ought to head in that direction. So let's go to here. Let's see if Ranlu can reach, please. Almost. Not quite, but almost. I think if I just go to here, though, Ranlu can reach me next turn. We're going to pick up the Gambler's Lucky Coin for the +1 luck. Folks, I'm very glad we did not pick up the basic luck when we were offered the choice. Because now we've got, I mean, great luck without even trying. Will these artifacts stick with us for the long run? I don't know. I can't tell you. But for now, this feels like a pretty good start. 8 ore. We need 2 more ore. I'm not going to go to the marketplace to trade for it. We are going to go to here. We're going to send over all these forces. What in tarnation? I don't even know if the Power Liches are better in this case. I think that they've got to be, though. Yeah, Power Liches are still better than the 19 rogues. Archers are going to take a bit of a beating. It's going to be not my favorite fight, but I don't think I can make this fight go any better. Pack of cavalries. I'm going to step on the tree just to see if it's free. It's not. So we're going to wait on that. But folks, let's pick up our gold mine. We're going to swing back through and get Blackridge in a moment. Let's have a real fun time. Okay. Very good. Very good. And let's see. Avatar Hero says graveyard equals zombie, the employment agency. Graveyard is the zombie employment agency. Gotcha. So you're just saying that we recruit them. Somebody is saying, hey man, you need to do a good job. You need work. Hey man, you look like you need a hand up. Let me give you a job. And so then you just pay them. They were just kind of waiting around, milling around anyway. And somebody had to recruit them. I appreciate that somebody recognized the need of the zombie population. I'm sure that they are grateful that somebody is looking out for their best interests. Glad somebody has their best interests at heart. I don't really care where the damage is. Folks, did you notice that I totally death waved myself? Whoops. I think that the losses were better, though. I think that rather than losing like 20 skeletons, I think I'm okay with these losses. I mean, it really hurts to lose 4 archers. I just completely I forgot I had dead people in I forgot I had live people in my army. I have dead people in the army. The death wave doesn't hurt me if you're dead, but the alive people are like, wait, what? FHeroes2, what are you doing with that spell, FHeroes2? Put that away. Anyway, +1 spell power, expert wisdom, folks. We can officially pick up this pyramid if we want to. I don't know if we're going to just yet, but for now, let's send Ranlu back at stage 6. There's stuff to do, places to be. And finally, we pick up a pyramid. We are going to have enough resources to pick up the mansion first thing in the morning. It's been a little bit of a rough go, but I think that we are grateful to say that we're going to get some amount of quality troops here by the end of week 2. Very good. Very good. Do you go to the pyramid right now? That's the question. I'm going to let you think about that for a second. And Tobel says, when we were kids, we called them gem mines or gummy bear mines. Have we talked about the show Gummy Bears? Like it was a show on the original Cartoon Network or something like that. And it was about these bears that were gummy and they just like bounced. I think that they had like a juice and then they jumped around. Yeah, gummy bears. That was like high quality television back in the day. Loved that. Loved that. Roman says, I was sure that ore means stone and mercury is milk. In what language? Is that... You know way more about it than I do. So I'm going to just have to trust you on that. That's for sure. And then Steeson believes, Steeson theorizes, just a theory at the moment, that the phoenixes drink the mercury. Of course they do. And dragons eat and sleep on the hay or the sulfur, of course. You know, the stuff that you get from the hay mine. Silly you. Hey, Steeson, if you can find me a sulfur mine anyway, or excuse me, a hay mine, please let me know. After Hero says, okay, answer truthfully. Did you call sulfur sand when you played Heroes 2 as a kid and ore rocks? I think I called ore rocks. I don't know if I called sulfur sand. I don't know. That's a good question though. I like that. I like that question. Okay, folks, here's the deal. If you want to fight 20 vampire lords, it really comes down to these Medusa and these skeletons and their ability to fight. And it also comes down to the ability of your troops to clear up whatever's left in royal mummies. I think that as much as I want to fight this fight, I think that we're supposed to wait. I don't think that this is the time to fight for this pyramid. I want it. Oh, I want it so bad. But if you wait just one more week, your losses are going to be so much more acceptable. So we are going to practice a little bit of prudence. We're going to wait. We're going to be smart. We are going to go on to the week of the badger, and all dwellings will increase in population. 800 more gold from the villagers who hope I leave them alone. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. I got a feeling that it's going to be a real bad time for these guys. Okay. While I don't feel comfortable fighting the pyramid, I do feel comfortable fighting Blackridge. Yeah, no problems here. It was one single vampire. Why was I worried in the first place? We got a follow here. It's from Katsusoku. Katsusoku, thank you so much for the follow. Pleasure having you here. Welcome. We're playing some wonderful Heroes of Might and Magic 2. We're having a nice time. I'm having a nice time. And have you noticed my beautiful green screen? No, it's not a green screen. We are simply in nature and having a really lovely time because of it. We're out here at my local library. It was closed down, and so I'm getting to enjoy some fresh air. And really, I'm actually enjoying this. I already said it once. I will say it again. Why is this the first time that we've done this? It feels like we should have been doing this for a long, long time. This should not be the first time that we've streamed outside. Okay, we're going to kill 8 to 10 of these royal mummies, or rather just regular mummies. We get most of them. We're going to take out all the skeletons. Hasted. And it's not quite going to be the fight, but the losses are acceptable. 3 skeletons, 1,000 experience, 11 skeletons in return. And, ooh, now that's new. Folks, we pick up a level 1 mage guild with haste. Okay, sure. View resources, that could be useful. And cure. Good for the alive troops, not good for the dead, but the view resources, okay. A little bit of a whiff on the mage guild. Not really the best mage guild you've ever seen, but it does come with a pyramid for royal mummies. You can upgrade this town to a castle. It's got a statue. Skeletons, marketplace. This is great. Oh, I love this. This is actually maybe enough to defeat our enemies. This might be enough to defeat our enemies. I think that, yeah, I think that you, hold on, let me think about this. For sure, I think you leave the power liches behind. And I think that you bring everybody else in. 5-speed troop at the bottom. Creature that can kind of cover up the archers a little bit. It's fairly close. Let's see, vampire lords are going to be 5-speed though. 5-speed. Yeah, but you're going to have the royal mummy that's going to get to go first. You can then haste the Medusa. so you can step up that way. So actually, I think you want to go like this. You'll cover up the archers, and then the enemies are just going to have to come to you. The skeletons are going to take a beating if you're going to fight this pyramid in just a second. But I think that this is the early opportunity to pick up Dimension Door, maybe? I don't know. I'm excited to see this. This is maybe not the most advisable fight, but I'm feeling lucky. Do you want to roll the dice with me, folks? Let's roll the dice and have a nice time. You come upon the pyramid of a great and ancient king. You are tempted to search it for treasure, but all the old stories warn of fearful curses and undead guardians. Will you search? Yes, I will. It says it's going to be a glorious victory. Oh, buddy, you better believe it's going to be a glorious victory. And then Tobal says to the real FHeroes, I know you can't tell much about Olden Era, but my question would be, are the classic tricks and strategies from Heroes of Might and Magic 2 and 3 usable in Olden Era 2, like hero chaining and stuff like that? Is the game knowledge transferable? That's a great question, and I can't answer that because there's a lot of things that have already been discussed by the Olden Era project. Like, they've got a lot of good quality videos out there. If you're interested in information on Olden Era, I actually recommend that you go check out the Unfrozen Studios page on YouTube. They've got a lot of good information coming out that way. They are trying to be fairly transparent. And so, without spoiling anything that they haven't already spoiled themselves, I can say for sure, yes, a lot of the skills are very transferable. It plays really nicely to me. That was huge, by the way. We just picked up the good luck for that stack of skeletons and took out one entire group of vampire lords. That was a big moment. Very transferable, actually. And so, like, hero chaining, for example, yep, that's totally a thing. Things like a couple things don't really translate over so much. Like, for example, you don't need to worry about your movement points on the adventure map. You don't need to worry about a diagonal versus a north, south, east, or west movement. You're not penalized, is kind of the best way of putting it. You're not penalized for being a little bit, not paying attention to that. It doesn't cost movement points to go just a little bit out of your way, if that makes any sense. So there is, there's a couple things that are different, but if you're wondering, does it play like Heroes of Might and Magic 2? I think that if you're a fan of Heroes of Might and Magic 2, you're going to be very, very happy with Olden Era, because I think that I'm very happy with Olden Era. I'm enjoying it very much so far, what little I've played. It's only about 30 hours is about what I have so far in it. But yeah, I think that you're going to enjoy yourself a lot. I think that those skills are going to be transferable. I think that the skills are going to feel meaningful. I think that it's going to feel like a very high skill game. I think that it's going to feel like there's a lot of tactical opportunities for you to fight your foe and win, which is kind of one of the best parts about the Heroes of Might and Magic game, is that it's a turn-based strategy game. And so what you have is you have the ability to play at a pace that feels right for you, and you feel your choices impact the game from moment to moment, and that brings a lot of satisfaction. Like, I get a lot of satisfaction out of playing Heroes of Might and Magic at a fairly high level, and even when I make a mistake, if I'm able to look back and realize, oh, here's this thing I could have done a little bit better, then it feels really, really good to have that moment. I think that you're going to find lots of those moments with Olden Era where there is a skill opportunity for increased skill. And using some of those tactics, things like, as you mentioned, hero chaining, things like managing your economy effectively. I am a little bit sad, though. I do know for sure, and this is, I don't believe that this is spoiling anything. I don't think it's spoiling anything. Your adventure map hero speed is not determined by your slowest creature. There's no impact there, which feels kind of weird to me, because that's actually something I really love from Heroes 2. I really do love jostling your forces in your home area here and trying to have your fastest creatures in the army so that way you have the most possible movement points per day. Things like that I really do enjoy. So there's a couple things that are not there that, I'm sad, but overall, I think it's going to be a great experience. I'm really looking forward to Olden Era. They absolutely need to do a good job of letting me know when it's going to be, because I am going to take a week off of work, and I need to give my employer adequate notice. So anybody from the Unfrozen team, do me a huge favor. Let me know when I should tell my boss I'm not going to be coming in for a week. Did you notice? 15 attack, 10 defense, 13 spell power, 19 knowledge? Yellow, Phineas is a crazy person. You are a wild man. Oh my gosh. I don't know how I'm going to defeat you, because Maximus is doing okay for himself, but 4, 1, 5, and 9, that ain't it. That ain't it. However, if we can get a lot of spell power, we have the knowledge right now, we can do 3 casts of a summoned water elemental. This spell might be the difference between winning and losing. Sure, a Dimension Door would be really, really nice in a lot of ways. I think that this has its potential. Water elementals, I mean, if it was earth elementals, I wouldn't love it. If it was air elementals, I wouldn't love it. Fire and water elementals, though, kind of those middle of the road elementals, they can do a lot of good stuff for you. I don't think that I want to fight these ghosts just yet, though, but still, I think that we're good to go. I think it's time to set off on our way. Maybe we hit the trading post here. Maybe we see what other opportunities are. Actually, maybe we use it to clear out, yeah, pikemen, not once, but twice. I am going to clear out these lots of zombies so Ranlu can go up to the north. But folks, I think that this was a very good pyramid, very big pyramid. Losses looked fairly acceptable. We did lose about 80 skeletons. That felt pretty bad, but I don't think that that could have been avoided. So with that being said, on we go to the next thing, on to the next day. Cool. Rice Run says, silly child me subconsciously accepted that phoenixes need mercury for their resurrection from the ashes, with the reasoning that Genghis Khan ate mercury balls to achieve immortality, so mercury equals life. Now that's a fun take on that. I love that. That is some good history right there. Good stuff. I knew, let's see, there is some emperor, I thought it was actually not Mongolian, but maybe Chinese. One Chinese emperor had like rivers of mercury flowing around their tomb, and they verified that this is probably very accurate because they have found lots and lots of mercury, high levels of mercury in the soil where they believe that the tomb is. So I don't know, mercury poisoning, not so great, but if you take a little bit, it makes you stronger. That is like trying to get a use to bullets. Yeah, if you start by shooting yourself with 22 long rifle, eventually you can work your way up to 9mm and then to 45s, and then just on from there. Eventually you can take a shot from an AC 130. You just have to build up a resistance to the smaller caliber of bullets. Same thing there with mercury. You just have to, you know, just do what you can with what you have and just be grateful when you don't die immediately. 9 skeletons comes back. We're not going to head north. We are going to head for this area because the mercury and the resources here feel very, very valuable. But we're going to purchase everybody here. We don't have a lot of gold. Let's wait on the mummies. Let's just take... Oh, is it time for vampires? Is it time for vampires? There are some ranged creatures coming up. So the flying creatures are going to be very, very useful. Let's take them. Let's take the skeletons. And we're going to leave everything else. 400 gold. Not a lot of gold left to play with anyway. Yeah, let's go in this direction. Let's see. Katsuko, Disney Channel, I believe, at least where we were. Oh, that was, so with the gummy bears. Yeah, the gummy bears were awesome. Holy cow, am I that far behind on chat? Hello, nice to have you here. Thank you for catching stream for the first time. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm very far behind on chat. Let me get caught up on chat. We kind of meander. We play Heroes and we also talk about whatever comes up. And some topics take a little bit more time than others. And you tell. So my apologies and only just getting around to you, but welcome. So very nice to have you here. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. It sounds like you've enjoyed some of the YouTube videos as well. I'm really glad that I'm grateful to have the opportunity to stream on Twitch. I'm glad I got kind of like a way that I can directly interact with people. It does feel a little bit bad for if you're only a Twitch user and not a YouTuber, because you don't have the ability to really have people do the VODs. It feels pretty important to me that people can watch on demand whatever they want. And here on Twitch, it just feels like the VOD system isn't really my favorite, especially when they throw in tons and tons of ads. I've tried to turn down ads here on Twitch as low as they'll possibly go. And it feels like I'm just always suffering, trying to get through a flock of ads here on Twitch. I don't know if it's against terms of service to tell people that I hate how many ads there are on Twitch, but I'll say it. I don't even care. It is what it is. It's just disgusting. Even when I try and turn them all the way off, doesn't matter. Just feels bad. You know what else also feels bad? I don't want to lose this vampire stack. I'm gonna just haste my way out of there. I love that they fly faster when they're hasted. Have you noticed? When you haste the vampire, their wings beat faster and they just kind of like cruise on through. I don't know why, but that really makes me happy. It's just gonna fly faster. It is what it is. Do you want to attack here? If we attack here, we're probably gonna lose one vampire in the retaliation. Otherwise, you're gonna lose a couple skeletons. I don't know. I might not. How much damage are 5 pikemen gonna do? Oh wait, vampires have no retaliation. There's too much fresh air out here. It's like a drug. I'm all hopped up on fresh air, people. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'm tripping balls. Well, I think I'm funny. Okay. All right. 4 skeletons, 500 experience. I do want to grab all this, but I also want to go in this direction. Right in the second circle, that could be a lightning bolt. That's too valuable. You can't miss that opportunity. Let's clear all this out. We'll go back. This is going to cost us a couple days worth of gems and crystals. Something's got to give. Something has to give, and that's okay. Ranlu does have a job, though. Remember, he's got to go north. And we are so far away from upgrading this little town to a castle that we're going to still try and just upgrade this one here. But let's go for the Mage Guild, since that is on the way to getting the mausoleum. Bone Dragons feel right out of the question, unless we get small support from Hell. 15 sulfur? That feels pretty good. That feels really good. Okay, let's do more of that. And let's have a summon boat, because sure, why not? I don't know if the summon boat's going to be very valuable, but we will do it. The orcs want to run. They're not worth the losses we will take. So I'm going to let them run. With my blessing, they shall run, and we will go to this orcish witch doctor living in the hut who deepens our knowledge of magic by showing us how to cast stones, read portents, and decipher the intricacies of chicken entrails, +1 to the knowledge. And on we go to this fight here. 7 skeletons. Let's see if we can do any better. Roman says, in Poland, historical name of Mercury is living silver, quicksilver, right? And so it is silver plus living force, so it makes sense. So it's a living, yeah, so if it feels like it's alive, yeah, it feels like it's alive, and so therefore, living silver. That makes a lot of sense to me. I like that. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I think that's an example of back in the day. I know it's easy for us to think that ancient people were not smart or as smart as we are in this modern era. And even though that might be an example of, well, it's not really alive, they're just kind of describing it in a way that makes sense to them. So I think that's Michael Vick over there. Sorry, that's a reference to Michael Vick, who I'm not going to reference what he did in case the Michael Vick estate sues me, but when I hear dogs barking like that, makes me think. Okay, diplomacy or navigation. When you're a necromancer, does the diplomacy make a lot of sense? Not really, because you don't want people to join you, but it does make sense to have a 40% chance at people, 40% reduced cost to surrender. I'm going to take the diplomacy. Maybe we'll have a big opportunity later. Maybe I don't realize how good diplomacy is with our necromancy brothers. So we will see. It's decent. Gummy bear mine sounds awesome. Heck yeah. I would love a mine full of gummy bears. That would be top tier. Absolutely top tier. Did you see that? Folks, we've seen for the first time the red player up here. Ranlu might be in a little bit of a sticky situation. We're not going to go too much further. This road is scary. I don't want to lose these troops. 10 royal mummies feels like a lot. We are going to pick up 21 dwarves, up to 43 dwarves. There is a hill fort here. I think that we're going to be ready to get them upgraded as quickly as possible. This is too big of a force to ignore, but I don't want to fight until I'm ready. Even if it cost me some random resources on the ground, I couldn't tell if that was a big scary hero or not. So we're going to assume that they were a little bit too big for us. Assume that they're a little too scary for us, and we'll fight to the north later. A walk across a dry saltwater lake bed yields an unlikely prize, a white pearl amidst shattered shells and debris. That's going to be +1 to our spell power, +1 to our knowledge. Very good if you want to cast oodles and oodles of summon elementals. And we finally pick up the mausoleum here. The sulfur did end up helping. I need 2,000 gold. Oh, we're gonna get 2,700 gold. That's right, we have the gold mine, folks. We're gonna get bone dragons by the end of this week. We are gonna get bone dragons by the end of this week, especially if the village people keep giving us stuff. Look at this. Wait, what are we missing? 3 wood. We're missing 3 wood. 3 wood. Well, okay, we can reach the trading post. I don't see, I mean, there's, I think that Maximus, or rather the Death Knight, is way too far away. Yeah. Way too far away from there. I don't think we have, oh, I think we were so close. We don't have a lot of resources to trade for wood. We got 2 marketplaces. And if we're trading for wood, it's still going to be just super expensive. We could trade. Well, let's do this and just assume that we're going to be able to make this work. We need 3 units of wood. There's 2. And then, yeah, okay, actually we got it. So 6 units of crystal for 2 units of wood. That's going to leave us with 6 crystal left. And then 1 unit of sulfur. That's going to be 5 sulfur remaining. So we got 10 of the wood and the ore, 5 of the mercury, 5 of the sulfur, 5 of the crystal, 7 of the gems. That's going to do it. Whew. By the very skin of our teeth, with like a handful of resources remaining, folks, we are going to pick up the opportunity for mini bone dragons. That might have been a bigger deal than I'm going to recognize later. Like later, I'm going to realize, oh, this was the big scary hero and we're in trouble. Maybe this is going to be the difference between a win and a loss. Very excited for that. Very excited for that. By the way, if it is the red player, it was the red player we saw there. If this is their best hero, we're looking at 7 attack, 9 defense. Definitely glad that we backed off with Ranlu, but still a little bit scary. That's for sure. Okay. And on to a new week. And it is Week of the Hedgehog. Again, push pop, give me a hedgehog icon, please. I implore you. We'll pick up the fairy ring, +1 luck, and go through the pikemen. Let's fight this fight. Them titans need candy, Steeson says, so the gummy bear mind. Yeah, oh, that's why the gems. Yeah, they need the gems. I tell you what, I knew a guy. I know I'm getting way off topic here. I apologize. It's what we tend to do around here. But I knew a gentleman who he only ate unhealthy things. He would rather have candy than like a hearty steak and potatoes. He didn't eat vegetables. Like this guy, I don't know how he's still alive, but he is still alive. He's doing great by all accounts. But geez, I'm always scared for this guy because he eats nothing but candy. In like the 12 hours I would see him at work occasionally. And I'm just like, dude, are you okay? He's like, couldn't be healthier. And I'm like, all right, best of luck. Let me know how it goes. I don't know how some people do that. Ozzy Osbourne recently passed away at what, 70 something? And that guy did a lot of drugs, right? I don't care if the Osbourne estate comes after me. It's true. It's a demonstrable fact. And somehow some people can do the amount of drugs he does and they just die immediately. And then some people do what Ozzy Osbourne did and take that many drugs and they're still alive. I don't get it. It must be genetics, but whatever the case is, I just recognize that some people can do, maybe the Titans have that sort of, I don't know, genetics, biochemistry, that they can just eat sugar all day. Those gummy bears, those gem mines, there you go. There you go. You see, I brought it back around. 4 skeletons goes down, 12 back. Finally, we pick up the Alchemist Lab. Very good. And I think that I'm okay with Ranlu just to go grab this. I'm going to hope that this hero doesn't, if you want to get out now, now's your chance. Otherwise, you have to defend Blackridge. Let's try and defend Blackridge. 5 gems. Feels pretty good. Anything else to purchase? Not really. Don't really want an extra hero at the moment. And the red hero's actually giving us some reprieve. That feels lovely. Oh, there's a magic well here. I really needed that. I didn't even realize how bad I needed that. 110 spell points. Very good. 600 gold, 6 wood. A little bit of extra experience. Good, good. Pikeman. Dead as a doornail, and yet I don't like this fight. Let's see how good we can do. Rai says to Roman, that's so interesting. Is curious how people across the world came to the same conclusions using different reasonings, and we're all wrong in the end. What a good end to that conversation. And they were wrong. That's okay. Heck, I am wrong all the time. I saw a very fun comedic bit the other day. A gentleman was saying, well, look, if I went back in time, I would be absolutely useless. He's saying he could go up to somebody and say, hey, I don't know why you're using a payphone. In the future, we're just going to have our phones in our pockets. And then the person would ask this guy, oh yeah? How's that work? And he goes, I don't know, satellites or something. And then they say, well, how's that work? He goes, I don't have the answers. I'm just saying in the future, it'll happen this way. And his point was that he didn't think that he could actually prove that he was from the future if he were to go back in time. And I think that that's a very, very wise sort of thing to notice, because I think that I'd be in the same boat. I do not think that I could actually prove that I was from the future if I went back in time. I still love Army of Darkness, the Bruce Campbell movie, Sam Raimi's Army of Darkness, because he goes back in time and he uses a chemistry book, and it's a really silly movie. It's a funny movie. I love it. Highly recommended. but something about Sam Raimi's Army of Darkness and Bruce Campbell going back in time and using a chemistry book to make gunpowder. Yeah, I don't think I could do that, even if you gave me a chemistry book. Maybe that's just my own shortcomings with chemistry. Who can say? +1 on the gems from this gem mine. Finally. And we're going to pick up the mercenary camp. I will go through the graveyard. I will go through all this. And did you notice we did use the 30 spell points, and it worked out really well for us. We can do that 2 more times. And with the vampires in the army, I don't think that these forces are going to be bad. There's a bee on me. A bee? Yes. Yes. Because I'm outside, I am totally in the elements. And if this bee wants to sting me, I don't think I can stop him. But did you know that PHIXFOX'S is actually a friend to all animal creatures? I went on a vision quest in my youth, and I determined that I am friends with all things that creep upon the earth. I am friends with all things that fly in the air. Everything except for, believe it or not, ants. Ants have not taken my peace treaty. I don't get it. I don't understand why. But yeah, me and ants still don't get along. But all other manner of creatures, we do get along. And so, even though this bee has landed upon me, currently on my leg right now, I'm not going to overreact because I'm pretty sure that it can sense my true intentions, and it knows I mean it no harm. Yep, you didn't know PHIXFOX was all hippy-dippy, did you? You come upon a mercenary camp practicing their tactics. The mercenaries welcome you and your troops and invite you to train with them. +1 attack. And off we go. And I'm going to commit to getting caught up on chat because it gives me some level of anxiety when I am this far behind on chat. So let's hit end turn and let me just read chat for a little bit. Roman says, I wonder if gummy bears conduct electricity. If not, again, it makes sense. I don't want to run electricity through the gummy bears for fear that they might come alive. I've seen way too many low-budget 90s movies to think that that could possibly be a good idea. Steeson says the ore mine has always been stone mine to us Danes, but as Zents, a Norwegian, checked my Danish translation, he told me the truth about what ore really means. I was stunned to learn, and yet everything suddenly made sense. You need wood and iron and stone to build most structures in medieval settings like the Heroes 2 towns. Very good. Very good. I appreciate that. I appreciate that Zents. Yeah, Zents is one of the nicest people I could ever hope to meet. So if you haven't met Zents from the FHeroes2 team, I got a feeling you could just say, hi, I heard you were a nice person. We should be friends. I think Zents would be like, okay, a little weird, but I'm down for that. Just really nice person. Again, as I said before, the Heroes Might and Magic 2 community brings together a lot of really nice people. We tentatively approach the burial ground of ancient warriors. Do we want to search the graves? Yeah, we do. We'll fight this fight. Avatar Hero says, God rays on the camera is blessing the PHIXFOX stream. Is it? Lovely. Lovely. Yeah, I am feeling the good vibes here today. Hopefully you're feeling the good vibes as well. Perfect. Katsushoku. Tactically, it's a big change. Absolutely. Talking about Olden era and talking about the differences from game to game. It is a huge tactical difference, and I don't really know why they made the change, because as far as I'm aware, every single Heroes of Might and Magic game, it's cost adventure point movement to pick up items. I can't think of any game where that wasn't the case, and so I don't really know what the precedent is for it. And so I wonder if it was made as like a balance decision, or if it was made for like ease of access. Maybe they made other parts of the game more difficult and just tried to streamline the adventure map process. Maybe they've noticed that, hey, look, we have a turn-based strategy game and you can only do simultaneous turns for so long. And so therefore, we should find a way to make the adventure mapping as easy as possible. Maybe they recognize, yeah, that's not the part that people are here playing Heroes of Might and Magic for. That makes sense to me. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just my headcanon, but it is a difference. Good or bad, you'll have to let me know your takes on it, but it is a fundamental difference, and it does remove some level of skill to the game, I do believe. But I'm still enjoying everything that I'm playing with Olden Era. I'm still very, very much enjoying it. Those mutant zombies just threw themselves into the fire. I did not mean to send them there, but I don't believe that they're going to get attacked a whole bunch. Yeah, I kind of put them in a bad position, but I think that we got enough supporting troops. I think that they're going to be fine, actually. Never mind. Oh, no. We will get the archers freed up. Yeah, we'll get the archers freed up. Oh no. Maybe we won't. All right. I had tried to use these water elementals to just kind of fight this fight for me and tank all the damage. And then I mispositioned the mutant zombies and then everybody got into the fight. Thankfully, 9 skeletons, 3 zombies. whatever. We even take 30 skeletons for our troubles. Power Axe of Dominion, not too bad. Not too bad. +2 attack, I'm okay with that. That actually puts us just about on par with the Dimitri hero, so good to know. And then let's fight these 2 fights here. I wonder if they're going to run. They're going to want to run. I'm going to let them. Do we want to pursue them? No. Go, my dear centaur friends. I just said I was friends to all. I said it. I mean it. Continue with it, please. Okay. And are they finally going to come into my territory? It looks like they are. There he is, folks. There's Goodman. But we have gotten Ranlu out of here. And because I've got this magic well, I think I'm actually in a really good spot. Let's pick up the magic well. So we got full spell points. We are up to, yeah, the 110. Let's see. I think I kind of want to hire another hero. I want the bone dragons for sure. And this is too far out of my way to go here and back. Several crusaders, a few paladins, lots of rangers. Lots of rangers are a problem. Lots of champions are a problem. Very winnable fight, though. Like, very winnable fight, I think. So let's just plan on winning this fight. But then the question, of course, is, do you hire a hero here to kind of do a hero chain? I think I do. So let's do this now. Let's just make it, I mean, Rathmont, 6-speed gargoyle actually could be useful for the upcoming fight. Would you rather have, do you want the damage from the mutant zombies, or do you want the gargoyles to have the opportunity to step in front of rangers and kind of play interference? Paladins and crusaders are going to stick around, and they're going to immediately destroy your gargoyle stack. But that is going to be your new 6-speed creature, because you don't have the power liches. I'm probably not going to bring the power liches into my army. This is going to give me the opportunity to cast the first spell. I don't think that casting the first spell here is all that useful, though. Not necessarily, anyway. But if this was 4 gargoyles, I think I would definitely take Rathmont. As it is, for now, I'm going to take Darlena. I don't even know how many skeletons she has. 9. I think that's still better for me. But I do want to make sure that I get the fastest troop I can. 4-speed? What? I don't have any upgrades here, do I? Yeah, okay. All right. Let's just do 1 lich. And first thing in the morning, we're going to set off, and we're going to do this big hero chain. Everything's going to work out great. And we're going to stop this blackguard from getting into our territory and stealing what we have rightfully stolen. Oh, never mind. Oh, there he goes. 800 gold. Very good. And on we go. Rice says, I wonder what advantages or disadvantages a player would have coming to Olden era as a previous Heroes of Might and Magic player versus someone who has never played Heroes of Might and Magic but excels in strategy games. That's a good question. So you're thinking that there might be some bad habits maybe built up, and that might actually harm you as you're trying to play the game? That's a good question. So, and it's a really good idea. Like, the thought process is really, really smart. One of my favorite things is that I didn't ever used to do anything with firearms. I wasn't much of a firearm user. But then at some point, for my job, I needed to be proficient with a firearm. And so I spent a lot of time on the range, and the range masters were really happy because they said, look, you don't have any bad habits. You don't have a single bad habit that we have to reteach or unlearn for you. You're just doing everything that you ought to be doing. And I thought that was really kind of cool, actually, that, hey, for once, my inexperience actually was better than being experienced in a poor way. So kind of funny how that works. And that seems just fine to me. I'm good for it. Good for it. I don't know. 29 archers. On the one hand, I kind of want them. On the other hand, they're kind of bad. If you're going to be duking it out, let's see. If we're going to just be brawling with these enemies, I don't think that the rangers are going to be that big of a deal. Probably going to send the vampires down. 4-speed. 4-speed, 4-speed, 4-speed. Everybody's going to be 4-speed. This is going to be a full 4-speed army. So as we go up, and we are going to try and get the dwarves upgraded, is kind of what I'm doing here. So as we're heading up, I got to figure out, it's going to be 7-speed champions, 6-speed crusaders, 5-speed master swordsmen, 5-speed paladins. And so really, whatever creature you want to go deal with the Rangers. You want them to be on top. I guess it might as well be the Bone Dragons. Now that I think about it, the enemy's probably going to... They're probably going to surround the Rangers, if I had to guess. Okay, this will work. But you do want the vampire instead of the bone dragons, because then they can slip into a smaller spot because they're a 1 hex creature instead of a 2 hex creature. So you do want the vampires there. Not to mention they got the no retaliations. Not to mention you don't want to lose 4 bone dragons if you can help it. But everything we're doing here is gearing up for this fight against Goodman, who I am a little bit concerned about. I don't know how this is going to go. But if we can take out this red player, I think we're going to be in a really nice spot. Really nice indeed. I am going to let them go in this direction. Let them take whatever they want here. I don't think there's anything too much there. And let me grab this Minotaur King stack and turn them into skeletons. Whoa, 70 skeletons lost? Let's not do that again. And then let's head in that direction, trying to fight this fight. Wow, this is a lot of Minotaur Kings. Oh my goodness, what have I done? Here's the question. Do you want to do 70 points of damage with your Death Wave, also taking a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage here? Or do you want to try and use the Summon Water Elemental? I don't think that the Minotaur Kings are going to focus the Water Elemental. So I actually think that you're best off to sacrifice the 2 Medusa and maybe a couple of Dwarves and just eat the damage. Just do the Death Wave. Ugh. That didn't actually do as much damage as I hoped. We're probably going to have to do that again. 2 more Medusa in just a little bit. Might be. We'll attack here. Well, that's excessive. Oh no, I thought that the Medusa could reach. Oh no, my bad. No chance of good morale. That feels really bad. Let's do this. Let's get the skeletons out of harm's way. I'd rather tank the damage with these other forces. Yeah, I'd much rather tank the damage with these other forces. Gonna be a lot of Medusa we lose. No other critical units, but because we're able to kind of clean this fight up from here, we're not going to cast any other spells. And that's actually probably better. We're only going to have so many Summon Water Elementals, and we are going to want those for the future fight. So let's save the spell points for now. Okay, we lost 10 skeletons. 5 and 10, that seems way better than losing 70 skeletons. 2k experience, 13 skeletons back, and we will take the estates. We still got a couple of slots left, but let's take the estates. Let's make these dwarves into battle dwarves so that they're now 4-speed creatures. And let's go hunt down our prey. This guy cannot escape, and we've got Ranlu coming up to finally, for the first time, explore the eastern half of the map. Very good. Okay. Alrighty. I said I was going to get caught up on chat, and then I never did. Whoops, my bad. My bad. Did we just sacrifice Blackridge? Yeah, nothing you can do. We're going to hand over a haste, cure, view resources. I guess I should have cast that a while ago. What? In Tarnation? Okay. All right. Huh? What? This was a very interesting view resource, and I feel like I should have cast it a while ago. Okay. On to a new week. Not just a new day, but a new week. We lost an ore mine. We did not get that demon cave. The enemy took it. And folks, it's going to be a new month. Astrologers proclaim this to be the month of the locust. All dwellings increase in population. So let me just get caught up on chat. I mean it. And then we'll kind of carry on, because I think I'm like an hour behind. Tobel says, thank you for the answer. That's exactly what I was curious about. So most skills will be transferable to Olden era, but for example, movement on the adventure map is a bit more permissive. Got it. Oh, that's a perfect way of putting it. I love that you heard what I meant and not what I said. What I said was kind of roundabout, but you got right to the heart of what I meant. Thank you for that. Steeson says, you like the management of slow and fast units affecting hero movement on the world map. In the Heroes 3 board game, you have 7 creatures, but can only carry 5 into battle. I would have loved that in a Heroes 3 PC game. Creature speed doesn't affect hero movement speed on the adventure map, though. I do believe that Heroes 5 has a mechanic where you can decide before the battle starts whether or not to take a force into battle. Like if you recognize that this troop is probably going to get focused down and they're going to be really weak and you don't have a way to handle falling leaf, then I think that you can actually leave those forces behind. So interesting that you can kind of do that with the board game as well. I think that's pretty cool. Boyster says, as the same, sometimes the only thing differentiating between poison and cure is dosage. Talking about the mercury, the only thing that differentiates between the cure and poison is the dosage. Yes, I love that. That's such a fun saying. And yeah, anything taken to excess is really bad. I feel like we've had a nice conversation on that in the past too. Katsu Shoku. I have to say it slow, otherwise I can't do it. Says the ads are a necessary evil, I suppose, for the platform to remain viable. I don't mind watching some to support people I enjoy watching. The change to allow rewinds is very welcome and long overdue, since cool stuff can sometimes happen during ads. That is probably my least favorite thing about ads with Twitch, is that I'm trying to enjoy this live experience and something live is happening. If I'm talking with the person streaming and they're replying to me and I get an ad, I feel so bad to be like, hey, I'm sorry, can you repeat what you just said? Had an ad pop up. Like, it almost feels like I'm being rude, even though everybody knows I'm not trying to be rude. So anyway, after our hero says yelling, I didn't even realize I did that. After our hero says yelling, I'm tripping balls on the fresh air in the family park. I completely lost myself. I didn't even realize. Oh, I completely lost all sense of my surroundings. You're completely correct. Maybe that's why they're all gone. Scared them away. Am I a bad person? The answer is yes. And then Rise Through and agrees with Katsu Shoku. Agreed. Also, at least now they only pop up on the side and don't interrupt the stream. Yes, now that's perfect. Yeah, that's always what I wanted. Just ads on the side for sure. Also, it's easier for you. Katsu Shoku says, most people just use Katsu or Kutsu. Oh, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I will go with Katsu. Is that like, yeah, okay, Katsu it is. That's what we'll go for. Oh, and a Michael Vick reference in 2025, Katsu says. I'd love to have him as my QB for my team. Definitely would still be an upgrade to this day. Who's your team? I do some fantasy football. I enjoy it just with my local people I play with at my work. I've got Jaden Daniels at the moment from the Washington Commanders, and he's currently injured. And so now I have Carson Wentz as my backup, leading the Minnesota Vikings. We will see if I will survive this week or not. Tobel says in Hungarian, Mercury is Higany, from the words of hig, meaning liquid, and arany, meaning gold. The difference is interesting. So it's liquid gold. Interesting. I love the way that it's differentiated from language to language. That's so cool. I love that. Oh, I love that. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, another example of interesting ways that we use language here, Tobel. Good stuff. And then Katsu says, okay, flying creature, please behave. Yeah, the bee did not sting me. I'm not stung, so we're good. At this point, if I did get stung, though, I would, after I told you that I'm friends to all creatures, I think I'd have to pretend like I didn't get stung. So that way, you wouldn't think less of me somehow. Roman says, I was practicing on a hospital for a couple of weeks. One of the nurses told us about a guy who has over 4 times more alcohol in his blood than the lethal dose. They have to keep him intoxicated 2 times the lethal dose for a few days. Otherwise, he would die of too fast of a detox. Kind of going back to the idea with Boris saying about cure and dosage, cure and poison, right? At this point, it's his cure. You gotta, slowly dry him out. Otherwise, too bad. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything other than, I wonder if there's other stuff like alcohol that you have to slowly come off of it, or else, I know that there's lots of therapeutic dosages with, medication where you want to titrate off of it and you want to titrate onto it. You don't want to just start it immediately or take it away all of a sudden. But I wonder if there's other substances that are recreationally used, like alcohol, where you can't detox too fast. That's interesting. Rysterin says, that circle of resources is guarded. In my playthrough, I defeated the guards and the AI swooped in and took everything. Okay. Just in case we're not on the same page. I know it's costing me 2 spell points to look at it, but apparently there's some guardians over here, and hopefully the AI will not steal it from us. I'm looking forward to that. Okay. Katsu says, on the subject, few resources is an underrated level 1 spell. Completely agree. Completely agree. If I am in a fight for my very life, and I have to play Heroes of Might and Magic, I am casting View Mines, View Resources, View Heroes, and View Towns just about every single day. Just about every single day, because Heroes of Might and Magic is an information game, and if you don't have the information, you're going to be worse off. I know I haven't cast View Resources a lot in this game, but truly, we are of the same mind when it comes to that. Not only for what it does, but the info it gives. There you go. If you can cast it every turn on a secondary or scout hero, it will basically show enemy movement over time. We are of the same mind. Very good. I'm glad that we agree. That's the thing about Heroes of Might and Magic players. Sure. What do they say? Great minds think alike, but fools rarely differ. I will say that we are agreeing. How about that? In the best way possible. I love that. Oh, and you were born in Cleveland, so you're a Browns fan. Hey, someday Shadur will do well for you, I'm sure. Suddenly you meet Al Bundy. Al Bundy? From the TV show? The shoe salesman? He sells you a pair of his best boots and gives a very important message. Don't ever get married. Traveler's boots for 2,000 gold. I am thrilled for that. I will hand that over immediately, and I'm good for that. Huh. Did not expect an Al Bundy reference in 2025. My goodness. Good stuff. Okay, we're good for it. A couple of resources from the windmill. One more final Medusa. And at this point, I think that Goodman knows we're here. I am excited to see whether he's going to turn around and try and attack us or not. I don't know what he's going to do. I have no idea if he's going to want to stick around and fight or if he's going to want to say, nope, let's just try and escape from PHIXFOX. Either way, he is trapped. He might not know it yet, but he is definitely trapped. We're going to wait. I'm going to leave with Darlena in a little bit. She's going to bring up as many bone dragons as possible. So I need about, what, 4,500 gold for that? 4,500 gold for that. And when we get that, then we will be ready for whatever. You didn't even pick up the gold mine. Interesting. Week of the Plague, but this is a happy week. The devil sends you 2,000 gold and demands more destructive activities from you. Week of the Plague. Yeah, buddy. Week of the Plague for me is actually not a problem. When you're the undead, I think it might have been Steeson said that the undead should actually get troops on Month of the Plague, which I think is actually pretty funny and pretty accurate. Okay, folks, I think it's time to fight this fight. There's nothing else to be done here. Let's just go and make this happen. Let's hope for the very best. If we lose this fight, I don't like our chances moving forward. If I wait for a couple more bone dragons, hold on. If I wait for just a couple more bone dragons, life is going to be so much better. The enemy's already trapped. Let's head in this direction. If they want to attack us, we will be ready for them. If they want to leave us alone, okay, fine. I'm just going to reclaim my ore mine there. They're going to take Blackridge, though. It'll be worth it if we can get some additional bone dragons there. 3 additional bone dragons can actually save you a lot of losses. So let's see what the enemy does. I have no idea what they're going to do. They want to run away. He ran very far away. I thought maybe I could get the bone dragons up here in time. No. Too far away. Way too far away. Well, you can't escape, so we must fight you. Okay, all right, so be it. Oh, you're going to do a blind lock. That's not going to work against these other forces, though. All right, we're going to see about this fight. By the way, Roman does say that mercury was a cure for syphilis, and it worked. We have better things now, but yeah, cure a poison. It's all about the dose. There you go. There you go. Yeah, definitely agree. All about the dose. And I wonder who the first person was that tried to cure. Okay, I wonder if they just were taking the mercury and they realized, hey, my syphilis is better, or if they actually were just messing around and trying to find out what would work. Okay, a couple of things. Number one, if we do the summon water elemental, I think that that's going to be the way to win this fight. The problem is that the rangers are going to be a problem one way or the other. Taking the power liches for this fight actually would have been pretty useful. I just don't know who I would have left behind, because if you got the power liches that are, well, no, because it would have been 7 speed, 6 speed. You would have had a 6 speed creature. You would have had to haste a bone dragon or a vampire, and that wouldn't have been enough. That would not have been enough to actually stop the rangers. If you had brought in the gargoyles, though, they could have gone after the champion stepped up. They could have stepped to here. That meant that the Crusaders, unless they got good morale, couldn't have closed up the gap on the Rangers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You still might have had some problems, though. I'm just thinking about what I could have done for this fight better. Deathwave is doing 7 Rangers at a time. I think that you still want the summon water elemental now, though. Like, I don't want to take extra damage from these Rangers. I think that this is going to be a slobber knocker of a fight. I think that you just got to start doing your summon water elementals. You're going to get 3 summon water elementals off, and the death wave, it can come at some point. Because the problem is that summon water elementals, they take some time to get down the battlefield and to get through these forces. Like, if you cast the one single death wave right now, I mean, we can kill 7 Rangers at a time, and we're doing damage to everybody else. Maybe that's actually the play. How long is it going to take? 7 times 7 is 49, so that's it. in 7 turns, I can wipe out all of your rangers and your entire army. I don't know which is better, summon water elemental or 7 death waves. But this is what I'm thinking. These are the things I'm thinking. Tanil, thank you so much for the holy kittens. You just absolutely just blew up the entire community here. Woo! Woo! Thank you so very much for the love bomb of subs, holy kittens. Let's see, added gift subs from Valorant. Okay, great, cool. And so Tanil has gifted subs to Tomato Zoo, Hoant, Corridor, Vexen TV, Destroya, Toba4HU, Mesmerant, H. Emberock. Holy cow. Thank you so much, Tanil. Appreciate the support. I know that you've mentioned that you really like to support the smaller channels. I do categorize myself as a smaller channel. Thank you so very, very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome so much. Everybody, give it up for Tanil for the huge help for the community. Please enjoy all the benefits that come from subbing. September is almost over. Well, I'm glad that we caught you here today. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay. You both are awesome. Holy cow. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Tell you what, I'm still kind of struggling with this decision. If I go for, here's the deal. If I go for the summon water elementals, it's still going to take me forever to get through these enemies here. If I start dealing with rangers now, I can start to reduce damage immediately. With 8 attack, 10 defense, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to, I don't know if this is the best decision, folks. We're going to death wave ourselves to death. We're going to lose all these Medusa. We're going to hope that the battle dwarves don't get absolutely smacked. Death wave it is. Death wave it is. And so that's going to bring down, let's see, 1 champion, call it 2 champions every 2 death waves, 1 crusader at a time, 1 paladin at a time. So it is going to be worthwhile. I almost wonder then if I should not try and go here. Maybe I should try and attack in this area. Master swordsmen have already gone. Let's attack here. 1 bone dragon goes down. Big ouch. 2 to 4. Eventually, the battle dwarves are going to get into the fight. If I can keep the skeletons alive, I'd be pretty happy. They might take some damage here in a moment. The blind again, that's just going to be annoying. But at least with this strategy, we're always going to counteract the blind, which is good. Okay. Major forces lost. That was horrible. Down to 35 rangers. Okay. Let's work on these paladins because they do oodles of damage. 100 skeletons at a time. 100 skeletons at a time. We do have a shield. We do have the shield spell. In 4 more... Tell you what, we're actually fairly close to defeating these Crusaders and getting through into the Rangers. And the Medusa will eventually get there. I'm going to continue to Death Wave. I don't know if this is the best decision. I do not know if this is the best decision, but it's the decision I'm making. Down to 2 Crusaders, 4 Vampires left. Let's see. It looks like we are going to get through these Crusaders. Not this turn, but next. Okay, there's a blind, but look at that. The Crusaders and the Champions are not moving because they're saying, hey, the Rangers are stuck here. Okay, all right, that's fine. We're going to Death Wave one more time, and we're finally going to get into the soft, chewy center of these Rangers. You got to use the Vampires to try and work on these Champions. The Rangers are going to do half damage from here on out. Blah. Lose the Skeletons, I guess. Well... Hey, good luck. That feels good. 21 champions down to 16. We do lose all of them to the Retaliation. We're going to walk away with this with a couple of battle dwarves, but that's still going to be better than the alternative. I could do 1 summon water elemental and just let them walk down the battlefield. Maybe that'll save some Medusa. I don't think that's going to be really worth it. Summon water elemental in haste. I really don't want to keep casting this Death Wave. You can't blind the water elementals, so I'm just going to sit right here. 1 to 2. Good luck. Oof. 32 battle dwarves down to 7. Down to 7. This guy's a menace. 8 attack, 10 defense against my 8 and 2. I guess I've got some attack, but I have no defense. I'm getting crushed. I am getting absolutely obliterated. Oh my goodness. He's going to do it again. The Cretan. The foul knave. Okay, so at this point, you got to kill these Rangers, I'd love to just focus on the champions, but I gotta make sure that if I have to keep summoning water elementals, I can like have them walk down the battlefield. We're gonna win this fight, but this is not my favorite fight. Oh my goodness, look at this. We got 2 more death waves. We got 2 more death waves, but we don't have, we're 2 spell points short. For some reason I had in my mind I had 1 more summon water elemental. I did, and then I cast the haste. That's what happened. 1 to 2. He's not going to cast any offensive spells. I think you just got to do the death waves. I mean, I think you just got to do the death waves. This feels so bad. We'll kill 1 here. Retaliation's fine. There's big retaliation there. Yeah, you're out of spell points, but oof, I really needed something that didn't hurt my own stack of Medusa. Like really, ugh. All right. All right. You know what? Oh, I'm even out of that. I'm even out of that. We're going to kill 1 here. He's going to run. He doesn't run. You're crazy. You're insane. You didn't run? Ah, why are you like this? Folks, that was a terrible loss that we just took. Holy cow. That took everything we had. That took everything we had. And here's the problem. A lot of times I can look back at a fight and I can say, I should have done the summon water elemental, or I should have done the death wave, or like I should have done the alternative. I don't know what the best decision was there. But it can't be the correct decision to death wave yourself 7 times. And we just death waved ourselves like, oh, I don't know, 7 times. But history is written by the victor. We are going to pretend that this was a glorious victory and that this went exactly the way that we thought it would. Ta-da! Breastplate of protection for +3 defense, very good. Minor scroll of knowledge, excellent. Power ring, I'll take it. Evercold icicle, I'd love a level 2 spell for the cold ray. Enchanted hourglass, we will take it. 30 skeletons back. That wasn't amazing, but that'll work. Oh no, we even ran out of artifact slots. We might have to keep an eye out for that hero. He might have had more. Generally, the way that the AI prioritizes artifacts is that they put the best ones to the front. So I'm hoping that these were the best artifacts, but I'm not going to know until way, way later. Crazy. Crazy. Whew. 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 Jeez. Oof. All right, well, you win some, you lose some, and in the end, you see a couple of phoenixes here that are guarding nothing. Crazy. Crazy. Maybe they're guarding something here. I don't know. Well, let's go back to our regularly scheduled programming where PHIXFOX never loses and it's all sunshine and rainbows, because those are the moments that we love the most. Or then again, maybe we love the moments where we have these really tough fights and you can't quite tell if that was worth it or not. Those are actually very, very fun too. Thankfully, we do have some immediate reinforcements. We're going to take those right now. Full swap, and then let's see what's best. Skeletons go in. Medusa are going to stay out for now. Medusa are probably better than the rogues. Let's do that for now. And then let's get a little bit of space for artifacts in the future. Power ring, I'm going to ignore that at the moment. Enchanted hourglass, I think that 7 spell power is plenty. Evercold icicle might be useful at some point. I do kind of like having the luck. I feel really strongly that the morale, it's only 19 archers. That's not as good as I thought it would be. I'm going to get rid of one of the medals of valor. I'm going to suffer with the negative morale just a little bit there, just in case I don't have space for future things. I will keep the luck. I will keep the spell power and knowledge. Definitely keeping the boots. Yeah, and for now, I'll keep the Medal of Valor. 3 artifact slots open at the moment. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but let's send us up on our way, and maybe we'll find out in a moment. Folks, let's see if Red has anything nifty to say about that. Nestled among the trees sits Blind Seer. After you explain the intent of your journey, the Seer activates his crystal ball, allowing you to see the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. Whew. So, Tanel, yeah, thank you for the contribution. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if only we could summon the air elementals, we could have been faster to break up that fight. I think that you're right. Yeah, summon air elemental would have been a really interesting choice there, because I think that the extra time it took to get down the battlefield didn't feel good. If we were able to, I felt like at that point the haste on the water elementals was the right decision, because you had to take out the rangers. You had to take out the rangers, but that did mean that you couldn't summon another 21 water elementals, and that meant that you did lose most of the rest of the Medusa. You went from 11 down to like 6. Could have saved 5 Medusa. That could have been useful. Anyway, things that we will look at in the past. But yeah, enemy hero stats, they were 8 and 10, 8 attack and 10 defense. So it was pretty bad compared to our 8 attack and 2 defense. So we were definitely behind, but not where I wanted it to be, for sure. And let's see. Yep, people are talking about Rise to Ruin, and Tanil are talking about Ross over there at Kelvin's Coin. Big fan of Ross over at Kelvin's Coin TV. Good stuff. And then Figaro. Hello, Figaro. Nice to have you here. Welcome back. Hey, FHeroes2. Hey, chat. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Also, Katsu says the dwarves didn't negate the damage from any of those death waves. I didn't even realize that. I assumed that I would get 1 or 2, and that does save 3 dwarves every time, 3.5 dwarves. So I didn't get one single one. Ouch. Ouch. I need that 25% luck in the future, hopefully. MVP champions. Yeah, I definitely agree. Champions are such a fun unit, and they're actually really cost effective for what they do. That does make me really, really, really happy. So happy for that. And those are the type of fights that you call the hero flipper tactic, Katsu. Describe that a little bit more. Hero flipper. So that way you got a new hero, or your hero goes from not that strong to very, very strong. Look at this yellow hero, 27 attack, 25 defense. What happened to this guy? He was at 10 and 10 like a little while ago. Oh gosh, and they've got black dragons and titans. I don't know about this scenario, folks. This is getting a little bit scary here. Wow, look at that. Okay. All right, stay away from Phineas, but hopefully we can get some advantages here and we can clear out red. I think that we want to go up the road in this direction. Goodness gracious. Not quite what I had in mind. Sulfur. Oh, and good timing for a magic well. I was really not feeling good. I was wondering if taking the power ring for the +2 spell points per day was good for me because I had so few spell points. This magic well actually saves my bacon, so we just have to avoid fights for one more day. And it looks like there's treasure. Treasure, treasure, treasure. Lots of crusaders. One more day's worth of wood. Darlene is going to have to go pick up the sawmill. One more day's worth of wood, and then we can actually upgrade this town to a castle. That'll be pretty good for us. And we get some small support from hell. 15 sulfur, 800 gold. Very good. 1 sulfur per day. And all of a sudden, with the magic well, knowing that we have up to, what, 120 water elementals, all of a sudden I really like my chances much better than I did before. To the north or to the center of the map? I think we're going to kind of go to the center of the map. I don't know what's up here. It always feels better to me to go towards the center of the map than towards the corners, unless it's the corners of a water map. That does change things a bit there. Okay, gold, gold, gold. Maybe bad guys here, bad guys here. 2 wood. Resources. Yep. Oh, and there's another hero. Oh, there's 2 heroes. There's Ambrose. So Ambrose is their main hero. We just saw from the Oracle, and he was a pretty good hero. And more importantly, I think he's got a lot of quality troops. We do have bone dragons. I think I'm going to go take out Ruby, and then we're going to turn around and fight and see what happens here. Katsu says that the hero flipper, it's beating a tough hero that probably still has artifacts I couldn't take. Assuming I have sufficient gold, I'll hire and dismiss heroes until I find him or her at the tavern and buy it out so the enemy cannot rehire. And that's a really good idea because there is 3 enemies total. So that is just going to be a bit of a problem that we have to try and avoid if at all possible. The enemy has fled. Enemy has fled. I don't think I can stop this. Yeah, I don't think I can stop this. They're going to flee pretty much guaranteed. Is there any way that we want to adjust our battle here? Let's just take out the archers and see what they want to do. Okay. What if I just skip? Okay, no losses. Good. Inch up. Take out the... the single stack of peasants actually feels really kind of bad there. So there's nothing I can do about it. Power liches are going to be fine. I'm just really trying to keep this guy from running. Let's see what the... Yeah, let's see what these skeletons are going to do. Okay, so if I attack here, haste here, then I just win the battle. So for 3 spell points, we're going to make sure this guy doesn't get to run. The fact that they wanted to run makes me think that I have to be a little bit more careful with this fight. 4 skeletons goes down, 700 experience, 24 skeletons. At least we took the skeletons. And we are forced to take either mysticism or navigation. I'm going to take the navigation here. When I have this many spell points, it doesn't feel too bad. It doesn't feel too bad to try this alternative. If this guy wants to fight me, I think he can. Is he going to get by me? Do we have to fight this guy head on? We've got the spell points. I have to believe we can fight this fight. If we can't fight this guy right now, I think that the scenario is kind of already over. So it's going to say we lose. It does. It says we lose. That's a lot of Crusaders for what we're trying to do here. Was kind of hoping for a Petrify right off the bat. Let's do the Summon Water Elemental. How many of these Rangers do we kill? 4 to 6. By the way, 4 attack, 3 defense, so a much better fight for us. Way more favorable for us. And they do have Blood Morale, so we got to keep an eye out on that. These Crusaders could get down the battlefield this turn. I hope that they don't. Let's see. Whew. With Blood Morale, you never know. You absolutely never know. That's a little bit scary. I don't want to get the Retaliation onto these Bone Dragons, but I do want to get out of here so the Water Elementals can attack here. I just don't want to take the Retaliation from these Crusaders. Probably best off to kill 4 to 8 of these Swordsmen, unless you just want to take the Rangers now. This is a waste of damage, though. You got to get some damage off. 4 to 8 of the Swordsmen it is. We kill 8. High end of damage. That was lovely. If you're gonna get good morale and good luck on any of these units, you did want it to be on these Rangers. So that did cost us a Bone Dragon. Can't help it. Cannot help it. The Medusa, good unit. I think that I'm really going to gamble on this 20% chance to petrify. I'm going to try and petrify these Crusaders. If I can get that, then I win this fight. Easy. But if I don't, I've still got some damage. I still got some stuff that we got to do to try and get out of this fight. Okay. Water Elementals are going to step down. Skeletons are going to step up. 10 to 15 of these pikemen. We kill 10. Not too bad. That was a low end of damage, but okay. So be it. We kill half the stack of the champions. I kind of want the archers to just make sure the Rangers don't do that again. 15 down to 7. That's interesting. You waste a whole disrupting ray on the water elementals. I love that. Yes, do that again, please. Please, do that again. Crusaders can reach pretty much anywhere. Pretty much anywhere. If I haste, I can maybe get the Bone Dragons out, but the Crusaders are either going to demolish your Skeletons or your Bone Dragons. This is just too big of a stack. You're going to have to deal with them with Water Elementals. So you're going to win the fight, but you're going to lose all your Skeletons and all your Bone Dragons. I don't think I can help that. I think that's just a foregone conclusion at this point. I suppose I could haste the Water Elementals. That's not going to make them faster than the Crusaders, though. I just don't have any way of really dealing with these other creatures. Tell you what, let's just do one more summon Water Elemental. That'll help get them into the fight in the future. There goes the Skeletons. Maybe this means, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, if I deal with this one Ranger, the Bone Dragons are still going to be reached by the Crusaders. Let's make it our goal to keep the Bone Dragons alive. Let's sacrifice everybody else. 2 damage at a time. I can manage that. And then I'm going to try it for the Petrify chance one more time. That's okay. You can't be lucky all the time. If you think you can be lucky all the time, then I need you to stay out of Las Vegas, because they prey upon people who think that they can get lucky all the time. And I'm sorry, but that ain't me and that ain't you. As lucky as we think we are. Nah, you're not that guy. You're not that guy. Okay. Ooh. That cost about, 7 of the Water Elementals, but way better than if they were attacking the undead and did double damage. Master Swordsman here. Retaliation. Okay, perfect. I don't know. We might have enough speed here. No, we're not gonna kill all these Crusaders. If I attack, you're definitely going to lose a Bone Dragon on the Retaliation, for sure. We might not be able to help it, though. If we attack now, we might be able to get the damage off and kill enough. I mean, we might be able to take out the Crusaders right here with the damage from 34 Water Elementals and 19 Archers. You will lose a Bone Dragon. You will lose a Bone Dragon, but they might get the chance anyway. I'm going to skip. I'm going to hope that the enemy is just not going to run. I don't know if they're going to run or not, but I'm just going to hope that they don't. We are down to 3. We are down to 2 Crusaders. Slow on the Bone Dragons. Okay. Alrighty, I wasn't sure what the enemy wanted to do there, but I'm very glad that they just decided to stick around and not try and run, because we do have 3 artifact slots open. It cost us 1 Bone Dragon. Tons of skeletons. Tons of skeletons. But we got 2,500 experience. Uh-oh. Oh, no. There we go. 23 skeletons. No artifacts. Feels kind of bad. Let's grab this magic well immediately, and then we're going to head up in this direction. That felt like a big fight. That felt like a really big fight. And even though we didn't get a lot stronger after that fight, even though we lost a Bone Dragon, we lost 90 skeletons, even though it was a net negative because we didn't pick up any additional artifacts, it still felt like that was a good fight overall. So I will take that. We'll be grateful for it. And we will shoot for a new laboratory as soon as possible. Okay. As Ranlu continues to explore. Gold, resources, Crusaders, stuff and stuff. On to a new day. Okay. And Star's in the chat. Hello, Star. Thrilled to have you here. Welcome back. Hello. Hope everyone's doing well. Yep. Nice to have you here. And you'd have to ask everybody else how we're doing. We are outside having a fun time. Actually, hold on. Let me take a quick... Tell you what. We're about an hour, 46 minutes in the stream. We're going to finish off this week, which is one more day. And then I'm going to take a little bit of a break because taking breaks actually is good for me as a person. As we pick up 1,000 experience here. And then I will just do a quick little look around and we will see... Ooh, very nice. We will look around and we will see what else we have here in this outdoor wonderland of mine. I almost called it a wilderness. I was definitely more going for it being a wonderland. Because, yeah, something about being outside. It's just good for the body. Good for the brain. Good for me. No purchases at this time. I really want an observation tower up here. I almost kind of want to purchase another hero just to send them in this direction. I'm going to do that. I'm going to take Darlena 2 steps out of her way. I'm going to hire, it's going to be Halon because he's got the boars. He's going to keep behind these halflings. He's going to go up. I think that 2 heroes are going to be useful. I think that there's plenty of scouting we can do over here, more over here. The fact that there's water here makes me think that this is not really the route to go, but I just need more information than I currently have. So I almost want to bring a second hero from here. I might just take all these forces. I might just take the week's worth of Bone Dragons and go straight for Pig's Eye. If you can get Titans online, I think that that's going to be very useful for you in the long run. Can't defeat these Crusaders, can't take this gold mine, but yeah, I think we should go for Pig's Eye and start to build that up. More so than even building up 2 laboratories, maybe. Maybe, but we've got plenty of gems at the moment, so it won't hurt my feelings to try and build up 2 castles at the same time. And folks, what a beautiful graphic. Ooh, Master Swordsman growth +5. Yeah, beautiful. Hard to miss this when astrologers proclaim this to be the week of the Master Swordsman. So very, very beautiful. We're going to leave that there. And let me just take a quick look and make sure. Tanil said one thing about Heroes 4 that he liked was that the prisons cannot rehire. But, oh yeah, so if you're captured, then you capture the enemy hero until they get freed from whatever town that they were near. Very good, yeah. But in Heroes 2, you have to buy all the heroes. That's very true. Yeah, buying heroes and kind of playing that game of keeping heroes away from your enemies and back and forth. It's a little bit of a mini game, but it adds a lot of flavor to it. I like that. I like that aspect of Heroes 2 for sure. Kutsu says, it does carry a risk hiring a bunch of heroes, though. You want to do it in a town that has no or low-level mage guild, so you're not flooding the market with hireable heroes that have good spells. My problem is that when I do that, it feels like I dismiss a hero, and then 2 heroes later, I get the opportunity to rehire them, and then I'm just kind of, going right back through the same silage that I was just chewing up. So it feels kind of weird. That is their best hero in the Oracle Tunnel. You're completely correct. We took out Ambrose. And Katsu says, does FHeroes2 change the way that the best hero calculations works, or is it still the best army without taking hero stats into account? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. That is a very interesting question. If somebody could actually ask that question on the FHeroes2 Discord, I'd be very appreciative, because that's an interesting question. Because I think the hero stats should take that into account. Should it? If it takes it into account when calculating diplomacy, which it does, then I feel like that should matter. And the data is already there. You wouldn't have to add anything new. You just have to figure out which army has the highest diplomacy stat number, and then that would be the strongest hero. That's my 2 cents on the matter, but what do I know? I'm not a programmer. StarVT says, my toxic trait is thinking I'm lucky enough for Vegas. Hey, tell you what, if everybody wants to, join up and just say, hey, everybody, I'll meet you in Las Vegas, America's Playground. Tell you what, we'll just do that. We'll just have a PHIXFOX'S meetup in Las Vegas, and we will all spend $25 on the craps table, and we will see who is lucky and who is not. And then we will all enjoy whatever else Las Vegas has to offer. Lived is in the chat. Hello, Lived. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Hello to you. Hello to everybody. Appreciate having you here. And Kutsu says, yes, in gold, you can see that if you have a few power stacks on the transfer hero waiting to move to the main hero, and so it might show them as the most powerful, even though they're level 1, and your main hero is level 2, 20, right? So it is misleading. I completely agree. So yeah, I see the same problem you see. I don't know. I don't even know if that's within the scope of the FHeroes2 team's practice. It feels like it's probably fairly low on the priority list to address, but all the same, I'm interested in the inner workings of the game and how that works. So it's a question that I have. Folks, we're going to take a break. PHIXFOX needs like 5 minutes. I'm going to set the timer, and we will come back. So far, though, we're having a pretty good time. Master Swordsman growth. Good stuff going on. Give me 5 minutes, and we're going to come back, and we're going to see if we can finish this scenario off today. Don't go anywhere. Okay. I will see you on the flip side. Thank you very much. Bye. Welcome back. It's good to be back. Okay. Hope everybody's doing good. Real quick, I do just want to do one quick thing here. So, as I've mentioned before, we are in the great outdoors, and it is a beautiful day. This is about the most beautiful day I can just think of. Something about, you know, green grass, the trees changing color. Like, this is absolutely lovely. And there's something relaxing and just good for me as a person, knowing that I'm playing Heroes of Might and Magic out in the way that God intended in nature. That's right up there with the saying from the original Willy Wonka with Gene Wilder, where he says, if God wanted us to walk, he wouldn't have invented roller skates. Yeah, I'm sure that God wanted us to play Heroes of Might and Magic 2 in nature as he intended. And this is it. So we're having a great time here, and I'm just having a wonderful time here. Tundar, thank you so much for the subscription. It's a pleasure to have you here. Always a pleasure to have you here. In case I haven't mentioned it before, I think I have in a couple of videos, but Tundar sent me a lovely package all the way from the UK. I'm very much looking forward to getting the opportunity to enjoying that opening and that unboxing. I love that Heroes of Might and Magic has brought me closer to him as a person, and I've gotten to know him through his wonderful maps he's made. I'm looking forward to that unboxing video in the future. So it's going to be fantastic when that time comes. I got a little bit of anxiety and I want it to be super, super good. So I want to make sure I'm in the right headspace. So I haven't done it just yet, but looking so very much forward to that. So Tundar, thank you for the subscription, and thank you to everybody else that supports the channel. The pleasure of having you here is mine. Liv says, what time is it there now? It's 9 p.m. there for you. Well, I'm in the United States, so it's currently, just about 1 o'clock. I live in Idaho, so Mountain Standard Time. It's a good place to be. It's a good place to be. Star says, loving that setup. I got to say, playing Heroes 2 while outside might be the most therapeutic thing I can think of. My life is better at this current juncture right now, simply because that's what we're doing. So I appreciate that you recognize that too. Okay, folks, thank you for the quick little aside. Let's get back on track. Let's go back into Heroes of Might and Magic 2. Okay. So here we are. Oh, Chris is in the chat. Hello, Chris. Nice to have you here. Real Fix Fox looks lovely there. Oh, it is beautiful. Hopefully it's beautiful for everybody everywhere that they might be, because yeah, if I get to enjoy this beautiful weather, I sure hope everybody else is getting to enjoy that as well. And Avatar Hero agrees. Beautiful day. Love the fall, autumn host season. It's good. It's perfect right now. Yeah, I've got no complaints. If next time I say to myself, oh, life hasn't turned out quite the way I thought it would, just remind me of this moment, please. So that way I can just recognize how truly blessed and grateful I ought to be. Because I think I ought to be very, very grateful for everything I have in life. Not even, I know some people will say that in like a religious sense of blessed. Hey, just the miracle of life in general, right? I'm just happy that I got the miracle of life going on for me right now, because it's a good time. It's a good time. Let's see. We mentioned that we were going to try and build this town up to a castle and then also get some nice quality troops. Let's go for the mausoleum so we get some additional liches coming there. Darlena at the moment, I think she's going to just grab whatever she can. Mutant zombies, sure. Skeletons, sure. And the royal mummies, this is actually going to be a fairly good fighting force that she can bring up. We're going to leave the liches for now, and she's going to set on up. There are bone dragons in the southern castle. We will get to those fairly quickly. Yeah, but right now with only 2,300 gold, I think that is just going to have to be put on the back burner for the moment. A little bit of extra gold here from the water wheel, 1,000 gold. And then blind. There's that pesky blind spell that caused us so much grief in the previous fight. Happy that we finally have that to our own name. Make sure that you furiously jot the incantation for the blind spell down so that you never forget it ever, ever, ever in your life. I think that this Shrine of the Third Circle, I hope it's good. I might have to go back for that with my Death Knight hero, depending on how good it is. Identify Hero, thankfully, that's a spell that it doesn't matter which hero has it. If any hero casts Identify Hero, if you can see them on the adventure map, you are going to be able to know exactly what's going on. So it doesn't matter which hero has the Identify Hero spell. It suffices to me to say that one of my heroes has it, and that's good enough for me. 8,200 gold. Let's purchase another hero. Let's make it Roxana. We got 1,200 gold remaining. We're going to leave the vampires because they're not upgraded. We're going to leave the liches because they're not upgraded. Let's just take bone dragons and skeletons. We're even going to leave the mutant zombies behind. Is this enough? Is 3 bone dragons enough to take Pig's Eye? Maybe. With a level 1 mage guild, this is not a good mage guild. It's not a good mage guild. Maybe because of that, we will take the rest of these forces, just not the 2-speed zombies. They're so slow. They're so slow. I really don't want to show up in this fight and realize that this is too much. This is going to be less than 9 iron golems. This is going to be 1 to 4 of the Magi. I think we can take Pig's Eye, even without any quality spells. There is another hero in the area, by the way. There is Ranlu, I think. Yeah, Ranlu's got some additional forces. That's going to make sure we can take Pig's Eye with no major problems. But yeah, let's get these forces up, and then we're going to use them very quickly. Will we see another red player come from the northern territories? I don't know. That's kind of a good question. 5 gems there, another 1,000 experience. And it looks like you can't get in this area, this direction. But somebody gave us a summoned boat a while ago. There are no boats to summon, which is interesting. This could have been a really cool Shrine of the Second Circle. This could have been a very interesting opportunity for spells. It turns out it's not. Looks like this is the only way to go. I'm glad we cleared out this section first. Let's head on to the north and meet all of our forces up there. Let's go take out the Goodfellows Castle, because I got a feeling that that's coming up very, very quickly. Okay. So Darlena, I don't want her to lose these forces. I don't want a red hero to pop out and attack me. I'm just going to go right about here. And then hopefully Death Knight can get to there and then do a troop transfer. I don't think I mind so much if Halon puts himself in harm's way, though. Even with the Identify Hero spell, somebody else can always pick that up. So let's have an advanced scout. Let's have Roxana do what Roxana does. Even picking up the windmill for a moment or two. Mansion, short on the wood. And for that purpose, gold for the laboratory. Let's focus on the laboratory first, and then we'll figure out what comes after that. Okay, Halon's going up. Little tree wall. Artifact, no artifacts, but +1 attack, level 1 spell. And then my question is going to be this. What kind of enemies am I showing up on the doorstep of? I'm guessing that there's going to be at least 1 or maybe 2 weeks worth of enemies that we're going to have to deal with. Probably Knight faction troops. I'm going to be very happy to get rid of them as quickly as possible. But I am also scared that they're going to be just a little bit too hot for me to handle. Let's go here. Let's actually get rid of these archers. I just don't think 19 archers is going to do that good. We're going to keep the 6-speed power liches because the speed is really quality for us. And we got the haste, so we can always potentially haste bone dragons or haste somebody else with that turn advantage. And with this force, do I dare to take out these boars? Probably not. Let's focus on first things first, and then we'll figure out where to go from there. Darlena, there's some opportunities back here that I'm going to have her go grab. And then let's pick up our laboratory at the other castle. That was a really productive day there. We picked up a lot of resources. The gold was the problem to get the laboratory at that point, but we did finally make it, so that feels pretty good. Okay, +1 attack there. I will pick up the slow spell. Now that's a good spell. Give me the combo of slow and haste any day of the week, and I am instantly 5 times better of a Heroes of Might and Magic player than I otherwise am. I can't tell you why, but there's really something to be said about having the ability to slow down and speed up. Just adjusting turn order in Heroes 2 is so very satisfying in a way that it's not really as satisfying in Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Heroes 3, because of the weight function, it does impact the way that turn order kind of plays out in the game. And so the slow and the haste, you can do an awful lot of things because not only does it slow down or speed up creatures, but it also adjusts the turn order, and that feels pretty darn good. I got attacked by a leaf yet again. Okay, so very good, very good. Just the combination of those 2 spells, yeah, very big, very big. I will get the mansion in 2 days. Day 5, perfect. We're going to have just enough wood just in time. And let's have Halon continue to explore first. I do want to make sure that we don't accidentally run into somebody that we ought not to. For example, here, this magic garden, it has been visited this week. So I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know who has visited it, but I am concerned because they probably can see me right now, and I can't see them. Guessing that this graveyard's already been cleared out. Maybe not the best thing. 2 mercury. 2 quicksilver, as it were. Basic archery on Roxana. That's not going to make this fight much better. Ranlu is still going to be the better hero at the moment. Holy Pendant makes the hero's troops immune to curse spells. Could that be useful? That could be useful. For a second, I thought that it was like the Pendant of Life or the Pendant of Death, and I thought that that'd be really nifty for whatever troops are living in my army if I'm going to be casting Death Wave. Not that big of an issue here because I don't have any living troops in my army at the moment, but still, these are the things I think about. And then there's the mansion. Perfect. Perfect timing. And very soon we're now, having built up 2 necro castles with all of the dwellings, tiers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in both castles, we now have the ability to turn our full attention to this town of Pig's Eye once we get that captured. Very good. Very good. Rice Ruin says, it's cool to see that we're probably about 15 hours away and there's species of trees I don't recognize in the background. Yeah, I think that's really fun, actually. Yeah. Is it really only about 15 hours? For me, when I think of drive time and stuff, 15 hours for me is like basically from where I'm at to Mesa, Arizona, give or take. And for me, that goes from potentially the tall mountains into the low desert. So there's a big difference for me for 15 hours. But yeah, if this is so very different that even the trees you don't recognize, that's pretty interesting there. That's a big difference. Whenever I do go to Arizona, which to be fair, I haven't been back to Arizona for quite some time, I really do enjoy the drive. And I always have to decide whether I go through the Nevada desert or whether or not I go into like Utah and go that direction. I kind of like the Colorado route. I've only ever done from Idaho to Arizona going through Colorado once, and it kind of takes you a little bit out of the way. But Colorado's got some beautiful mountains, and I am a big fan of the mountainous areas. Something about Idaho I really missed. I used to live in Tennessee and Kentucky in the eastern United States, and I really enjoyed it over there, but it's much more flat than it is here in the West. And I don't dislike it. It's fine. But you do tend to miss your mountains if you haven't seen them for a while. You do tend to miss your mountains. Okay, here's a question for you. Abandoned mine. Guarded by a horde of ghosts. I'd love to fight this fight. I think that we got to be very smart. I think that there's hopefully a castle up here very quickly, and we should focus on taking that first. So let's do that before we do anything else, and then we'll consider where we go from there. Okay, plus 5 gems. Darlene's going to stay put right there, and Ranlu is going to go into Pig's Eye. Bone Dragon, unacceptable losses. Can't do it. Okay. Chris says, I was watching a Songs of Conquest stream, and the content creator has played Heroes of Might and Magic 2, but never knew about FHeroes2. I told him about it, and now he can't sing his praises enough. Way to go. Look at you. Look at you, like, getting everybody involved into the Heroes of Might and Magic fandom. I think that if people knew about FHeroes2, I think that they would love it. I don't think that there's a single person that could try FHeroes2 and not say to themselves that it's absolutely wonderful. Yeah, just quality of life buffs everywhere, left and right, front and center. So I sure enjoy it. I couldn't imagine that other people wouldn't. So good stuff. I appreciate that you're sharing the good news. Let's see, 9 to 17 of these boars. We've got 101 HP left. Let's do this. Not attack the Magi. Just go for the boars. 14 of them, 39 damage in retaliation. Halflings go down. We do have 29 archers that should help this fight go much better here. 1 to 2 of the Magi. Oh, with the good luck. That's actually maybe bad. Yeah, because now 6 iron golems get into the fight. Let's just back off with 11 HP. Let's back off. Let's walk away slowly. Don't panic. Don't run. Don't sprint. But walk away slowly. I had a moment the other day. It would have been a week or 2 or maybe 3 ago. I've mentioned before that I used to play a lot of League of Legends, and now I just play it occasionally with my brother. Whenever my brother is on, I'll see if I can play a little bit with him. And I play support. I really like to play support, and he likes to play ADC, so it works out great. And there was a moment where he is like screaming into the microphone, like fight. And I'm like, it's fine, just calmly walk away. He can't do anything. I forget what the situation was exactly, but there comes a point where you just have to say, it's okay, we're fine, calmly walk away. They can't hurt us, folks. You know what else can't hurt us? Getting a castle that has a cloud castle in it. That is lovely. Look at this. There's a cloud castle with 6 giants here. The town may not be upgraded to a castle. Okay, but look, view towns, mass bless, fireball. This is a very big day. This is great. We're immediately going to cast this View Towns. Oh, there's even Archmagi in here. Look at this. You got all 6 tiers of creatures. The point is that you cannot upgrade these giants into Titans. And that's okay for me. That is fine. I will take this. This is a very big boon to my chances at winning this game. And in fact, I think I'm okay with this because now I get troops now as opposed to having to work really hard to upgrade them. And it's very costly to upgrade them. I just get to enjoy all the benefits of these troops. And maybe I can use them to go through Crusaders and stuff. What a cool moment. I like that. That was fun. That was very fun. Oh, Star, you've done California to West Texas in 15 hours? You must have been hauling. Let me think. East California? Okay, East California. Like east of the San Gabriel Mountains to Texas. Yeah, I could see that being 15 hours. It's a long 15 hours though, because it's not a very like exciting drive. It's just kind of like desert. You're seeing a lot of the same things again and again. You'd have to let me know. But how did you find the drive? Was it beautiful? Was it fun? Was it engaging? Let me know. And Tundar, wow, those are some really cool. Mushanki Pei has done some really cool. Oh, this is a mix of Mushanki Pei's Phoenix, Ross's Peasant and Skeleton, and the Ghost. Very cool. I like those. Those are some really cool animated emotes. I love those. Those are fun. Good luck. You're off for a bit. Okay, Tundar, we'll catch you around. Thanks. And then Chris says, that said, I bought Hexen Heretic Remastered versions today. It is a trip down memory lane. It looks fantastic in modern resolutions. Very cool. I saw Heretic on Steam the other day. I don't have any experience with it, so maybe I actually need to look into that. At your recommendation, it sounds like it was a worthwhile game for you. Maybe I should pick that up. I think I need to actually expand my gaming library just a little bit. And the problem is that I worry that I don't. If I find a game I like too much, I might not end up doing what I ought to be doing here with Heroes 2. I might play this other game a little bit more than Heroes 2. That's actually kind of bad. In case you haven't noticed, we're actually due for another one of the faction guides for Heroes of Might and Magic 2. We've already completed the one for the Wizards. We've already completed the one for the Knights. No, the Barbarians. And so we still need to do the Knights, the Necromancers, the Sorceresses, the Wizards, and the Warlocks. Yeah, we're about due. It's been about a month since the last one came out, so it's definitely time for that. Okay, folks, it looks like the map maker was not leading us astray. You definitely want to defeat the red hero to the north first, and then you want to turn your attention to the east. I got a feeling we're going to have tons of enemies come streaming through this area in the next couple of weeks, especially if there's no boats, especially if enemies aren't going to land here. Yeah, I think that, oh boy, I think that we have to clear out this pocket of resistance, and after we do, we can move on. It's day 1, so the enemies are not going to get 2 weeks worth of creatures unless we wait 1 day. The worst thing to do would be to take our 600 movement points and use too many of them and then be unable to reach this castle. I don't think that Disrupting Array is going to factor into my plans. I think that the Blind, the Summon Water Elemental, the Death Wave, I think that those are going to be great for me. I don't think that we're going to need to pick up the Disrupting Ray just yet. Let's fight this fight. Big moment. Let's do this. And let's have a real good time. I think it's going to say that we lose, but with the power of the Water Elementals, I think that we have this fight. This is a must-have. You've got to win this fight. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Let's just cast... Okay, how about this? Let's just cast Death Wave 3 times and call it a day. Let's do that. I think, yeah, 3 times, that should be fine. Did the enemy cast a spell? I don't think so. Left turret, right turret. Oh, Disrupting Ray on the Bone Dragons. Memory of a Goldfish, this guy. We're going to kill 8 Rangers at a time now. We picked up +1 spell power since the last time we did this. Let's just do the Death Wave. It's super effective. That's 2 champions. That's 8 Rangers. That's 1 1/4 Crusaders. Yeah, there's no better opportunity here. Crusaders are probably going to come out. No, they do not. Now that's interesting. I expected them to come out the gate. It looks like the answer is no. With turn order, I'm going to get 1 more 80 hit point Death Wave off on the Crusaders before they get the chance to attack my Bone Dragons. So I'm going to fly over and kill 12 Rangers. That seems pretty good to me. And I will take out these 2 champions because it's free real estate. Will the enemy, Sir Gallant, with 2 attack, 3 defense, 1 spell power, 2 knowledge, blood morale, and good luck, will he try and run away from this fight? Will he try and ransom his troops' lives before we actually win the fight. I don't actually know the answer. I'm not sure. Ah. But I would like to win this fight outright, as opposed to taking taking the detour of possibly missing out on some artifacts. I don't think I'm going to miss out on any artifacts, but let's do our best to for sure not miss out on artifacts. We're taking just a little bit of a setback. It's going to be all death waves from here on out. 80 points of damage at a time. There goes the Crusader. We're down to 3 of these Master Swordsmen. There goes 1 more. Master Swordsman, 18 skeletons, 2 mutant zombies, Cold Ray onto the Bone Dragon. Bone Dragon survives with 69 HP. And we take out these final bits of Bone Dragons here, or rather, Swordsman, we do. So 1 Bone Dragon, 66 skeletons? Way more than I thought it was. 66 skeletons for 2,200 experience. 83 skeletons comes back, though. That's nice. We will pick up probably the estates. Ballistics. At this point, an extra 250 gold per day, or expert ballistics. Let's take the estates. And folks, we've got a level 5 mage guild. Imagine if they had a hero that was competent in spellcasting. How bad would that have been for us? Ooh. I'll say it again. Ooh. Man. That could have been bad. I'm grateful for the Armageddon Chain Lightning, even the Holy Shout. That could have been just devastating, but ultimately it looks like we're going to come through there. We got the improved version of the blind, sort of lockdown spell. We do pick up the Cold Ray, which is really nice because we do have the Icicle. Lightning Bolt, sure, why not? Wow, look at this actually. Magic Arrow, Lightning Bolt, and Cold Ray. How often do you see all 3 damaging spells in the first 2 tiers of your mage guild? Very interesting. Cool. And otherwise, it's a fully upgraded castle, completely and utterly fully upgraded, minus the shipyard. This was a big moment. I still am very, very much scared for our enemies because I know that they're out there somewhere, but this feels like a pretty big moment and I'm grateful for it. Let's grab the Disrupting Ray and let's start the long journey back home, knowing that the fight is not over here. The fight is going to start being over here. Hold on. Red was not defeated? Red was not defeated, and they've got a really exceptional hero here. Folks, that is a little bit interesting. Okay, good stuff. Rice Hero says, yeah, it's crazy how small the world seems with automotives. Haha. Central Alberta to Salt Lake is like 13 hours. Pacific Coast is 6-ish. Atlantic is 2 days. Crazy how far we can go. I would love to take a train trip to cover those distances that you're discussing there. I think that would just be oodles of fun. I don't know if maybe that's my romanticized idea of what train travel actually is. I don't know if train travel is actually fun or not, but I think it's something I ought to do at least once in my life. So whether it's by car or train, I actually think that, heck, I always drive whenever we're taking a long trip somewhere. So it might be nice for me to actually take a little bit of a break and not have to drive. That'd be kind of cool. Kind of cool, I'd say. Do you want these forces? You kind of do. Crusaders. This is so much gold. If for no other reason than you want to get this gold mine. 1,000 gold per day. Lots of Crusaders. With Giants? Not with this hero. I think they were obligated to wait. It's going to take... Okay, let's just do it real quick. How long is it going to take? 6, 7, 8... It's going to take 8 turns to get here. That's 8,000 gold you're going to miss out on, call it, if you don't fight this fight yourself. But the losses here are just too tremendous. I can't justify it. Feels so bad, but I can't justify it. So instead, we're going to use these forces to clear out some of these other free items over here. And folks, that's going to take us on to the new day. Star says, the Petrified Forest and the Meteor Crater in Arizona are the only 2 interesting things I remember from that drive, honestly, LOL, but I always find the long drives enjoyable. Did you see the Joshua Tree forests that they have in Arizona? Maybe, I think it's Arizona, California. I think it's both of those locales. I thought that those were kind of interesting. It's always fun to see a gigantic saguaro cactus, like the cactus that just looks like the stereotypical cactus that you think of. There is probably by the roadsides not very much interesting drive there, but the further you go in, the more stuff I think that you'll find. So anyway, hopefully the next time you go, it's a really fun drive. Chris says, I alternate between going through any caliber and playing the first-person shooter for the times when I don't want to think too much. Hexen and Heretic Remaster scratched that itch. So effectively, I only have, at most, 2 games going at once. That sounds right to me. If I have too many games going at once, I fall to pieces. So hopefully we're of the same opinion that that's not you. Folks, we had a new or a resubscription. Hey, it's E-Parade. Hey, E-Parade. How the heck are you doing? It's a pleasure having you here. Welcome so much. Thanks for being here. Just stopping by to say thanks. Thank you for you. And a lot of love to you. A lot of love to you. We've had some good conversations recently. I'm grateful that you're doing as good as you're doing. So a lot of love for you. Keep doing good things. Take very good care of yourself. And I'm happy to hear that you got a lot of love and support for you. So good vibes to you, brother. Good stuff. Let's do this quick little swap. I do want to take out the ghosts in this mine. I'm going to get rid of the skeletons because they're just going to get chewed up. We're going to take everybody else though. Everybody else, we're going to fight this fight real quick, and then it's going to be Halon, I guess. Yeah, Halon's going to be right behind, ready to bring the skeletons back up when the moment is right. So here we go. Darlena, I think, just waiting. Yeah, just waiting. Picked up here. Still can pick up here. And Roxana. Roxana's kind of doing the same thing. Maybe I'm misusing Roxana. Maybe Roxana needs to go and explore. Let's send Roxana in that way. We've got 5 heroes. I don't think that we need all 5 heroes to stay alive. Let's try and figure out what this new frontier has for us, because it could be the difference between winning and losing very, very quickly. We're going to have our knight-based hero, our Death Knight, come upon an abandoned gold mine. The mine appears to be haunted. Do you wish to enter? Yes, I do. 3 Crusaders. I'm just going to accept that. I could maybe fight that fight a little bit better, but that's kind of why I brought the Crusaders. I could fight it better. Let's fight it better really quickly. Chris says the Death Ray effect is cool looking. On the Death Ray effect? Is that from one of your games? Is that from Hexen or Heretic, Chris? The Death Ray effect is looking cool, or is that the Disrupting Ray that we're talking about here? Let's see, we got the Cold Ray we've seen so far. We've got a couple spells we've seen so far. Anyway, let me know. I'm interested. Okay, 17, 16. I'm just gonna go to here. Oh, you're dead. Later. It's been real, it's been fun, but was it all real fun? 1 Crusader is gonna go down. I'm not gonna lose a Bone Dragon here, that's for sure. Now the mutant zombies, we're not going to worry about a retaliation there. Do not hurt yourself with your power liches. And the Crusaders are going to take a mighty bite out of these enemies here. 106 HP. Let's do one more. Yeah, one more empowered power lich attack. And then I'm just going to let the Crusaders finish this off. To avenge their fallen brethren, it will be the Crusaders that finish off these 9 ghosts. Very good. 1 Crusader goes down, and we restore this gold mine to its full functionality. We'll pick up the magic well on the way out. Full spell points. And let's swap the skeletons back into the army. I just wanted to make sure that the ghosts did not feed upon these low defensive creatures. Skeletons are a great force. I don't want them to turn into ghosts, though. That's for sure. I don't think that there's anything over here. I think that this is all impassable terrain. I'll give it a look with Halon. I'm going to drop the Crusaders back off, just so that way I can keep the bulk of the Knight forces together for future endeavors. But I do want Halon to go explore and just confirm what I already suspect, and that is that there is not much else that we can do in that little hemisphere of the world. Lots of boars, no losses, 4 skeletons, plus 1 of the gems. And then I do think that this fight feels dumb. I just don't love this artifact. The Wand of Negation that prevents dispels. Yeah, prevents the use of the dispel in combat. It just feels kind of meh. Mushanki Pei had a really good conversation about that, where he was just like, yeah, it's just not that good. He did I don't know if he did an actual artifact tier ranking video or not, but he mentioned it. He mentioned that he was discussing the artifact, but I don't think he actually did a ranking. But he mentioned that it came in pretty low for him, and I would be inclined to agree. As far as removing the dispel completely from a game, I could see how that could be useful, right? Yeah, you could just stack If it's like a blind or a paralyze, you can always use a damaging spell to wake up your forces. So there's not many issues there, but you can do, well, disrupting rays you can't really dispel anyway. Maybe berserks, maybe hypnotizes. There's definitely some times where dispel is a really quality spell. A slow, if you're a barbarian, yeah, that could absolutely be devastating for you. But in general, the artifact, it feels like it's like an upper tier artifact, because artifacts in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, they are color coordinated depending on how powerful they are. I think blue is like very basic. Purplish is like higher tier. Green is like one step above blue. I think it's blue, green, red, gold. I think that there's a step between gold. Something like the Holy Hammer. I don't think that the Holy Hammer is red background, but the backgrounds actually do mean something for Heroes of Might and Magic 2, which is interesting if you haven't paid attention. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because this artifact, the Wand of Negation, it is listed as a very high tier artifact, but it doesn't really have a high tier effect for me. So just my 2 cents on the matter. In case you're wondering, FHeroes2, why aren't you going to go fight those steel golems? That's why. Because I don't wanna. That's my only reasoning. I don't wanna. Maybe later. Another day. Another time. Okay. All my heroes are spoken for. We have no purchases to make. No purchases because all of our towns are fully upgraded. Well, maybe not fully upgraded. Do I have statues in all my castles? I guess I need... Yeah, definitely need to upgrade into these two. At least I got the statues. I could probably use another 5th level mage guild. I've got plenty of resources to do it. Tell you what, let's do a 5th level mage guild right here in the bottom left. Get that upgraded. And by the time that Maximus gets there, it should be ready to go. We should have everything else here at the moment. Somebody else will pick up the water wheels. Time is of the essence. Squirrels! Folks, there's 2 squirrels, and they are fighting. Oh no, they are making... Oh no! Oh, leave her alone! Just kidding. They're fine. They're making more squirrels. Jeez. Okay, so as we're playing Heroes of Might and Magic 2 here, and I'm not being distracted by outside forces... Oh, this was a mistake. If I wasn't distracted, would I have fought this fight? Maybe. I don't know. The problem is that this is where we're at, and there's no going back. Okay, hold on. Respell power. Blinds are going to be useful. Blinds are going to be very useful. Blind is 1 good eye. Blind is 1 good eye. So I think we're going to blind here. And then here. Yeah, I think we're just going to blind right up the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. We're going to blind right up the way. We're going to try and let the archers do damage. But, oh boy, this is not a great fight for us to try and take. Let's actually attack. Yeah, this one. No. This one? Yeah, let's do this one. This guy. Oh, he lost his morale. That is just as good as a blind or better. That could not have gone any better. That was sick. That was great. Oh, that was stupid. The swing of emotions. Can you feel that I'm just awash in this sea of bad decisions? Paralyzing your own archers. What a joke. My kid is great. I love my kid. He is a light of my life. And recently he's learned a new phrase, and his new phrase is, "Oh, you're kidding me." But he says it like kitten, like a baby cat. "Oh, you're kidding me." Funniest thing I've ever heard. Love it. Love it. Okay. Let's see. Creatures. I feel like you kind of want to wake somebody up. This guy's going to be awake first thing next turn. He's going to get to go first. 2 turns, 1 turn. I think you just kind of set yourself up to take this next double hex attack. I can attack here, so I shall. 1 to 2. We're definitely going to win the fight. Oh, that feels so good. That feels so nice. It's the little things in life you treasure. Holy cow. Goodness. Well, We're going to reapply the blind because I do think it's one of my best spells. And I think I don't know. The Cyclopes has already lost their turn. I think I'm just going to attack right here. I'm going to start to try and do my damage where I can. Going to lose 1 mummy on the retaliation. 23 zombies are going to get into the fight, as are the skeletons. The archers are just a waste. Oh, good. We took out that 1 full stack there. Very good. A little bit of damage there. And I am going to have the royal mummy break the blind. Good luck. Sweet. Folks, this fight turned into a devastating loss. From a devastating loss into a resounding victory. Absolute chaos for the enemies. They thought they had the strategy, but those kinds of fights feel really great when you can use a little bit of stick-to-itiveness and come through with a victory. That feels great. Very nice. Okay. Speaking of which, Chris says, I don't know, stick-to-itiveness. Trains, sure. Stick-to-itiveness and trains. They go together like peanut butter and chocolate. Our trains have free Wi-Fi on them here in the UK, so you can stream Heroes of Might and Magic 2 on a train. Oh, that would be sweet. That would be very cool. Man, I would love that, actually. Huh. My dad, he has mentioned to me that he does truly enjoy having Heroes of Might and Magic on like his tablet or his Kindle. Even though he doesn't necessarily play it an awful lot, he likes that he can have it wherever. The idea of being able to play some of your favorite comfort games anywhere you want to, that feels pretty good. And the FHeroes2 project has done an exceptional job in making it very available. It's very easy to kind of pick up and go with what they have. There's some intuitiveness concerns. It's tough to figure out the right click until you already know what it is. Like, it's not immediately intuitive what you should do when you're trying to use like a stylus or your finger to play FHeroes2 on like a tablet. But he enjoys it. He's figured it out. And once he figured it out, he really enjoys it. So being able to play it anywhere, well, I like that. You know what I don't like? Phineas has gotten very pale and grown a mustache. There are now 2 yellow heroes somewhere on this map with over 30 attack skill. Unless it was all artifacts. It might have been all artifacts. And then you just transferred the artifacts over to this better hero. I'm going to have to believe that that's what happened, because I can't abide the possibility that Phineas and Roland both have insane stats. I don't think I can manage that. That just feels more than I can manage. Let's hope for the best and figure it out. Oh, Disrupting Ray? Yeah, it was Disrupting Ray. I like the sound, I like the look, and I love the effect. Yeah, excellent spell. And it's always funny to me that in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, the original gold version, that the AI constantly spammed Disrupting Rays. They just internally flagged that as the best spell in the world. Better than anything else. Absolute top tier spell. And I agree to a point that it's a really good spell, but it's good. It's all right. But I wouldn't cast it every single fight. I wouldn't prioritize it every single fight. And the AI tends to do that in the original Heroes 2. So kind of interesting. I wonder what the thought process was behind that. Okay. Where are you going? Maximus? Oh, we were building up a mage guild and I forgot. I got so busy clicking that I forgot that there was other stuff to click on. Let's get up to the 3rd level mage guild. Very good. So we're up to Fireball Anti-Magic. Not too bad. I'm just going to sit here for the moment. How many Medusa is it? It won't even tell me. 16? We're going to save these forces for now. Darlena is going to head on back because Maximus is going to leave here first thing in the morning with additional troops, but she can bring even more perhaps. Let's sit. Let's wait. And it looks like you have to go up and around in order to kind of go on to the next stage. But there are some nice artifacts here. We're going to keep an eye out on that for the future. Okay, folks, and that's the end of month 2, week 3, day 7. We are on to month 2, week 4, day 1, week of the Raven. Good stuff. I will bring back as many of these troops as I can, though. No. We're going to... How do I want to do this? Do I want to pay to upgrade liches and zombies, or rather liches and vampires later? Or just purchase the dwelling outright? It's always better to purchase the dwelling outright, especially when we got 60,000 gold. Let's purchase... Oops. Let's purchase... Wait. Hello. Guess he's not that good. Our defeated foe was okay, but level 2, not that great. Okay. Let's get our level 4 mage guild. We're going to be kind of cutting it close with sulfur and crystal. Try not to spend those too much, I suppose. It's going to be Fire Blast, Mass Cure. Don't hate Fire Blast. Actually, Fire Blast along with Chain Lightning. It's kind of interesting to have both of those. I can't tell you the last time I saw the Fire Blast spell in a mage guild. I just feel like I never see it. Mass Cure, interesting to be there for the undead. In fact, that's maybe the worst necromancy mage guild spell you could hope for. Mass Cure for the undead? All right, whatever. I don't think you get the 5 HP per level healing either. I think that you just can't use it because a lot of the negative spells just don't stick to your forces. I wonder if does Cure work on like a bone dragon that's slowed? Can somebody tell me the answer to that? I don't know the answer offhand, but I'm interested to find out. Let's do this. Let's just purchase everybody. No, not here, not here. 7 bone dragons, royal mummies, skeletons, mutant zombies. Come along, friends. We're going adventuring. And I suppose that Ranlu doesn't really want to pick up the Medusa just yet, so he shall continue on his way. Darlena going back to kind of ferry troops around. It's still very early in the game, and so we are trying to pick up as many resources early on as we possibly can. That's all good things. And then Roxana is our intrepid explorer. Her and her one single lich are going to map out the entire world for us. Ah! Something happened. Okay. And Rice Ruin says, oh, the artifacts. They're blue, green, red, purple, and gold. Purple? 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 I believe you. I just can't place in my mind a single purple artifact. Hold on, I think we actually have a purple artifact for Maximus over here somewhere. We get the plague, 2,000 gold, great. Yeah, he's got the traveler's boots. I guess that this is purple. I can't really see it in this light. Oh no, the white pearl. The white pearl is kind of purplish. But blue, green, red, purple, gold. Does that look purple? Does that look purple? They kind of look purple. I don't know, but I believe you. Okay. On to the next thing. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm very far behind on chat. Avatar Hero, Week of the Squirrel. Boreas are just like that in public. Hey man, nature, it's everywhere. Get used to it. Good stuff. Good stuff. These moments of levity make me very happy. Rice Rose says, hey Fix, how was your day? Oh great, I tripped balls in the park, broke up a squirrel squabble, and played Heroes of Might and Magic and fought off the Leaf Village. Oh, and did you know that a group of peasants is a village? This has been a very productive stream, hasn't it? Those are all things that have happened in this stream. Rise to Ruin, very good memory. I feel like we need to have somebody take notes, like as if we were doing a meeting, and then somebody can read back the minutes for the meeting, so we can all remember, oh yeah, this was a very eventful sort of stream, huh? Very nice, good stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that happened today. I like that it's a squirrel squabble, by the way. The alliteration really just does it for me. Really makes it feel high quality to me. Folks, this is bad. You've already got the water elementals. You don't really need the fire elementals. I was really hoping for a better 5th level spell here. That's not it. Summon fire elemental and water elemental, not really it, but Jeez, if I had known, if I could go back in time, I absolutely would have purchased the Mage Guild in this area, but it did not. That's really a bummer. Jeez. I didn't realize how close the enemy was. I thought he wandered off of the screen, and so I didn't realize that he could come back. Ouch. Gonna have to just ransom these forces back 2 bone dragons immediately go down in the fight. For the first time, though, we do get to take a look at our opponent. Dimitri the Knight, 5 attack, 7 defense, 7 spell power, 5 knowledge, blood morale, Irish luck. This guy is a problem. You are a problem, and you're not even the worst enemy I have to deal with. You're just a problem. I'm gonna do the cold ray. I'm gonna take out. Do you want to just take out tons of halflings, 20 halflings, or 1 archmagi? You've only got 10 spell points. You can only cast 1 cold ray. I'm just gonna do halflings. 20 halflings goes down. I'd like to actually lose some more forces. What's the surrender cost? 8,000 gold. I've got it. Definitely got it. I don't know. I kind of want to lose some more forces before we surrender, because these forces just don't really move the needle for me. It's a bone dragon, though. Really, I was kind of hoping that the archers would take some more damage. At this point, I think that the halflings are going to shoot down this 1 bone dragon. I'm just going to run now. For 8,000 gold, it's very expensive. Don't love it, but that's what we're going to do. And then this guy, Dimitri, is officially heading in our direction very, very quickly. Here's the question. Do you go back to this castle where you know that there's not great spells in the Mage Guild? Like, sure, I could totally use having a mass curse. I could totally use having an anti-magic. Maybe the anti-magic is worth it. Maybe the fire blast is worth it. Oh, let's go do it. Let's go. Just don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose Pig's Eye. I don't want to lose Pig's Eye. Thepnomics, thank you so much for the subscription. It's a pleasure having you back. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's great. As soon as I say that we were having a really productive stream, I appreciate that you're chipping in there being like, yeah, heck yeah, way to go, FHeroes2. So thank you. I am renewed by your vigor. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I don't know what to do here, folks. Down to 3 heroes. Just a moment ago, we had 5. Don't want to lose this castle. I can always hire a hero and send the forces to Maximus. We're not going to quite make it there. We're going to be just like a little bit short. Well, we got logistics. Ranlu's got the troops. You need to hire Ranlu anyway. So let's do this. And then let's purchase everybody but the unupgraded troops. They're getting big. They're getting huge. But they're getting big. Do you want to upgrade the liches and just take the power liches along? 6-speed creature. Let's do that. I was about to upgrade royal mummies and pick up 40 additional royal mummies. Let's actually upgrade to the mausoleum. And let's actually get 21 power liches. That's a nice pickup too. I guess that for now we're just going to leave vampires alone until we have a huge stack and they can feast on the living indefinitely. So let's purchase everybody else. 2k gold left. Where did all the gold go? I don't know. Good question. But Ranlu is heading up to here. We're still pretty far away, but I think at least this way I can make sure that the enemy does not get too close to me. 8 bone dragons. I still think I can beat them with this army because I got some really nice spells. Because remember, we did pick up like Chain Lightning, Armageddon. Like we got excellent spells. Okay, yeah, let's do this. And then as soon as Ranlu can catch up, then we'll be much happier. Where did you come from? Am I blind? Sorry, that's offensive to everybody that's blind. But if you are blind, I ask you, why are you? Well, maybe you just enjoy listening. Thank you. If you are blind and you're enjoying this Heroes of Might and Magic gameplay, I need to do a better job of being a better announcer. So let me know. Please let me know. Okay. Katsu says, yes, enjoy the feeling of enjoying their youth. It should help you feel young as well. I have one turning 18 in a month. Yeah, kids are just the best. Kids are the absolute best. I love them. I love my kids. My kids, I feel like they take good care of me. It might sound weird to say, but it feels like my kids somehow take good care of me as if I owe them a debt of service. I know that really I'm the one kind of taking care of them right now, but somehow it feels as if they're taking care of me. So yeah, I appreciate that very, very much. Let's do this. Let's 20 down to 20, or let's trade most of the gems down to, call it that many. We do not have access to some really nice spells, but look, this is Luna with 3 attack, 8 defense. I think I'm just going to stay in the castle and try and defend. I'm not going to go attack her, but I think that she dimension doored over. And so we're just going to full defend, hold on to your socks. Purchase everybody else? Yeah, purchase everybody else. We still need to trade for some additional resources. If you lose this area of the map and you have to come back, that costs you so many days. Several, few. She does not have a big force, but I'm guessing she's got crazy spells. She's got to have crazy spells. She's got to have insane spells. Advanced Wisdom. If I had Expert Wisdom, I wish I'd known, because I could have had Ranlu. I could have purchased Ranlu up here, and then he could have like Armageddon or something. I think what I'm going to do is this. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to take 2 steps out. We are going to trade a lot of resources. Down to 10. Down to 10. A little bit extra here. Down to, let's go right about there. Okay. We are going to end up purchasing Kalindra. She's going to have the Advanced Wisdom, so she's going to get access to this Chain Lightning. She's going to take 1 single champion, so we're going to be 7-speed creatures. We're going to get the drop on this enemy, so we're going to get to cast our Chain Lightning here. Oh no, we lose. Lies. But more importantly, we're going to get to take a look at this enemy and just see what they have. Yeah, this looks very doable, but 52 spell points left. If she Dimension Doors away and comes back, like, this is an opportunity to take her out. You can get 2 champions off the board with 1 Chain Lightning. You can get 1 Crusader off the board. Which do you want to get off the board more? The champions or the Crusader? I think that the Crusader is actually super tough. And then 40 points of damage will probably go either onto the champions or onto the veteran pikemen. Yeah, so you want to drop the Chain Lightning here, so you kill 1 Crusader and then 1 champion or 2 veteran pikemen. You hope that it goes here, here, and then here. It might go here, here, and here. I don't really know what dictates that. I don't have enough experience to really know. Can they reach? They can't reach me. I can't reach them. We're gonna get 1 Chain Lightning off. We're not gonna have any additional spells to cast. Yeah, Cold Ray would be 6. We can do a Magic Arrow after. So yeah, let's do this, and let's hope that we can survive 1 extra turn to do a Magic Arrow here and kill 1 champion, because we ended up killing 2 veteran pikemen. So 1, 2, and then 20 points of damage here out of the champions. Let's stay alive. No good morale. Oh, you suck. So she resurrects, and 1 Crusader rises from the dead. Ah. Well, there's no accounting for that. It's just the way it is. Again? Oh, but that was very nice of you to let me Magic Arrow here. Well, we're going to run because I don't want the enemies to pick up this hero with Chain Lightning. Wait a second. Was that Resurrect or Resurrect True? I thought it was Resurrect True, but why would the enemy resurrect unless it was Resurrect True? They just spent... Hold on. Did they just spend 40 spell points on resurrecting 2 troops? I think the Sir Gallant's got the forces now to do this fight. He's not a great hero. Only 10 spell points. But he's got the 2, 3. We got double the forces. I think that we fight this fight, and I think we're going to win. Because if we can take her out now, then this whole area is secured. And if worse comes to worse, we can still fall back to the castle, and we can potentially defend it. All right, let's hope for the best. Hope for the best. Because she had 56 spell points. How much does she have now? Those were just resurrects. Those weren't resurrect trues, because we're down here, down here. Yeah. So she was wasting spell points, but she still got 30 spell points left. Interesting. This is super interesting. What a weird fight. 3 attack, 8 defense, 17 spell power. If she wants to drop 1 lightning bolt on me, I'm just cooked. Stone Skin's gonna be pretty useful. Disrupting Ray is gonna be pretty useful. I think it's gonna be 1 Disrupting Ray here. One disrupting ray here. We'll do a stone skin somewhere up here, probably on the Crusaders in a little bit. We're going to skip because they're going to come to us. Back off just a step. Well, if you're going to cast Lightning Bolt 3 more times, yeah, okay, all right. I see the problem now. I understand it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll be worth it to lose the Crusader to let the Master Swordsman get a shot off without any retaliation. Oh, you survived? You're insane. You are crazy. I am very impressed. Well done. Well done indeed. And then the Crusaders are going to get into this fight one way or the other. Let's just go into this kind of defensive position. They all had to go around. I'd love to take down Crusaders. Look how little damage I'm doing. With 7 attack skill, your 8 defense is just so much. Oh, I'm doing 20 to 30 damage on these Crusaders with 11 Rangers. I almost just want to defeat the champions. No, you got to defeat the Crusaders. There goes your entire stack of champions. I was going to use them. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Veteran pikemen are in danger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I can keep the Master Swordsman alive if I put the Crusader right here. Yep, so the pikemen go down, just get torched. We do kill one Crusader. Retaliation, one Master Swordsman. Okay, not great. Build a little wall so the Rangers stay alive. Rangers are going to be obligated to... Never mind. Rangers are going to be obligated to take out one champion, I think, though. Unless you can kill one Crusader. Even with... Let's see, good luck. Great morale, normal luck. I'm going to take the for sure damage here. Oh, and you fireball me to death. Wow. We didn't do anything this fight. We didn't do anything. I would have been so much better off just defending. I completely I misjudged how good her knowledge and spell power was. That was bad. Goodness gracious. Because, I mean, now she's got no spell power, but she's still a formidable foe. And here's the problem. The problem is this. PHIXFOX wants to trade all of his resources and do it again. Not with Kalindra, because she doesn't have the means. She doesn't have the spell power to do it. But there's a part of me that wants to hire Croto and then chase after her. She might not have... Hold on. She might not have enough spell points. No, but there's a magic well right here. So if you can defeat her today, great. You win the game. Congratulations, right? But if you lose, then you just completely ruin your economy. I've invested so much into this already. I'm going to do it. I've invested so much. PHIXFOX, are you tilting out? No. No, I'm not. Just send it. Full send. Full send. Whatever resources are remaining are going to be great. I'm going to keep a couple gems because there's all those giants. Let's keep the gems just in case. But this is going to be Croto the Warlock. Doesn't have a lot of forces, but he does have, with the Cold Ray, he's got 3 Cold Rays. Cold Rays are going to be doing 60 points of damage. 60 points of damage. You get 3 Cold Rays. That'll kill the Crusaders. That's not that many. That's not that much. Really, it's not that much. What if I split some forces and I just use him? I should really want to win this fight. Because we do still have some Rangers, I think. Yeah, we got Rangers. So we can do some ranged damage. Does she have one more lightning bolt? She had 15 spell points and then she cast the fireball for 9. So she's maybe got 1 cold ray or 2 magic arrows. Maybe 1 lightning bolt. If she's got magic arrow, if she's got cold ray. If she originated from this castle, which I don't know how it's possible because she has Dimension Door, then she has these spells, but I don't think it's guaranteed. I don't know. My brain hurts. Let me do some thinking and then we'll figure out what we do in this fight. But we've committed to this point and then we'll figure out from there. Okay. Tobal says, FixFox, are you saying when you say in your videos, are you kidding me? You don't say kitten? I totally thought you do. I always heard it that way. Maybe you're a kid too. I do say kitten. I'm like, you're kidding me, but it's close enough. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. I always do say kitten. I do. I don't know why. Somebody said it once. I had a good friend who said it that way once, and now I say it that way all the time. I guess that we're still friends. I just, maybe I should reach out to them, see how they're doing. One of those nice folks from Arizona. But yeah, I do say kitten. Yeah. H.M. Brock's in the chat. Hello, H.M. Brock. Hey, BT Dubs. You did get from Tanil a nice subscription. So, BT Dubs, check out your stuff you can do with your emotes. You got access to all the fun ones. Have fun. Great. H.M. Brock says, looking at the artifact list from Heroes of Might and Magic 2, it seems more like the color represents what sort of buff they provide. Oh, purple is magic related, red is might related, blue is miscellaneous, and gold is ultimate. Interesting. Okay. I always thought it was like levels, like tiers, but you're saying that it's related to the effect, the status effect. Now that's cool. Huh. Yeah. If I can get some confirmation on that, I would appreciate that. That'd be good. Rise to Ruin says, try not to spoil it, but going north was the first hurdle. East is the real challenge. Oh dear. Not good. Not good, because we are struggling with this northern area, aren't we? Kutsu says, it's a little overcosted, so I have no issues with computer spamming. That's related to the Disrupting Ray. We're talking about the Disrupting Ray being 7 spell points. And so in Heroes 2 Gold, when the AI spams that, you're fine with that. That makes sense. Makes sense. Spend all your mana on Disrupting Ray, please. Yes, if the computer will do that, I would be thrilled. Let them do that. Rice Druin says, BT Dubs, that white pearl is purple, or this is how Rise discovers he's colorblind. I thought it was purple, so I'm glad that we agree that it's purple. Even if we're wrong together, we still understand it. So, very good. Let me see something. Cool. All right, and then everybody's here. Perfect. For a second, I wasn't sure if stream dropped off because I was so far behind on chat. My bad. Okay. I don't know what to do. Tell you what, if you defend, you're going to lose because they're going to get full spell points. You have to defeat her here. There's just no other things. We've got a little bit more resources. I don't think that you actually want to use all your resources. I think you want to have a couple of forces left over in the castle. I think you want to have a couple forces left. Look at Ruby the Knight. Level 4. Yeah, it's still not, I don't have the resources for this, but she's actually good enough. She can maybe follow up. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep these ranged forces. We are going to figure out exactly how many resources are going to be left after this. 920. This can be 4. So what I'm going to have left over with a captain is 5 rangers. And hopefully we do enough damage here that Luna tries to attack and fails. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but let's try that out. Let's split off the veteran pikemen. Let's keep the peasants closest to the top. And let's just do the best we can with this. Is morale going to matter? Do we have room to go out of our way for morale? 1,000. Yeah, we should have enough movement points. It was closer than I'd like, but we do have enough. Okay. Jeez. She's got more spells. This is so bad. No, she's got 5 spell points left. She's just that much better than us. That's what it is. Okay, so we do have, let's see, 60 points of damage there, 30 points of damage, so you might as well do the cold ray. I think that you do want to just take out one of the Crusaders. I think you step to right here with your veteran pikemen. I don't think you attack. I think you just stay put. Keep the Rangers alive as long as possible. You gotta, let's see, you're gonna do one more cold ray here in the next moment anyway. So that is just enough damage that your next cold ray is going to defeat that whole stack. Very good. So turn your attention elsewhere. Might as well go here. Might as well. 7 dead. Good, good. Another cold ray. We're just throwing bodies at the enemy. Bless on the Master Swordsman. Don't hate it. Okay, that's no. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. We only got one more cold ray anyway, so we've kind of already done what we set out to do. Yeah, we kind of already did what we set out to do. I'm not going to attack because I do want the opportunity to run at the last second. I want the last spell. There it is. And that's going to be 2 of these Master Swordsmen. All right. Well, we did our best. The good morale just hurts. All right. And Luna, you would do me an honor if you attacked me and just lost. That's all I want you to do, because I've got to be up here. I've got to kind of play catch with this orange player. And I don't want to have to come back for you, because if I have to come back for you with your Dimension Door, I'm never going to catch you. Like, this might be game over. If Luna has Dimension Door and I can't ever catch up to her, I think you just kind of lose. With 150 spell points, I think that you just lose. So let's see what she does. I forgot that I'm outside in public. Everybody thinks I'm a crazy person now. Well, let's just kind of lean into it at this point. Folks, this feels lovely. I'm not saying that we're going to win the game at this point, but we could not have won the game if we did not win this fight. So we're going to restart just because this is going to be a beautiful thing just to enjoy. Oh, this is beautiful. Tell you what we're going to do. I'm just going to let this play out however the AI wants it to play out. At this point, all I would do is just attack. It doesn't even matter where I attack. In fact, I could even cast spells and I could make this go even better. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to hit auto combat. We're just going to watch this because this is a glorious moment. Glorious moment. Because now, even though there's no hero here to like collect the artifacts that Luna might have, I'm going to do everything I can to find this hero. I will spend whatever gold is necessary. I will start to hire heroes just to hire heroes to get them out of the way and try to find the trading card that has Luna's face on it. Whatever it takes, that's what I'm going to do at this point. So, yeah, very excited for this. Good stuff. I'm actually confused, though. How do we only lose 1 ranger here? Okay. That's how it works out. Okay, I was trying to figure out how we only lost 1 ranger, but we did. For you, sir. Artificial intelligence. Rice to Ruin says, maybe your other heroes can scrounge up some gold for another hire. We might have been able to, and I might have just missed out on that, actually. In fact, we might have done that with Halon, and I didn't even realize I had more gold. That might have been my mistake. I might have messed out on that. But heck yeah, Rice to Ruin. Folks, that was a glorious victory. That was a big moment. And from here on out, I feel like we must find... What did you find in the trees? At this point, we must find our Luna friend. Why have so many of my most recent maps revolved around the hero Luna? I don't know. I can't say. Okay. We're going to do this, though. Let's start hiring heroes. Do I want to hire them here or do I want to hire them here? I think I want to hire them here. Yeah, I want to hire them here. It's going to be Kalindra because she's already got the chain lightning. I'm just going to send her up. Luna? Nope, that's not her. And what forces can she bring to the front? I guess we could... We're out of gold. 54k gold, 5400 gold. Let's just send her to the front so she can start to explore a little bit for me. And then we're going to rehire Croto. Whoops. Rehire Croto. Level 1. Good, good. Luna. Well, that's like losing a dollar bill and finding a 50. Yeah, I just lost a George Washington dollar bill and I just found a Benjamin Franklin just now. Peacemaker the Warlock, level 16. Expert leadership, expert wisdom, advanced ballistics, basic navigation, advanced diplomacy, expert mysticism, expert logistics, and eagle eye. But look at these artifacts. What has he got in the spell book? View all. That alone, the view all would make him worthwhile, but the fact that we've still got other opportunities is just lovely. Armageddon, Mass Curse, Mass Bless, Cold Ray, Hypnotize, Summon Water Elemental. This is a big deal. And this is actually very important because this not only gives me a quality hero, but this also gives me a hero that I can then use to figure out what the enemy has. These are the spells that the enemy has. Very big, very big. Level 16, is this now my best hero? I think this might be my best hero now. Level 16? He's technically my best hero. He's better than Death Knight the Necromancer. I've got 2 quality heroes now. So Croto, I mean, I think I'm just going to let Croto go. Well, you've hired him. You might as well do something with him. But yeah, we are going to pull out the stops. We're going to hire a new hero right now. It's going to be Peacemaker, level 15. Here's one thing. Yeah, I'm still looking for Luna. I'm still going to look for Luna, but hold on. Does he actually have... No, okay, so I was going to check to see if he had Dimension Door. He does have the View Wall, though. We're going to cast that View Wall immediately. He's going to take 2 steps out just to see if there's any other hero stuff going on here. And folks, we got to cast View Wall right now. At this time, I wish that PHIXFOX had better eyesight. Oh, look at that. It's got a little bow tie, little eyes. Looks like a little skeleton or like a little demon or something. Looks like yellow's up here. Ah, red is still in this area. And then orange to the east. Orange has 2 wizard castles. There's a orange warlock castle north of that. Night castle across the way. Looks like the ocean's not really going to factor into the plans too much. Yellow's got 1, 2, 3 castles. Oh, that's actually orange. I don't think that the enemies are allied. I think that the enemies are fighting each other. Oh, there's another castle right there. Tough to see. Yeah, my eyesight is not good enough. I really need 1 additional level of zoom if I'm going to use View All very effectively. Like, for trying to find heroes, there's an orange shield here. 2 pyramids. Okay. 1, 2, 3 more heroes. So there's 3, 4 orange heroes. Maybe they're all staying away from each other. Maybe, I don't know, maybe yellow is fighting red. 1, 2, 3 red heroes, 4 heroes for red. A couple of yellow heroes around. And then I can't really tell what's on the island here. Is this like... Is that treasure? Is that Battle Garbs of Andrin? I can't quite make that out. Maybe it's Helmets of Andrin. Dragon Utopia. Or rather, Dragon City, excuse me. So there's some additional dragons there. Yeah, we've definitely got to get at least these 2 wizard castles as soon as possible. As soon as possible. And hopefully orange has exhausted some of their strength. Maybe they've had to fight yellow a little bit. It looks like they're not really in that area just yet, but we've got to take 2 castles as quickly as we can. And now we've got a second hero that can really make that go. So very good stuff. Very good stuff. Chris, we'll catch you around. Thank you so much. Yeah. Take a nice time and have a good night, and we'll catch you on the next one. Thank you so much. Ah, good stuff. Yeah, Rise to Ruin. Luna, who? Team Peacemaker all the way. I mean, this guy is super sick. Super sick. But yeah, tell you what, he's got Armageddon, doesn't he? He does not. Oh, he does. There's the Armageddon right there. So he's got Armageddon. I kind of want to get dragons as soon as possible. We talked about a dragon city right about here in the middle of the map. 1 warlock castle above the 2 wizard castles. If I can get dragons, I can start to use some serious Armageddon tactics, and that can maybe win the fight for me a little bit more. Ooh, good stuff all around. But yeah, I do want Luna. If she's got Dimension Door, then she is too good to pass up. I will continue to spend the gold to try and find her. Rai says that View All is map breaking here. I think so, because now I actually know what I'm up against. So that feels pretty excellent there. Knowing the enemy's strength, that lets me know, okay, you should try and fight them right now, because they do have 6 titans a week that they're getting, not to mention some black dragons. So you do want to fight now. So that's invaluable information. And it also tells you that they don't have like 5 or 6 castles getting titans. And so you don't need to like gather your forces. You just kind of need to go right now. So that's very good. The map image is not quite as impressive as that as Dragon Wards, but still impressive, Avatar Hero says. Avatar Hero, good decision. Yeah, being able to look at these maps with the View All spell is always very, very fun. If you go to the FHeroes2 Discord right now, by the way, you're actually going to find some really nifty stuff. There is a, I forget who it is. Who is it? Somebody's making a map, and it literally looks like the shield from Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I don't know how they're doing it. It's absolutely baffling to me, but I love it. And yeah, if you get the chance, go try and check that out. Very cool. Okay, let's see. Ranlu, I mean, we're still trying to play catch up. I don't think we're going to catch up anytime soon. I'm going to use this time to let Peacemaker get as strong as possible. There is experience, there's +1 in levels, there is stuff that Peacemaker can do. We're going to try and get Peacemaker fairly strong, because Peacemaker is going to be a quality hero. Let's give them the space and the time. Let's not send them to the front immediately. because we still have a very good Death Knight hero that can do a lot of work there. But let's get that hero as quality as possible, and then we'll figure out where to go from there. Artifacts, good. We are out of gold. We're not going to try and hire another hero today. Let's end turn. Let's see what Orange does. Orange... I kind of need this. I kind of need this. Ooh, I kind of need this. Ah! Heroes map already has that. Roman says the map is shaped as the Heroes 2 shield. Yeah, the Heroes map, I remember playing the Heroes map as Necromancer, funny enough, now that you mention it. And it turned into a really good playthrough. It was the playthrough I did where there was no camera. It was just meant to be to help you sleep. I tried to channel my inner Noro. If you know Noro, who does Heroes Might and Magic 3 and Heroes Might and Magic 2, they've got a lovely speaking voice. I really appreciate getting the chance to hear them play Heroes Might and Magic. And yeah, that map does also use the shield, but this new one actually looks even better. Like, that one looked excellent. This one looks even better, if you can believe that. So if you're interested, go check that out. You can find that on the FHeroes2 map making community section, I believe right now. Maybe not. It's not completed. The map's not completed, but somebody posted their screenshot of their work in progress, and it looks really good. Glendra's gonna head on up. Yeah, I do just want her to hopefully find, actually, Magic Well. I'm gonna have her go out of her way just to grab this Magic Well real quick. She needed the full spell point. She'd cast her Chain Lightning before last time. And we're not gonna be able to reach in time. I kind of hope that the enemy turns around and tries to fight me, because I'm strong enough to beat Dimitri, and I just don't want him to take all my gold and stuff. I don't think I can stop it, though. It's day 6. We're gonna wait here with Halon. That's his job at the moment. And Darlena is kind of wasting time. Not doing much. Okay, let's re-roll a couple heroes. Let's do Zam. Luna? Nope, Rebecca. It's a sorceress, though. That's kind of close. And then let's do a Dismiss. Rebecca. Let's hope we don't see Zam again. Jacqueline. Okay, good, but not great. Feels kind of weird that this is a mechanic that can actually be effective for you. But it works. Roxana, she's back. I feel bad. It's almost as if she heard me say that and she's like, "Oh, nobody really wants my help." And it's like, no, it's not that I don't want your help. It's just that there's other things I'd prefer to do. Aha! Orange turns tail and runs. Perfect. So they cleared out the Guardians for me, and I can defeat them before they run away. With my 8 Bone Dragons, I should be perfectly fine. Very good. Very good. Rise Ruin says, hint, Black Dragons may beat a Titan any day, but ultimately, artifacts come a long way. Oh. Oh, there's a Sphere of Negation on the map. Gotcha. So no spell casting at all. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't possibly tell you exactly what you mean by that, but a hint is what I'm hearing. All right, folks, it's time to fight this fight. It's going to be our Death Knight hero with 10 attack, 6 defense, 8 spell power, 13 knowledge. We got 8 bone dragons, 130 skeletons, the mutant zombies, the royal mummies. We got the power liches just for the speed bonus. We got 3 artifact slots open. We've still got a secondary skill open for logistics, I hope. Let's see how this goes. Says we lose. Crud. I think that spells are going to matter an awful lot here because Dimitri has 5 attack, 8 defense. So as far as like combat stats, we're fairly even. The blood morale and the Irish luck is despicable. I do not love that. What we can do, we can kill 1 Titan with every chain lightning if we wanted to. We can summon 24 water elementals at a time. I don't think that the water elementals are going to be as good because they're going to take way too long to get down the battlefield. Way too long? Way too long is maybe overkill. They're going to take 2 turns to get down the battlefield. In the meantime, you can take out 1 Titan at a time. You can cast Chain Lightning here, this turn, take out 1 Titan. Next Chain Lightning, if you go here, it's actually going to be kind of bad because you're going to lose some damage from the Steel Golems. It's just really this stack of Titans and a little bit of damage from these Arc Magi is the concern here. I feel like this is the best bet at the moment. It's going to take out a quarter of the rocks, half of the rocks. 320, call it 160. That's 4 rocks. So 1 Titan, 4 rocks, pretty much all the halflings, and then just chip damage onto these other heroes, other forces rather. Alternatives. What are the alternatives? We could always do a haste. If you hasted the bone dragons, they're not going to be faster than the Titans. I think that bone dragons are probably going to take the majority of the damage here. 20 attack, 15 defense. You get 1 chain lightning before your bone dragons are in the Titan's face. I think that you want the chain lightning. I just don't see a better option here. I think you can go chain lightning, and then I think you might start to summon water elementals. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, 1 Titan, 4 of the rocks, all the halflings, so on and so forth. There's 280 hit points there. Somebody's got to deal with the Archmagi. It's going to be a bless. Oh, blessed luck. Ah! Blessed lucked Titans did 450 damage. That was bad. That was really bad. Okay. Well, you're gonna lose some bone dragons. Can't help it. Well, that's nice anyway. So 1 Titan goes down, 2 more bone dragons in retaliation. We will see if we can save any amount of these bone dragons. They might be just committed to this fight. And again, I think we're gonna win, but ouch. Ouch. I am gonna summon the water elementals because they can deal with a lot of these other forces. Titans are gonna get to go. What do they do? Ooh. Folks, the Irish luck and the blood morale is doing work for our enemy here. The 8 bone dragon stack has disintegrated. Absolutely turned to dust and just poof, gone into the wind. Ooh, not good. And now the Titans are completely covered up. So the skeletons are going to be able to attack the rocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to have to haste the water elementals so they can get into the Titans this next turn. Let's do 3 bits of damage because of course we can. I thought that I'd have the skeletons be able to clear out the rocks so the water elementals could get in. Looks like that's not going to happen. You left a space for me. Now that's interesting. I think that's a silly mistake, but I will take it because now the water elementals are going to go right there. What just happened is this: between the good luck and the good morale, the AI recognized that it's now definitely winning, and so it's gone from a defensive position into an offensive position. The morale and luck swung the fight that much, which is kind of crazy. I'm going to take this retaliation from the Titans with the 2 skeletons. Hey, good luck. Woohoo. Bada bing. All right, at least everybody's lucky. I mean, if that's what we're doing, if everybody's going to be lucky, then okay, fine, sure, whatever. But it feels really bad if they're all getting good luck and you're not. From here on out, let's see, 31 spell points. It's just going to be tons and tons of spell casting from here on out. Oh, sure. I'll hurt my own water elemental. Steel skin onto the Titans. Let's see you dodge a wrench. 200 spell points damage from that. 18 water elementals are only doing 21 to 50 damage. My word. Tell you what, you can't really do your... Not what I meant to do. It's okay. It's fine. We're okay. We're okay. Don't panic. The rocks are going to step in front. That doesn't feel good. I'm guessing that Dimitri has archery. And because he's got archery... Oh, the rocks just skipped their turn? That is the most baffling decision I think I've ever seen the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 FHeroes2 AI ever do. The rocks not only skipped their turn, but they didn't skip their turn in a defensive position. You will sometimes see them skip their turn if their job is to defend their shooters. There's no reason whatsoever. There's no reason whatsoever to let the rocks do nothing. That was weird. I've never seen that before. Never seen that before. Oh, all right. Well, our damage is very minimal in the melee. So you might as well just win this battle through sheer spellcaster damage. This is actually important. I kind of want to keep the mutant zombies alive because I need to make sure that I have at least some forces left over by the end of this fight. And it can't be the water elementals. And I'm worried that the royal mummies are going to start to get targeted down a little bit here. Let's go here. Jeez, we can't do anything. How much damage did the Titans do? Titans did 132 damage, 6 mutant zombies. We got 11 left. Okay, that's fine. We will finish off steel golems. Yep, there goes the damage there. Ooh, you see what I'm saying though? Got to keep the royal mummies alive. You have to keep the royal mummies alive. There's 450 points of damage here. I don't have a good way of handling this fight. I really needed the mutant zombie stack to stay alive because I think that the lightning bolt did 262. 9 creatures goes down. If they, I mean, I can't lose this hero. They would be just fine with losing this hero. They got one more lightning bolt. Not good. Not good. I don't have like animate dead. Summoning more water elementals. I don't know if the enemy is going to perceive 24 water elementals as a bigger threat than the royal mummies. I think that the AI is going to be smart enough to be like, hey, wait a second. If these royal mummies die, you kind of lose the game, right? I think that they're going to say that. Could be wrong, though. You've still got 12 spell points. What are you going to do with it? Dang it! So here's the deal. Even if you win the fight, you lose. Because then you lose the hero and you lose the artifacts. And so this is a lose-lose situation. This is a lose-lose situation. I am obligated to cast one final spell that's going to do less than 400 damage, but more than 99. And quit the field and let this guy live with one Titan. I have to. There's nothing else I can do. I identified that you had to keep the mutant zombie stack alive, and he got the good morale. And the lightning bolt damage was just enough. It's crazy. Crazy. And you must run, otherwise you lose this hero. Look, I can surrender for the price of 1 gold. Do you think I should do it? Sure. Let me throw the coin at your face as I depart in shame. My goodness. Death Knight surrenders to the enemy and departs in shame. 1 Titan remains. That hurts on so many levels. That hurts on so many levels. Wow. Wow. Roman says, question to the chat. I remember a glitched map where Ore was producing Mercury. Have you seen it too, or is it just my copy? The basic Heroes 2. Maybe Lost Continent next to the Necro starting castle? I don't know. That's a good question. Good question. Oh, and Roman, the question is also, what happens if you win a fight with only summoned elementals remaining? I think you just lose. I think that both heroes disappear from the map. You win the fight, but you lose the hero. Yeah, so we had to run. Had to run. Rise to Run says a niche way to use that to your advantage is to run if both you and your opponent have summoned creatures. You can rehire your hero, but they can't. That is cool. I had no idea. What an interesting use case there. I did not even think about that, Rise to Run. Very fun. Yeah, because the first person to run then is the winner. Very nifty. Am I messing with my car? Okay. I heard a car door slam, and I've got 1 car in the parking lot, and it's mine. So I was like, wait a second. Hold on. Don't want kids to, like, hotbox my car or something. Okay. So, oh, and Sandra the Peasant Killer's in the chat. Hello, Sandra the Peasant Killer. Nice to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure to have you here. Yo, mister, how you doing? OMG, hope I didn't miss that continuation of my map somehow, because yesterday got a nasty outage in my area. In case you already did it, though, I was already there. No, we have not completed your Heroes 4 map. Today, as you can see, I am outside because my library is actually closed, so I don't have my full setup with my double monitors, so I can't possibly play Heroes 4 right now with only 1 monitor. I have to have 2s for chat. So I didn't do Heroes 4 yet, but your map is still in the works. Still a lot to go, I think. I think that I still probably got like 8 hours left. It's a lot of map. There's a lot of map there in that Heroes 4 game, but kind of interesting. Fun there. What if you surrender for 1 gold? Well, I'm going to hire him back. That's what I'm going to do. There he is. All right, well, let's do this. For 1 skeleton. Oh, by surrendering, we get 1 tier 1 creature back. That's interesting. By surrendering, we get the 1 tier 1 creature back. Very cool. Well, he's going to stay there overnight. And Peacemaker, I don't know. I'm still going to devote Peacekeeper to picking up stats. +1 here. Death Wave could be very useful. I don't know if he's got that yet. So here. And here. And we will plan on leaving here first thing in the morning. So here and here. Alrighty, no worries. Okay, all right, done the best we could. After our hero, haha, so you used the library Wi-Fi, but it's closed. Brilliant, love it, smart. I'm currently on a, there's lots of different like little kind of park benches, and I picked one up and I drug it over here. I'm currently plugged into their wall. So rule number 1 in life is don't record yourself doing something illegal. I don't think that what I'm doing is illegal here, because they're just fine with me plugging in my laptop usually when the library is open. But if the library is closed right now, is it illegal for me to be plugged into their electricity? Technically, maybe. I don't know what judge would convict me of that, though. PHIXFOX, go to jail. Your Honor, not again. Again? That would be some real PHIXFOX lore right there. If PHIXFOX had been to jail before and this is how you all find out. Huh. No, I'm sorry, I've not been to jail. Not as a person being put in jail. I have been to jail as part of my job duties, but never as a person of interest. How about that? And never do I plan on it. It's occasionally a thing where, so my local social media, Facebook and stuff, local departments, counties and sheriff's departments and stuff, they will occasionally post their police blotters, and they will occasionally post the mugshots for people with crimes, and they do it sort of like as a public record sort of a deal, and maybe they do it for some level of, I don't know, call it trying to dissuade people, discourage them from committing crimes in the future. Whatever the case is, you'll occasionally see mugshots for people for DUI, driving under the influence, or for any number of things, right? And I don't plan on ever being on those mugshots, but there's a lot of different ways that you can commit a crime and get sent to jail. Are you aware of how many different ways you can potentially commit a crime and get put in jail? It's a lot. It's more than I care to think about, because it's so many, so many. And I'm very scared, actually, because I might be committing a crime right now and I don't even realize it. Okay, I don't know the best thing to do. On the one hand, I'd love to pick up a new hero or two to pick up Luna. On the other hand, we mentioned trying to get over here and getting these Titans. We need to get these Titans as soon as possible. I think that we just got to purchase whatever bone dragons we can. Liches, no. Unless you upgrade them to power liches, you can't. So leave them for now. We will take the very best troops, though. It might be time. Nope, vampire lords are too far away. Trading all those resources to defeat Luna a while ago was good, but kind of hurt. If I purchase the vampires here, do you want to pay the cost? It's like 500 gold up to 750 to upgrade them. Do you want to pay 500 gold per vampire just to upgrade them later? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Yeah, and that just logistically makes it kind of tough, because now, sure, you've got 2 stacks of vampires, but you want them to be vampire lords if you're going to take them. So, trading post. We got 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 marketplaces, so you actually don't want to trade. You don't want to trade in the marketplace on the adventure map. You just want to trade here in your towns. I feel stuck. I feel really stuck. Tell you what, let's pick up some gems, and then we'll hope we get gems. We don't. We get 500 gold, and then we'll figure out where this goes from here. But I know I want to move forward towards victory. I just don't know if we have the ability right now. Trade for 2 crystal right now. It is 26 vampires or 18, so you definitely want to purchase them in the other town. So let's do this. There's not a lot of forces we can pick up here. Let's pick up everybody from Blackridge, which is the town that's furthest away from our main objective. We'll bring all the troops that are not going to hurt us later to try and upgrade. We'll go to here. We do have Maximus, or rather Death Knight, who's not too far away. They could purchase their Bone Dragons. They could purchase the Power Liches. I'm going to wait on the Power Liches, and I'm going to wait here overnight just so I can try and get the Vampire Lords. I am going to purchase 1 6-speed Power Lich so we can get a little bit faster. Kalindra's actually got to get back, I think. No, Kalindra's not a bad scout because she's got the speed. Let's actually have Croto do that. So Kalindra's going up. Or down, I guess. I guess she's going down. Croto is going to grab this really quickly. Be ready to do a little bit of a handoff for me. Maximus is waiting. Death Knight is waiting. And I'm still going for this Dimitri character. I know he just picked up like 16 to 20 Medusa. He picked up a bunch of Medusa. I still think I win because he's got no spell points. In fact, if he's smart, he's going to clear all this out and then just eat the losses. That's what I would do anyway. Will the AI do that? I don't know. How many was it? 16, 17, 18, 19, 18 or so of the Medusa. No real spell points. Okay, Halon is in no man's land. 1,000 gold. Gems? Gold. Rats. Okay, on to a new day. Yep, he's going to clear out all this gold. Dang it. That's a lot of resources just lost. But we're going to pick up the mansion now, and we're going to send as many of these Vampire Lords as possible. 16. It's not all of them. I'm not going to trade for more, though. Let's see if we can find more gold from anybody else. Kalindra is going to pick up a little bit of sulfur. Maybe she can even entice Dimitri to go after her. Maybe not, though. 5 gems. Very good. I think he's going to clear all this out. How much gold are we going to lose there? So sad. Up the road we go. Halon's heading up as well. And then let's do this. We didn't find any more gold, so... Oh, we purchased all the Vampire Lords, but we didn't purchase the Bone Dragons. How far can Croto go next turn? That's maybe my question. You can go up to right about here. Okay, so Peacemaker can go very far. Peacemaker can go to there, and we're still not going to lose anything. Because we're going to just be able to hero chain from here to there. Okay. I didn't even realize that Croto could reach that far. That's a long way for Croto to go. Oh, wait. No, he's got to go 1 day's worth. He can go to there. So here? Okay. Yeah, and first thing in the morning, we will set off with all these troops. We'll do this quick little exchange. Peacemaker's got to go 1 step closer. Then we'll be good to go. What's going to happen here? Are we going to have a little bit of a showdown? Or is Dimitri going to soak up all the gold? You let me know. Oh, he's going to run. Perfect. That saves a lot of gold. Very good. Very good. Okay. Whew. Breathe. Breathe. It's okay. Sometimes, even though I'm outside, I mentioned I've lost all sense of spatial awareness. Like I'm just out here having a nice time. But I'm also like focused on the game. And so like I yelled maniacally like a mad person a little bit ago. Crazy, I can't reach him. And yeah, I just went wild and crazy. It seems to me that losing sense of space and time is not too bad of a deal, but I'm definitely getting really focused in on the game, and that means that it's not necessarily like a light, happy, therapeutic experience like we might have otherwise been hoping for. But that's okay. It's still good. It's still good. It's still good. Bone Dragons. We got 6k gold because we picked up tons of gold there. There's 26 vampires. Let's see. Shoot. Do you take them? Upgrade? No. No upgrade. 400 gold left. That was all the gold we have. Let's do our little swap here. And Peacekeeper is coming. Oh boy. Oh buddy. I should have swapped the artifacts over too. I should have swapped the artifacts over because Peacekeeper is the guy now. Oh, I wish I could have that one back. But you can't. You can't have that one back. So here's what you can do. Leave everything that's not necessary. So we're going to leave behind the Enchanted Hourglass, Endless Bag of Gold. We're going to keep the Ankh because that could be useful. Elemental Ring is actually super useful because we did pick up lots of summoning spells. Snake Ring, get rid of it. Skull Cap, actually that's kind of good. I'm going to get rid of the Telescope though. We got View All. What need do I have for anything else? We're going to have only undead forces, so get rid of the morale. And the +1 to the defense. Definitely keep your 2 sets of boots. We'll keep the Ankh just kind of as a maybe. We don't really have a lot of great artifacts here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots. I don't want to let go of the defense so I can pull something else out of my hat later. Okay, here's the question. How far can Croto go? If I'm going to go in this direction, I can only get to like right about there. Oh goodness, he is so slow. Right about there. So if I want to get those artifacts back, I can only go right about here. And I do. I want the artifacts, but this is going to cost me, it looks like, 1,300 movement points. That's okay, I suppose, because we're going to clear all this out and then we're going to head on our way. Dimitri was too far away. We couldn't have reached him anyway. I don't love this, but this will work. And Pig's Eye is safe. And our backline is safe. Okay. Soon we're going to bring up more Vampire Lords. For now, this is the direction we go. Where do you keep coming from? What did I just say? I just said that we were safe back here. I just said that at least Dimitri wasn't taking Pig's Eye. Oh my gosh. Disaster. That went from everything is a-okay to, dude, we are donezo. There's nothing I can do. There is nothing I can do. View all. So orange, I guess orange has left red alone. So maybe they're allied. They must be allied if that's the case. Wow, this feels like a tough scenario. I'm liking this, but I don't know if this is the one. If the enemy has Dimension Door and we don't, I don't know how this is going to bode for us, folks. Death Knight is going to have to keep some good artifacts behind. Have to, because we got enemies coming up the other way. I think you definitely want Titans over the undead forces. There's no question about that. So you still want to send the bulk of your forces with Croto to give these artifacts over, but goodness, not good. This is not good at all. Okay, let me just check this real quick. Do we have any spells that the Ankh is going to impact? Currently, yes, because we got the Animate Dead, so the Ankh is going to be super useful. Okay, we got the Ankh, we got Animate Dead. We're good, we're fine. But there's no sense in me going back because this Dimension Dooring enemy is just going to be all over me. I can't stop him. I'm not going to waste any resources trying to defend that Night Castle because it just doesn't feel to be any use of that. Huh, really bad. Oh, we don't have Necromancy. We don't have Necromancy, so we don't get any forces back. Very interesting. Okay. Oof. Oof. Okay. All right. Rice Ruin says, what? There was no troops on the higher screen. The skeleton showed up after you hired him? Rice to Ruin? Okay, so we had to run away with Death Knight, and so he didn't have any forces available until after? Is that what you're telling me? It wasn't until after we hired him that he picked up one free skeleton, so he had some forces? That is a very interesting prospect there. Huh. Okay. Yeah, we were asking the question of like, well, how's this work? Like, what's going to happen here? I guess that's kind of our answer, huh? So it's not until after, but you do get the troops back. Cool. That's very cool. Oh, you plan to do it offline? Well, Sandra the Peasant Killer, do I plan on doing your Heroes of Might and Magic 4 map offline? I don't know. I was going to try and finish it off today, but because I'm at the library and I only have the one monitor, I can't do it today, so we're doing Heroes 2. But I also don't want you to wait 3 weeks. We'll see. I don't know. I honestly don't have an answer for you, so I apologize for the delay. I wish I had the perfect answer for you. I just don't at the moment, so I crave your pardon. I crave your patience, but yeah, I will look to finish that map as soon as possible because it's a good looking map. I do wonder for your Heroes Might and Magic 4 map, how I'm going to get underground to hire that really awesome hero. It seems like that is kind of where the map is building towards me as like a alternative objective, like not a required objective, but it still feels like it's going to be very useful for me to do, to pick up that crazy hero that's legends have spoken of. I don't know. I'm going to have to try and figure out when I can get the scenario completed because there's a lot of intrigue there and I really want to do it justice. I think that there's a problem that PHIXFOX runs into where I get a certain level of paralysis, folks. I got some really good advice from somebody who I really appreciate and who's expert in the field. And they indicated, dude, just try stuff. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. Like, put stuff out there and ultimately you will figure out over time if something works or doesn't work. Like basically they were saying F around and find out. And it's better to try stuff and maybe have it be like slightly less quality because you were trying something than to do nothing at all. But then they also mentioned, hey, the number one thing that they would recommend is just to do as high quality of anything as possible. Whether it's a stream or whether it's a video or a secondary video or a post or whatever, if it's quality, if it's high quality, then it's worth people's times. And if it's worth people's times, then they're going to show up. So, I just lost the scenario. I just lost the scenario. I just gave over Pig's Eye for free. Did you see that? Oh, devastating. I was too busy talking. So, in case you missed it, here's what happened. So Dimitri, with like 1 Titan and like 16 of the Medusa, just wandered into Pig's Eye, and they just hit a massive resupply because there was 8, 9. How far are we in? Month 3, week 1? 10 weeks worth of creatures. And while I completely believe that I can defeat these forces, I can defeat them, I needed these forces to fuel this forward progress. I had it in my mind, hey, I'm going to come back and I'm going to like hire a couple giants and I'm going to defend this castle because it's not going to be tough to defend. But I didn't, and now the enemy has taken the castle for free, and they have taken all those forces that were going to be used to fuel this push into the wizard's territory. He was right here. He took 4 steps in. Crazy. Oh, that hurts. That hurts so bad. And there's nothing you can do. He's already purchased the forces, so I can't, even if I could reach right now, it wouldn't matter. Wow, that's bad. That is bad. Okay. Alrighty. There you go. Let me get caught up in chat, and that'll give me some time to like calm down, don't tilt, figure it out. We'll get through this. We always do. Boyster says, I was once arrested and released 30 minutes later when the police realized they got the wrong guy with the same name. That's crazy. So mistaken identity, and it was the right name but the wrong guy. So they might have like yelled at you and be like, hey, you, and you turned and looked and they're like, yep, that's the guy. Wow. Okay, but it was 30 minutes. It only took 30 minutes to kind of get that figured out. I am amazed it only took 30 minutes. Boyster, I thought that would take like a meaningful amount of time because the way I would think about it is they say, well, this is you. You have a warrant out for your arrest in this name. Like, and you're saying, no, I don't. And they're saying, funny story. Yeah, you do. Interesting. It only took 30 minutes. That is a very effective and courteous police force. Very cool. And so now you get to tell people that you were once arrested, and then they get to say, do tell the story. And you get to say, oh, it was all a big misunderstanding, but you get to really kind of get that shock value when you tell the story. That's cool. I like that. That's funny. Roman says, visiting people in jail is a very Christian thing to do according to the Bible. So going to jail is just encouraging people to do good deeds. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. You're just going in there to have church with everybody else. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Assuming that you just got to share one good Christian principle and you're all good to go. Rise to Ruin says, did you know it's possible to get out of jury duty by saying you don't believe in the justice system? It disqualifies you for any case, but it also is illegal to say that if you don't believe it, and you can get in big trouble. So for all the people that don't know, so I mean, I know how it works in the United States. Yeah, jury duty is like a civic duty, and you need to be willing to sit on a panel as peers for whatever crime is brought before you. And then if people want to be tried in a trial by a jury of their peers, then they have to have enough people to say yes, guilty, no, guilty. And the standard of evidence is different depending on whether it's a civic case or whether it's a criminal case. A criminal trial, you need to have beyond a shadow of a doubt is kind of the burden of proof. Civic cases, not so much. My favorite is preponderance of the evidence. That is for the cases that I do where it's like juvenile probation, right? I just have to have a preponderance of the evidence, basically more likely than not that what I say occurred. And the judge is like, yep, you're already on probation for a reason. Here it is. But different levels of evidence, burdens of evidence and burdens of truth. And because for criminal trials, the burden of proof is so high, that's why you often get like hung juries where juries don't agree. And there's like one person that says, nope, I don't believe that they're guilty, even though everybody else says they're guilty. There's always weird stuff going on if it's people being tried in a very highly politicized case. I don't know how, for example, you would ever get a jury of peers together for like the O.J. Simpson trial, which was very highly publicized, because everybody knows O.J., right? And so everybody already has a preconceived notion or opinion of this person going into the trial that could steer how they feel about it one way or the other. You picking a jury and jury selection is very tough. And a lot of people don't want to do jury duty. And then if you don't want to do jury duty, then you're doing what Rise to Ruin is saying, and you're saying, how do I get out of jury duty? The other one I've heard is just pretend like you're very, very racist. I don't know if I'd be comfortable doing that. I think it's much better. I like your way. Your Honor, I just don't believe in the justice system. And he goes, okay, thanks. Have a nice day. Bye. Yeah. Just as long as you don't end up in the jail, you're fine. Roman says, well, my friend tried to avoid being qualified for military service by saying that in case of war, he will immediately join enemies. He had some troubles and eventually was still qualified. Really? Even after all that, I wonder if they realized that he was just trying to get through it. Interesting. I don't know. I feel like there's more details there. More details than I know about. And Roman continues and says, good that it was 30 minutes. Discovering such a mistake after 30 years will make some people feel awkward. I think that I've heard stories about people who are released from prison, they are later vindicated, DNA evidence comes out and they couldn't have possibly done it. Or the person with a guilty conscience says, yeah, I lied. My testimony was inaccurate. And they come back later. I think that the compensation that people get for losing 15 to 30 years of their lives is actually not that much. Like, congratulations. I think I've somewhere in the realm of like $1 million. The city is like, hey, sorry, here you go. Best of luck restarting your life. I think that 15 to 30 years is worth way more than $1 million, but what do I know? It's all taxpayer money, so, probably want to be smart with that. Boyster says it was just time of them driving me to the station, processing the documents to discover the wrong date of birth and other personal data, and then driving me home. At least you got a cool ride. I'll bet that they were super cool with you on the ride home, Boyster. I'll bet that they were like, hey man, so do you like sports? And you were like, a little, I guess. You're like, hey, do you want to go get ice cream? You're like, yes, I do. I do want to go get ice cream. I wonder how that drive home was, if they were being real cool with you or not. Rice says, speaking of artifacts, I do wonder how many obelisks are on this map. No shame in reloading 3 months in. Roman agrees. Yeah, I think that we have to reload because we've already got enough problems to deal with over here. Folks, we've already got enough problems. The fact that the enemy left doesn't change the fact that we got problems. By the way, so we did defeat Luna, who had the Dimension Door. But it's clear to me that there's a castle somewhere up here that has Dimension Door. If there's multiple heroes that are just Dimension Dooring all over the place, and I don't have Dimension Door, this could be an absolutely epic PHIXFOX'S fight. So, Dimitri, I know that you thought that you were going to pick up 15 Titans and 24 Arc Magi and 28 Rocks and the Halflings and the Boars and the Steel Golems. PHIXFOX is going to break his rule. He's going to consider this scenario a loss, but in order to continue to enjoy the playthrough, given that we are 4 hours into this playthrough, I am going to do the reload. We are going to do our time travel back in time, and we're going to pick up the Giants. We're not going to reload again. And so therefore, I think that we best trade for all these resources. We're going to keep the precious resources, but an extra 3K. Do we have a captain's quarters? We do have a captain's quarters. He does not have many spell points. Dimitri does not have many spell points. Let's just check real quick. Identify 17 out of 50 spell points. He's got some spell points. We don't have a left turret, right turret, or emote. Do you want Archmagi? Do you want... I think that the Giants are just your best... I think that they're just your best force. I think you want to do it like this, though. Boop. Medusa or 4-speed. So you want your Giants first so that the Medusa stacks kind of go a little bit. And then you want your rocks to go sit on the one Titan so that the Giants can run up with a little bit of cover fire. Yeah. 6 Giants, 2 rocks. We're even going to throw in 1 Archmagi just in case the enemy casts like a buffing spell. And then maybe we can get rid of that buffing spell. Like so. Get rid of the buffing spell because 20% chance to dispel beneficial spells. Okay. Says we lose still. I don't think that they're wrong here. I think that we might... Jeez. Hold on. You got 1 more of those? He's got 1 more lightning bolt. He's got 1 more lightning bolt. He's got 1 more lightning bolt. I didn't realize he was doing 300 points of damage with the lightning bolts. I thought he was doing like 200 or something, like a giant or so, but 16 Medusa? And the rocks, I outfoxed myself. Well, we're not going to reload again. We're just going to suffer. Yeah, we're just going to suffer because I don't even think... I'm glad that we spent the resources, but I don't think that we can actually get enough forces to deal with 600 damage worth of lightning bolts. That's just cheeky. Did you see that? He's waiting. He's not even using the rest of the lightning bolts because he doesn't need to. Doesn't even need to. Crazy. All right. Well, this fight's a loss. There's nothing I can do to make it better. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Alrighty. Orange does still run. We can track this guy down. We are going to track this guy down. Buddy, you got a lot of spell points. I've got the Ankh. And even though I've got this huge force to fight now, 26 Vampire Lords, 300 points of damage though. 300 points of damage. I think that we have to fight this fight just to see if we can win this. I actually don't know. I'm not as confident that we can even win this as I once was. Go to here. If we can, I do want Ranlu to get up to Peacemaker for the resupply. Don't tilt. Don't tilt. Don't panic. Ha, I never panic. I'm panicking. 60 spell points. That's so many lightning bolts. So many lightning bolts. Okay, let's see how this goes. He had 1 Titan left. He had 1 Titan and we couldn't finish the job because he got good morale and he took out the final mutant zombies. And so we had to run. At this point... Oh, jeez. This is a comedy of errors. You can laugh or you can cry. I'm definitely laughing at this point. Okay, all right, let's win. So we're going to put on these bone dragons here. We got the forces. We're going to want to leave slots for artifacts. Let's get rid of the boots for the moment. Let's get rid of the skull cap. I don't think that the skull cap is going to make any difference at all in this fight. And even the spell power could be useful, but we're going to get rid of everything. We're going to hope that we can go through this fight just with what we have here and pick up tons of artifacts. Enemy has surrendered. We can't let them surrender. They cannot be allowed to surrender. Where's the Titan? The Titan is in the garrison. So if we win this fight, they just lose the 1 Titan. That makes sense, actually. Okay. Alrighty, folks. So, Dimitri the Knight is back. 5 attack, 8 defense, 8 spell power, 6 knowledge, blood, morale, Irish luck. Okay. Alright. We got 9 attack, 9 defense, 16 spell power, 10 knowledge, great morale, good luck. Okay. I got Animate Dead for 1600 HP. That's going to be my main play, is trying to use the Animate Dead very, very effectively. We are going to eat tons of damage from lightning bolts. I don't actually know if he's going to lightning bolt the Bone Dragon or if he's going to go for the Power Liches. I got a feeling he's going to go for the Power Liches. In order to stay ahead of the damage a little bit, I feel like I need to wait on my spell. I'd like to cast like a haste here. I think I just need to wait on my spell. What are you going to cast? Mass Haste. I don't hate that spell, actually. I really don't. Good luck on the rocks. Yeah, they can't really get through the Bone Dragons there. I'm going to use the Vampire Lords to do damage to the Giants. That means I'm going to try and keep these Power Liches alive. 8 speed. Yeah, you're going to be super fast. I don't really have a mass slow. We're going to do this summon Fire Elemental for 48. 48 Fire Elementals. That's going to hold up the Giants there. Bone Dragons are going to go deal with Archmagi. Good morale, or rather good luck from the Giants. Don't care. We kill all of the Archmagi? Most of them. That's pretty good. Yeah, and these troops are going to be super valuable. Okay, and there's... The haste is not great, but so long as we've got the Animate Deads, I'm not really going to mind. I'm going to wait on the Animate Dead until the end of this fight. I'm worried that the... Not the end of the fight, but the end of this round. Because I think that the Medusa can and will get up there. Bone Dragons. Oof. 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 Petrify? Good. No Petrify. Good. As long as the Vampire Lords stay healthy, I'm really not going to have any worries here. I don't really want to lose the mummies. I'm going to move them up. And down. And over. Let's bring all the Bone Dragons back so they can do tons of damage. Here, 4 to 6. With the good luck. Feels kind of nice. And I don't know. I think you could definitely say that the Fire Elementals would be best attacking the Medusa. I don't think you'd be wrong if you supposed that anyway. Do I mind if the rocks go? Yeah, rocks could accidentally take a retaliation somewhere. I don't want them to. Power Liches are mostly gone. We might lose one Bone Dragon in this fight. Yeah, there's one Bone Dragon there. We will see if we can prevent the losses. But let's Animate Dead right now just in case. And what I want to do is I actually want to focus on one of these creatures and then blind them. That's really what I want to do, is I want to focus down one of the creatures. I want to blind the stack or paralyze, and then I can make sure all my forces are back up to full and then do damage. So there's 35 HP, 35 HP. There's less HP on the Medusa. Let's go fight the Medusa. 15 down to 11. 11 down to, call it 9. Yep, down to 9. 4 to 6. Good losses. We've already cast our spell this round. Let's get out of the Medusas. They're the slower creature anyway, and you can still blind the Steel Golems. I'm gonna wait with all the rest of these creatures. We're gonna do the blind. We're just gonna blind lock them down. Do you not have blind? You don't have blind? Why don't you have blind? Excusez-moi? You don't have blind? What are you, insane? How are you supposed to fight this fight without blind? We can dispel magic, and we can get the haste off of you so that our creatures can go. Let's see. That means we're going to basically lose one Bone Dragon? Yeah. Okay, for one Bone Dragon lost, we're going to do this. So we just do the... Where is it? Not the cure. We're not trying to cure our enemies. We're going to do the dispel. It's going to take them from, what, 5-speed creatures down to 3-speed creatures. That means all my forces are going to go. We are going to skip on the Power Liches because I don't want to blast my own Bone Dragons. We'll do 4 to 5 here with the Vampire Lords. Yeah, Royal Mummies will get in the fight a little bit. Fire Elementals. And with 9 Steel Golems left, it's going to cost us 1 Bone Dragon. But again, the loss wasn't... The problem wasn't that we could fight and win this fight. I knew I was going to win this fight. The problem is that it felt like I really needed these Giants and Archmagi and stuff to fight the Eastern Front. So that part feels kind of bad. Oh, Hypnotize would have worked Rise to Ruin. Would it have? I don't know if we had enough spell power to get the whole stack. But anyway, folks, 6K experience and maybe Maybe. Most importantly, artifacts. Here we go. White Pearl, Fire Cloak, Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod's actually a big deal. 50% bonus damage to our chain lightning. That's a big deal. Mage's Ring of Power, good for it. And it looks like we're actually going to get through all of the artifacts that he had on there. So not too bad. Not a bad haul. Very happy for that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, and Santa the Peasant Killer, my man, no problem. Take your time. Wish you good luck on it. No, you didn't miss it. So wonderful. Yep. Looking forward to getting it finished up later. And we will catch you. And thanks for being here for this stream. Thank you. Let's see. Borgeser continues with his story. They were mostly embarrassed to the point that they contacted the road patrol as a different department to drive you home. They were so embarrassed. They were like, oh, we got the wrong guy. Let's hope that nobody realizes it was us. But number plates and models of all the cover speed radar vehicles in your city at the time. Cool. Okay, so the undercover vehicles, you got to figure out which ones were which. So it wasn't a wasted amount of time. It was still good time. Happy to hear that. And honestly, Borgeser continues, as a poll, the idea of a group of people without any meaningful knowledge of law deciding about someone being guilty is kind of weird. Not to depreciate the judicial system, just to show cultural and societal differences. Yeah, no, I think that that's a really good point. Like, because, heck, I feel like you need to pass a test in order to vote. I feel like you need to have a basic understanding of the issues at hand in order to be able to vote. But that starts to get me into the politics realm, and we don't do that here. We don't talk about politics. We don't talk about politics because there's a lot of good discussion back and forth about that concept anyway. So I'm not going to pretend like I know too much about it, and we're not going to discuss it here. But yep, I hear what you're saying. Differences in cultural and societal means as far as how do we uphold the law, and to what degree do we participate in whether or not other people are determined to be guilty or innocent. Folks, we do pick up all this, which is great. I am going to grab the view towns real quick, just because it's a nice clear way of making sure I don't miss any castles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 castles to my 4. Call it 3. Well, so be it. So long as I got bone dragons and I can resurrect true 1,600 hit points worth of bone dragons at a time. Oh, excuse me, 1,900. I think that we're good. This lightning rod's massive. Let's go. We don't want to wait. We're going to hope that we can find a magic well along the road. And let's make sure we got full movement points by the end of this day. So 1 boot, 2 boots. I will get rid of the elemental ring. No, golden horseshoe. Hate to lose the luck, but I think I might lose the luck. Fire cloak. Let's get rid of the fire cloak for sure. Why is there so many white pearls on this map? Look at that. 3 pearls. Huh. We'll do it like this. We'll have 100 spell points when we find a magic well and 2 slots open for new artifacts. And let's go do some hunting. The enemies are going to be tremendously tough. I can't stop it. I can't help it. Let's hope for the best. Let's go sleep. Let's go over here. I've kept Halon out of this area. I don't want the enemy to come into West Fork. So I'm just going to hope that they ignore that and just hold on to this crystal mine and this gold mine for me. Just hold on to that and leave me alone, and we'll call it even. We'll call it even. No problems. Kalindra still has some gold to be done. Oh, I'll tell you what. Let's try and facilitate a little bit of a handoff where we can just get enough forces to grab this. Do you want to go pick up the +2? I think you do. Maybe you go out of your way here. Yeah, I'll go out of my way here. I would love for Phineas, or rather Peacemaker, to just go. It's day 6. It's not really going to matter that much. Let's pick up the stats. Let's pick up the resources. And then we'll make it a new day. Dang. Okay. Roman says, it aims to build the feeling that all citizens are part of the system. Scotland has similar methods. For some immigrants, it is the kind of nobilization, and that after some time, they can be on both sides of the trial, but it feels weird to me too. Yeah, I had never really considered it. This is why I appreciate my international audience, is because you all helped me consider things that to this point I hadn't at all considered. It's just the way I grew up, and so I'd never considered that it might even be odd or strange that somebody else, like your local person who doesn't know anything about the law, could determine whether or not you are innocent or guilty of a crime that they might not have any indication of themselves. Yeah, really, I hadn't even considered how that seems a little bit strange, but when you put it that way, it makes a lot of sense. Quick swap. Vampires, super dead. Yeah, we're just gonna let them go. They might have joined. Does Peacemaker have, hold on, diplomacy? They might have joined. Bit of an error there, don't you think? Okay, all right. Well, Peacemaker is just here for the resources. It's going to cost us 1k gold for Kalindra to kind of come out of our way a minute there. You're asleep. Picking up resources. On to a new day. Oh, here they come, boys. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, it's a new enemy. This is going to be the orange hero, Sarakin. Jeez, this is the guy that was up here. He has done some serious traveling. My goodness. 1,000 experience. I'm just trying to get through to pick up the +1 defense here. I don't actually want this artifact. +1 defense. Okay. He's got Dimension Door. I can't grab this. They will attack my army on a level 1 hero. I can't do this. He could Dimension Door here, and just win the game right now. I can't have that. Grab the upgraded mansion. Bunches of vampires. The vampire count is climbing. Leaving the liches for now. Heading south. Let's see if we have Luna on our radar or not. So you've already done that deal. I'm just going to have you wait. 5 gems. 5, 7, 12, and 12. That's doable. Yeah, 5, 7, 12, and 12. That's actually totally doable. 5 attack, 7 defense. Yeah, that is possible to win that fight. Just the mobility causes me a great deal of concern. There. Okay, so the Sarakin hero did go straight into Pig's Eye. Is Ranlu... He's got good artifacts. I don't really want him to go down if I can help it. And they just picked up a lot of quality spells. Okay. Full swap. Artifacts. Artifacts. I don't know if he's going to want to run, but if he wants to run, he can surely run. I can't catch him. Let's see what he wants to do here. The less that the enemy explores my territory, the better for me, because obviously, if they know where I'm at and where my castles are, they can just go straight for those, like a homing missile, homing torpedo. This guy's Ranlu's probably dropped out of sight. Sight radius is probably there. He's a wizard, not a warlock, unless he picked up scouting. So I'm guessing he's going to Dimension Door here, 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 and just get out of there. He might even Dimension Door back to the gold mine. I don't know. I'm excited to see what he does here. He does nothing. He says, bring it. He says, bring it on. And I say, I'm scared, but I'm going to do it anyway. Being brave is being scared and saddling up anyway. Let's do it. Okay. Reisterman says, may not have been worth bringing the vampires back to upgrade them anyway. Might not have been worth it to bring the vampires back to upgrade them. Oh, for the vampires that might have joined me. Yeah. That would have been pretty costly. I feel like, let's see. There's 1 gold mine on the map, 2 gold mines on the map. But then they took my northern gold mine, the one near the crystal mine, near the Night Castle. So, yeah. Yeah, if we had that additional gold mine, I wouldn't worry about it, but I'm just going to donate that to the orange player for the foreseeable future. Then again, now that Sarakin's gone, maybe it's not that big of a deal. Then again, because Sarakin's got 19 Titans here, maybe it doesn't matter what I think. 5 attack, 7 defense, 12 spell power, 12 knowledge, blood morale, normal luck, 120 spell points. This guy is a load against my 10 attack, 11 defense. This guy is not going to be fun for me to deal with, but I do have 1,800 hit points worth of Animate Dead at any given moment. So I ask you, what is the best spell here? What is the best spell? Armageddon? No. Could you imagine? No. How much damage is Chain Lightning doing? We don't have Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is in the Night Castle in the upper left. We never did pick up that. Okay. All right. That's fair. Death Wave's doing only 180. It's not that good. Curse is actually not a bad spell in general. Not a bad spell in general. I kind of feel like the goal here, though, is to either... I mean, 54 fire elementals, though. 54 fire elementals. If you get them on the board, they immediately can counteract some of these forces. I think the turn one, it's going to be the fire elementals. I think I'm going to wait. I'm going to just attack somebody. Take the damage. Anti-magic. Okay, 2 bone dragons goes down. Down to 9. Okay, that's fine. I would love to get the retaliation there. It's not going to happen. You're going to have to focus on these titans. Doesn't matter if it's black dragons or titans. They're both anti-magic anyway. Doesn't really matter. We had 12 bone dragons. We're actually... I'm kind of hoping that the rocks fly across the battlefield. I don't think that they're going to. Why do these creatures keep going here as a defensive position? I'm not sure what's going on there, but I was waiting on this fire elemental spell because I kind of wanted the rocks to attack the power liches. It looks like they're not going to. So, okay. We use the bone dragons on these black dragons immediately. We kill one, we don't. But they don't kill one in retaliation either. Don't set yourself up for a double hex attack. If the rocks move, then you can get to the titans. What's the likelihood of that? Very low. Just go to here. Okay. Mutant zombies are stepping up. I don't know why we are in month 3, week 2, day 3, and we are still using mutant zombies. This is crazy talk. This is not how you drew up the play. 2 black dragons. Okay, we lost most of the vampire lords. Let's see. Vampire lords in the previous round did 136 damage. Good job, gentlemen. Compare 18 attack, 17 defense fire elementals, 18 attack, 17 fire or defense vampire lords. So same attack and defense skill as the fire elementals as you do with the vampire lords. 40 HP, 5 to 7 damage, 4 to 6. I think we're gonna just do another summon fire elemental. I think that the damage from the troops is going to overwhelm over time, especially if it's going to be all anti-magics. I think that that's really going to be the play. And for now, I'm just trying to keep the titans from doing too much damage, because I'm going to just assume that this hero's got ranged archery. There's no guarantee, but maybe. Let's kill one of these black dragons. We do. Wait, did we? Yeah, we did. Okay. We're setting ourselves up for double hex attacks. Don't love it, but that's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles. Do we kill one black dragon here? Please tell me yes. Nice. Now it'll be very, very difficult for them to box in the titans. There's one instance. Let's see. Are we going to see the titans attack power liches or bone dragons? I don't know the answer. Get one titan off the board. Okay. Holy Shout does 240 damage to all undead creatures. All right. So be it. Fire elementals are going to get into the titans. We're going to overwhelm their defensive position. Might as well start wailing on these titans. You're going to have to do a lot of damage. A lot of damage. And I'm going to wait to animate Dead the Power Liches till the very end. It's going to be all bone dragons and stuff. Unfortunately, the steel golems have actually stepped onto the vampire lords. Like their little dusty corpse. So we're probably going to need to lure them off of that position before the battle's over. I say probably. It's a definitely. Hooah, hooah. Bone dragons are just going to go south. I feel like... Okay, 1800 HP. How many bone dragons is that? 212? So we can resurrect 12 bone dragons at a time. So you can do one full stack of bone dragons with an animate dead. You do not want to waste the animate deads right now. You want to wait until the fight is like the last moment. At the last moment, you want to start to animate your deads. You might even end up, I don't know, you might even want to keep this Archmagi alive just so that they're like blinded to keep the fight going long enough to do that. We're going to run out of spell points a little bit. Here's the question. Do I need to send another group of fire elementals down there? I think you actually do. I think you do need that. Power liches are kind of a waste. Is that resurrect or resurrect true? Very important question here. Sarakin casts resurrect true, so it is resurrect true. I guess for the purposes of getting out of this fight, it doesn't matter either way, but it matters to me. Yeah, titans are just too hot to handle. They are too hot to handle. I don't think we have the numbers in this fight. I know I was very optimistic a little while ago. What does our gold situation look like? Not too sure. So now what I'm thinking is animate dead. And then running. Animate dead with your most important troops. I would consider those to be the Vampire Lords and the Bone Dragons and the Power Liches. If I can leave this fight with those forces, I'll be actually pretty happy. 80 HP left. I think he's gonna just Resurrect True here again. Yeah, 19. We just lost. We're losing 16 fire elementals at a time. Gonna still work on these steel golems, still working on these rocks. Mutant zombies are gonna step up. Oh, Bone Dragon's turn. That's one animate dead at the end. I don't think we're gonna cast. I think we're just gonna try and get the Vampire Lords back. So funny enough, I'm not even attacking the Titans at this point. I'm attacking everybody else. Here and here, just because it's the space I have. 64 HP, or rather 64 spell points left. He's got some artifact that is having the cost of his resurrects. Doubles the effectiveness, but doesn't have the cost. Did he have 79 hit spell points before? Maybe. 4 to 5. I know that this is going to hurt my own troops. 37 down to 34. Gonna do it anyway. I think it's time to actually do the animate dead on the Bone Dragons. Just so that way we can maybe step on this whole stack. How many animate deads? 15. We got 15. Oh, and it's 10. I thought for some reason it was 15. So we've got 5 animate deads. Maybe I was thinking it was 15 spell points because that's what it is for Resurrect and Resurrect True. Maybe with 5 animate deads, I'm not giving myself enough credit for how much damage I can do. Well, in that case, I'm going to wait. I'm going to continue to fight here, tooth and nail. Is there a 5 spell point spell that I want to cast? You know what? You can Resurrect True your Archmagi all day. I mean, again, if they're blinded. 49 spell points remaining. I kind of just want to take out this whole stack. Like, they just vex me, so. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to eat a lot of damage, but we got tons of animate deads left still. Let's just take out this full stack. I was considering just trying to wait this out. Tell you what, if you can win the fight, you should. I don't know if I can win the fight or not. 4 to 5 of these rocks. We're going to step up. But now we're killing one full stack there. That's good. 31 fire elementals, good. Three to 5 here. It just feels like we're not doing a lot of damage. Okay, Bone Dragons are finally getting in 12 to 16. I actually hope we don't kill the full stack because, oh no, they're gonna eat a retaliation somewhere. Okay, so Elemental Storm is officially on the table. Animate dead. Let's just get the Vampire Lords up. 26 HP. Skip on the... Yeah, because I'm still planning, unfortunately, on surrendering out of this fight. I just don't think it's winnable at this point. Let's see. That's a skip. That's an attack. There goes the retaliation. Bone Dragons are going to get 1 down. Maybe I'm just not giving myself enough credit here. That's your last Elemental Storm. Has to be. Has to be your last Elemental Storm. We got 8 vampires remaining. We got 3 animate deads. Power Liches, I want to animate dead them at the end because it's a huge, very valuable stack. But, I mean, if you can win, Vampire Lords are not going to last another turn. That was your last spell. You got 4 spell points left. You can do a bless, you could do a slow, you can do a couple weird spells, but you're not going to be able to actually do anything else. Okay. do the Animate Dead on the critical stack. Maybe I could have attacked and then taken the Retaliation. Then again, maybe not. Okay. Down to 13 Titans. 15 Vampire Lords. I really want them to just kill one full creature, but they can't. There's just not enough. So it's time to do one Animate Dead here. Yeah, the Vampire Lords, they don't drain life based off of how much damage they do. They drain life based off of how many hit points worth of creature they kill. Folks, we've evened the score. 12 Bone Dragons, 12 of the Titans down to less. Okay. You can Animate Dead the Power Liches and stay and save 21 if you want. Do you want to save 21 Power Liches or do you want to save the Vampire Lords? I think that the Vampire Lords are a better stack long term. I think long term, a stack of Vampire Lords is more valuable than a stack of Power Liches. Like a big stack of Vampire Lords is worth more than a big stack of Power Liches, I think. I'm going to save, yeah, I'm going to save these Vampire Lords. I'm going to save the Vampire Lords. Unless one final Animate Dead can bring all these Bone Dragons back to life. It can. One to two. Kill a couple. Somehow there's still one Vampire Lord left. Do you want to walk out of this fight with 12 Bone Dragons or 26 Vampire Lords? No question there, but I think that it might be closer to the question of 6 Bone Dragons. 6 Bone Dragons versus the full stack. Why did you just attack the one? That's crazy. Okay. I'm going to commit to having a full stack of Bone Dragons when this is all said and done. That's what I'm going to commit to. Because it's possible that what'll happen is that we'll get them low, and then they will think that they can survive for one additional round, and then I will raise... I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. That's going to last 18 turns. That was your last spell, though. You got one spell point. Let me just haste. Haste? To counteract it? Okay. So we're going to haste here. We're not faster than them, but we can kill one more. If I skip, they attack, I retaliate, and then maybe I raise, and then maybe that's enough damage. It's gonna be close. There's 2 left. There's 376 HP. That'll do it. Okay. Alrighty. In the interest of winning the fight, outright. Oh, there's still a chance. Low end of damage is 285. If we get the low end of damage, we don't win. You have to do average damage or better to get out of this fight with a victory and walk away from this fight with Sarakin no longer here. This is a very big moment. This is a very big moment. Oh, and then you just throw that in my face and you don't run when you get the chance. Woo! Woo! That's sad. Okay, well, we got through the fight. We lost a lot of Vampire Lords. We lost a lot of Power Liches. We lost all these kind of other forces. But somehow, these losses actually look completely acceptable. These losses actually look completely acceptable. That's crazy. 21 Power Liches, 26 Vampire Lords in exchange for 19 Titans is absolutely acceptable. That might open us up to getting the Southern Kingdoms with the Wizards. Wizard's Hat, don't love it. Spiked Shield, love it. Cool. And we will take those artifacts and we'll be thrilled for them. So, navigation. And we are full on artifact slots. Dang, there's a lot of good heroes out there. We just have to find them. We got a lot of gold. Let's start finding heroes, folks. Nope, you're not it. Okay. Let's see, folks. We're about 4.5 hours in. Let me think how I want to do this. Let me think about this. Let me get caught up on chat. I'm thinking about what's the best way of like continuing the scenario, because I think that we all recognize that there's still a lot of scenario to be played here. And I don't want to. I'm having fun, but I also recognize I'm just kind of hitting the wall where I get just fatigue, normal fatigue, because I'm a normal human being. And so I say to myself, okay, what's the best thing to do? Stop right now so we have a great part 2 that's very riveting that we should pick up with later, or what's the case? Let me think on that, but let me get caught up on chat before we do that. Okay. Rice Ruin says, may not have been worth bringing the vampires back to upgrade them anyway. Yep, we already said that. Okay. This pretty much is how the AI took my circle of resources too. Ended up just charging east and hoping for the best. Yeah, I really wanted these resources, and ultimately they took, you know, a couple thousand gold, but there was still plenty here. So ultimately it's worked out, which feels pretty good. Rice Ruin says, you're doing a heck of a lot better than I did though. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, so far this is going pretty good, but so long as the enemies have Dimension Door and I don't, I'm always going to feel like I'm on the back foot. After our hero says, oh snap, 19 Titans, good luck. Hey, I needed every little bit of that good luck there. Those 19 Titans were not easy. As soon as they were anti-magic, it was like, well, it's all elementals and it's all going to be the animate deads. So ultimately it worked out, but geez. Let me ask you, would I have been better off 15 spell points for the fire elementals or 10 spell points for the animate dead? Would I have been better off just animating dead again and again and again? I very well might have been. I very well might have been better off just using the 10 spell point animate deads and not at all relying on the fire elementals. For some reason I had it in my mind that the fire elementals were better. I think that with a low cost option like animate dead, I think that actually renders the summon fire elemental and the summon water elemental completely useless. In these numbers that we were talking about, you would have won the fight anyway, I think, and you would have still had some power liches or some vampires at the end as well. So interesting to kind of consider and kind of figure this out. Interesting. I don't know. Interesting. Rice Ruin says 10 animate deads equals 18,000 hit points, a decent bit to chew through, even with the 19 Titans. Totally true. 54 fire elementals. So chat was doing the math because Avatar Heroes, like 54 fire elementals is 2,000 HP. So like it's technically a little bit better. But if you're, 1,800 hit points worth of Bone Dragon is vastly superior to 21,000 or 2,100 hit points worth of Fire Elemental. Like, right? So yes, yeah, they did the math. Rice Druin says they did the math. Yeah, you all did the math. I wish I was kind of paying attention to chat, but I kind of committed early on to the Fire Elemental. Yeah, I think you were better off for the animate dead. After a hero says more creatures or summons on the battlefield is less retaliations and attacks against your stock creatures. That is true. That is true. I kind of wish we could fight that fight again just to kind of just figure out which would have been better. I think in no world do you not want to use the animate dead, but anyway. And Avatar Hero continues. On the other hand, you can do this maneuver many times. Just right. Just rehire Peacemaker and bomb Sarakin with summons and then running. Yeah, could have done that, but we got through it. Blinding the Archmagi might make him throw anti-magic on them, so no resurrection might work. That could have been very interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the blind could have been useful or what, but that was interesting all the same. And then Avatar Hero continues. In my opinion, power liches are just cannon fodder. They always die first, and they're expensive. It is the expensiveness. A huge stack of the Vampire Lords can roll through a map. Power Lich is less so. Roman says, one of the great fights. Ooh! One of the great fights. I can yell and scream and nobody's gonna care. Ah! You can yell and scream and that's what you do. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Agreed, really cool fight. If you have the time, take another 5 to 10 minute break, but of course, family calls. Yep. I do want to spend some time with my family, but we will see. Rise to Run does continue and says, I wonder if summoning a bunch of elementals in the beginning and saving Animate Dead for the very end may have worked out. I think that it would have. I think that summoning the fire elementals, if I could fight that fight again, I don't think that the maths out. I think that you do just want to use the 1800 HP revival. And I think that that would actually be much better for you. Much better. So anyway, just my 2 cents. So, okay. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to take a 5-minute break and then we're going to plan on at least 30 more minutes after that. So if you want to stick around, we're going to do at least 30 more minutes. Maybe after a break, I'm going to be revitalized. Folks, thank you. And that was a big fight. Let's see if we get more love bombs from the northern territories via these dimension doors or not. I'm a little bit scared to see what's going to happen here. We're going to finish out this day, and then we're going to take a little 5-minute break, and then we will come on back. Okay, so picking up resources, picking up everything we need. I do want to make sure that we go into the castle and spend the night in the Mage Guild. We need full spell points first thing in the morning, and our Death Knight is coming. Oh, let's just full send. Let's just head on up. We'll throw on another 3 bone dragons, and we'll just hope that we can, with the animate dead, just power through anything that might come our way. We'll pick up the gold mine in just a moment or two. Oh, maybe Crota will pick it up. And that's going to be the end of the day. Any enemies appear on the map? The answer is no. We feel good. We feel great. And we're going to go to the break. So, all right. We are going to put on the clock for 5 minutes, and we'll come right back. The fox high on air screams. What does the fox say? Now I'm like self-conscious, so I'm not going to do it. Maybe later. Maybe later. Okay. Break time. See y'all in 5. Bye. Okay, we are back. Back here. In the sunshine. Actually, the sunshine has kind of gone away, but there's something about big, beautiful trees, and there's something about just this lovely kind of fall weather. It does the soul good. It does my soul good. But I must tell you, there's been a lot of people that have just assumed that I am absolutely insane, out of my mind. I don't believe I am, but at this point, who am I to tell them that I'm not? When you're just out here hanging out and talking to apparently nobody because they can't see you all. I get it. I understand where they're coming from. But if you've never tried to play Heroes of Might and Magic 2 out in nature, I recommend you go and give it a try. This is actually pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. So all I need is like a campfire and like a tinfoil dinner getting put together. That would be peak. But as it stands, this is pretty darn good. And the scenario is exceptional, if I can say so myself. I think that this is just a really great scenario. So let's dive in and just kind of pick back up where we were at just a moment ago. So, alrighty. Tundar's back. Caught the goodbye. Hello. Oh, you can see the outdoors near PC. I couldn't well on the phone. Yeah, it's beautiful out here. We're having a really great time. It's lovely. No, we're gonna spend just another. I'm committing to at least 30 more minutes. So at least 30 more minutes, and then we will figure out how much energy I have left. I think that this scenario is going to take way more than 30 minutes, but I want to give it the best shot I have. Trying to do the very best I can with what I have. Interesting, we stepped on a new bubble. Folks, look at this. Your spies are reporting that there's a castle northeast and powerful armies are waiting for you in the far east. You'd better be prepared. Okay, somehow we never stepped on that bubble till just now, but we finally did. Okay, let me see about this. So yeah, we're not too far out. And Avatar here says, yeah, out in nature. People are lying in the bushes behind me. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if this whole time somebody has just done like the granny sneak and just slowly snuck up upon me? And you found the final demise of PHIXFOX'S here at the very end of all things, just because I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings, because I was too involved in the game. Actually, I can absolutely see that happening, so yeah, I get it. In fact, wouldn't even surprise me. Would not even surprise me if that's how I met my end. Okay, we're gonna do the swap here. Ranlu is not gonna be able to get all the way back, but it's gonna be just a little bit of extra space for Peacemaker. There is no forces here. Okay, I thought that maybe it was a new week. Oh, it's day 4 already, never mind. But let's get all these forces over, and then we were gonna drop a few artifacts. For sure, the Wizard's Hat doesn't make any sense when you have 18 spell power. Elemental Ring, I think that you'll let go of the Elemental Ring. I can't see a situation where summoning creatures is going to be more useful than just animating dead 23 and 15 bone dragons and vampire lords. I don't think that casting elemental is even useful anymore. Maybe it is. On the off chance that it's useful, I'm going to keep this artifact, but I am going to let go of the 1 and 1. Just because I really want some extra space in my army. I think I'm going to let go of the luck, believe it or not. Having no luck, having the possibility of luck is really valuable to me. Even if it doesn't happen all that often, we're going to forego luck just so that way we can maybe, I don't know, maybe try some other things. And so Peacemaker has picked up their stuff. They are heading in this direction. And they're going to go save the world. Today, they're going to go save the world. Oh, it's a hose by the wall. Gotcha. It's funny because it was auto-flagged. It's like, it thought that you were calling the hose a misogynistic term. And I allowed the comment through because I knew that that's not what you meant. So anyway, okay. On to the new day. No forces, no enemies. Sarakin's already kind of disappeared. I'm going to take my gold mine back. If you come back to take this, okay, fine. So be it. But I'm going to assume that we're not going to have any problems with any additional forces. I know for sure there has to be at least one more, one more like lit somewhere. There's got to be something else that's got multiple dimension doors out there. I just don't know what they are just yet. We're going to ignore the hill fort. This up. View all indicates that we've got, let's see, follow this road. We're right here. I'm going to follow the road due east and then north. So we're not going to get lost and we're not going to go south. We're going to send this other hero. Kalindra is going to go south and pick up sawmills and stuff, but we generally know where we're going. We generally know what we're doing. Gotta love the environment you put yourself in. I love the environment I put myself in. I'm having a real nice time. Yeah. Life is très magnifique. Il est très magnifique. And you have a very healthy attitude. I bet PHIXFOX'S wife and PHIXFOX'S kiddos are having a wonderful life. You know, you'd have to ask them. I definitely don't want to speak for anybody, even my wife, because I don't know. She surprises me. You would think that after 10 years of marriage that I would kind of know what to expect out of my dear sweet wife. And the fact of the matter is that she surprises me all the time. All the time. And sometimes it's what was it? Just the other night, it was something as simple as she tried to do like a TikTok challenge with me, and I forget what it was. Oh, yeah, that's right. She asked me, she said, hey, do you wish that you were athletic? And I could tell that that was not a normal question for my dear sweet fixed wife to ask. So I knew that this was a trap, but I didn't know how it was a trap. And I was just like, no, like, it's fine. It's whatever. And then she was, of course, a little bit upset at the response. Not really upset, just recognizing, oh, I wanted you to have a bigger reaction like athletic. I'm still athletic. Because apparently the TikTok challenge is that wives and girlfriends ask their spouses or boyfriends if they miss being athletic. And they're, of course, to respond by saying, yes, I either wish I was more athletic or, hey, I'm still athletic. What's the point? Me, I'm so far gone that I just recognize, no, I've been in the best shape of my life already. I'm not going to get back to that point. So do I miss it? Yeah, sure. But unless we as a Twitch chat want to stay together and like motivate each other to go to the gym, at this point, I probably just need to work on my flexibility and mobility to make sure that by the time I'm 80 years old, I am fall proof. Have I told you? My plan is to take steroids when I'm 80 years old. 100%. Absolutely, I will. It's my goal. It just seems like it's going to be a very worthwhile thing to me. Make sure that I have no problems with mobility or falling down. So that's my plan. He just walked by. And she looked like she was 80 years old, and she was very upset that I said that. The library is closed. What are all these people doing here? Okay. Oh, and PHIXFOX'S wife says, by the way, we haven't been married for 10 years. Together for 10 years? Together 9, married almost 8. She says, this is why I need my dear sweet fixed wife. She makes sure that I don't say or do anything silly. She's just a smart cookie. What can I say? Not gonna lose a bone dragon here. If we do lose one, we're going to just animate dead. One vampire lord goes down, one vampire lord gets brought back. 1146. Could just lightning bolt you into the ground. 7 spell points for the lightning bolt or 10 spell points for the animate dead. Which one sounds better? 3k experience. And folks, expert diplomacy, we have got ourselves not just Resurrect True, we got Town Portal. That's a big moment. Okay, so we've got View Heroes, which, you know, we've already got the View All, but we've got Town Portal now. This is not the dimension door that maybe I was hoping for, but this gives me the advantage I really need. I really needed this advantage so I can kind of carry on through the scenario. Being able to resupply at a moment's notice, that is a big spell. That feels lovely. That feels great. So my life is much better now. In fact, it's day 7. Let me think. Do I want to set off? I think I'm just going to stay right here, right now in this castle. Because first thing in the morning, I'm going to Dimension Door all around, or rather I'm going to Town Portal. Probably back to West Fork even. No. 12 Crusaders is not really going to move the needle. My morale would be... I got expert leadership. I can definitely take them. Yeah, they might be some of the best creatures. Okay, let's do that. We're just going to hit end turn today. And with the Town Portal spell, my logistics have become much easier to manage. So let's go back to Evil Devil. Let's pick up 6 Bone Dragons. Let's pick up 10 Vampire Lords, because sure, why not? I think, do you got Vampire Lords? No, you don't. Very good. This is a big moment. Good stuff. Power Liches, we're going to leave those behind for now. I don't think that the skeletons really make it in my army. We got plenty of gold, so let's just do it like this. We'll go over to Blackridge. Good. Wait, why can't I go to Blackridge? Oh, there we go. Blackridge. Good. There's 22 liches here. Tell you what, at this point, I'm gonna bite the bullet. I'm gonna go back to Evil Devil in just a moment. After I go to West Fork, let's get Halon out of West Fork. Back to West Fork. Okay, and I will pick up 12 Crusaders. They're gonna come into the army, and we're gonna go back to Evil Devil right now. And we are out of gold. Just important to note, because upgrading these liches is going to be very expensive. 6k gold. We're just going to wait here overnight, and then we're probably going to town portal to Pig's Eye, and then back over to New Dawn. So we got stuff to do, places to be, resources, and we do still want to scout because we do need to know where we need to go for these upcoming fights. Plus gems, and there's gold mines and such over here. Very good. Ranlu, grabbing what I need. And I suppose that Halon actually also needs to leave. He needs to go pick up 500 gold here or 5 gems. He'll be the gold. Couple resources yonder as well. Here. Very good. And then I'm just going to hit end turn and see. Hopefully the enemy doesn't ever do this where they dimension door over and just take this town from me. If I was planning on returning immediately, I would really feel pretty silly if they did that. Okay, 33 Power Liches, 38 of the Vampire Lords. We do have the 12 Crusaders just in case. I suppose I could go here, pick up the Giants, and then try and upgrade them into Titans. I think that's just too exorbitantly expensive. So we're going to go back to New Dawn. And we're going to pick up 3 Titans, but we're going to trade the resources necessary. We've got all the gems we ever need. We got plenty of marketplaces. Let's do it just like this. And so it's going to be Power Liches, Vampire Lords, Bone Dragons, Titans, and Crusaders in this little army. And let's set off, folks. Let's see. And then, oh, and Tendar's been divorced 9 years today. Happy anniversary? I never know what to say. I never know what to say. Because I've had people that you're like, great, and they're sad about it. And then there's some people that are like, nah, dude, this is the best thing that ever happened to me. So not knowing exactly how you feel about it, because I haven't asked, I'm not quite sure how I should take that information, but however you feel about it, I feel that way too. Abandoned Miners Town. Okay, we're going to go for gems. We're going to go for crystal. Whoops. We're going to go for mercury pretty soon. Ranlu's found what they need. And a couple more resources here and there. Darlena's even going to get in on the action up to this area. Sweet. Okay. Am I going to see an enemy hero? It's time for me to cast this view all, actually. Yeah, so 2 heroes. 1 here, 1 here. I think I might... Let's see. I might be able to reach this castle. Oh, 3. 1, 2, 3. I might be able to reach this castle, and then I can come back and deal with this hero. I'm just worried that they've got Dimension Door. I guess you can't really plan on that one way or the other. Let's not assume anything. View Towns, it's up the road that way. Okay, don't go that way, go this way. Sweet. Okay, and we've made it. Rathmont has got a few Titans and a couple of other ragtag forces. 3 Vampire Lords goes down. Seems reasonable, but we're going to go for this. Rice Ruin says to FHeroes2's wife, maybe he's overestimating because he sees himself by you in another 10 years. Aw, there you go. He better. Our anniversary is next week, in fact. Wonderful. Fantastic. Rice Ruin also overestimates and just... Okay. It's not that we take our spouses for granted, right? But we're just plan on having you around for a long time. I don't know if that's quite what you mean by that, but it makes sense to me anyhow. So I just plan on having my dear sweet wife around for a very, very long time. Okay. And I plan on me dying first. She's not allowed to die first, actually. I don't think that we've actually specifically said that, but she is not allowed to die first. That's just the way it goes. Okay. I'm going to go back to Dragadoon. I don't want the enemies to pull this out, but folks, we picked up now the town portal and the dimension door. I don't know what enemies await in the inky blackness, but I am scared that they're going to be pretty tough to deal with all the same. This might be the final orange hero. This might be it. 1, 2. Is this it? Orange players not vanquished. Still more to go. Okay. Okay. Well, that's actually a bit of a surprise. I really thought that that would be the end of orange. I'm sure that we could view all or view heroes just to kind of find the last ones. Maybe we ought to. Maybe we ought to do that. Let's do that. I think that moving these heroes around isn't as effective as it once was. Now that we've got these adventure map moving objects or spells, logistics really aren't too big of a deal. So I'm not very concerned about trying to get around the map. I think I can kind of finish the scenario with one hero at this point. Lots of red, a little bit of orange and yellow. Yeah, orange hero in the upper right corner. A couple red heroes over there. Let's do something we haven't done for a moment, though. Let's just check. Good heroes? No good heroes. Once we picked up Peacemaker, we were really feeling pretty good about our life choices. Let's do the view all, though, real quick. Standing stones. Shrine. I don't think that there's anything in the bottom. Gazebo. Could have picked up +1 spell power. I think we just got to make our way north. Let's go in this direction towards the Alchemist Lab, though, because we do want to get the opportunity maybe to pick up the +1 spell power. Here and here. And I'm actually just going to head back to Dragadoon and stay there overnight. Since we're just about out of movement points anyway, we might as well start the day with 110 spell points. So let's plan on doing that. Okay. And always important to celebrate the little things, Tundar. Okay, all right, yeah. Hopefully you can feel my good vibes. Folks, not if, but when I say something that might be offensive. My goal is that everybody recognizes that PHIXFOX never means any offense. So if I ever say something offensive, not my intent. And I do apologize, not if, but when. So thank you for all you do, Tundar. I appreciate you very much. We're going to go north for this gold mine. Here. There's a shrine. Holy word. Not bad. And yeah, because I know that this is a gold mine, this is definitely worth going out of my way for. I will take one step to go... Oops. Here. Because it looks like there is a witch doctor's hut. Very good. And with 7 dimension doors left before we run out, we are zooming over this map. But this is one of those times where if we were playing with my usual graphic settings, usually I like to play on 960 540 times 2. For some reason, the newest update of FHeroes2, it won't let me do windowed mode because I only have the one monitor. I can't read chat and play on 960 540 like I used to do. So we're playing on 1280 720 today, but usually I prefer 960 540. That just feels better to me. In this way, it feels a little bit difficult to accurately gauge distance like I would prefer to do, just because I can see more of the map at one point. For some reason that throws me off, and it makes it a little bit more difficult for me to really recognize how far this castle is from this castle. Like, because it feels like if it's all on one screen, that it should be, you know, I have my estimation calibrated to the 960 540 resolution. But since that's not where we're at right now, it does tend to throw me off just a tiny bit. For better or for worse. I guess I don't really mind. I traditionally played on the 1280 720 resolution. That was just my resolution I played on forever and ever. But eventually I realized how superior I felt like the 960 was. And I make no apologies for it. Ambrose, I remember you. Now look what you've been reduced to. You silly banana. Ambrose has seen better days. He's got an army of pikemen. He is leading them. This is true, but he's also... Whoa! But he's also not quite the gentleman that he once was. His misfortune has caught up to him, unfortunately. Okay, 24 bone dragons. I'm going to animate dead again and again and again. These forces have no shot against me. Even this black dragon doesn't faze me at all. Titans, do your damage. Same with the Crusaders. Enemy runs. Oh, I didn't realize that they were going to run. I should have cast my spell and then let them go. Dimension Door, Set Earth Guardian. Everybody's got Dimension Door, but nobody's using it. Well, maybe not nobody, but few people are using it. View all. From here, there's a red hero. Kind of want to go, let's see, is there a castle to the north? There's a castle maybe 4 dimension doors that away. Let's go for it. We don't have a lot of spell points left. We got 2 more dimension doors, so we need to... We really got to nail these last 2 dimension doors. We got to get this perfect. That was pretty good. You think that was pretty good? That was pretty good. Glorious victory. And there we go. Perfect. Okay, so 2 castles in 1 day. But still, lest we forget, folks, this yellow player is big and scary, and until we see them, I'm going to assume that we're still going to lose this scenario. Until we know for sure who this yellow hero is, I'm just going to assume that we're going to have a real bad time. There's a yellow hero here, and here, and here, and here. But they're kind of staying in their own little area. I don't really know what to make of that, but I do want to make sure that I don't fall prey to a very scary attack anytime soon. Red hero, red hero, red hero. There's 3 red heroes in this area. Looks like red has 1, 2 more castles. And here's the thing, folks. I'm running out of energy still. This has been a solid 20 minutes or so. I'm just going to hit end turn, see where this red player goes. They're going to go back for the castle. Hopefully I can get back here. Nope. I thought maybe I could get back there. All right, folks. This is it. So here's what I'm going to do. We've already lost this scenario once just because I've kind of failed to, let's see. How did I fail? We already had to use the restart once, and it turned out it didn't even matter, right? Like, we restarted, but it didn't actually save us anything. Still, we abused the autosave. I don't consider this scenario win or loss. I'm going to save right now, though. And I'm going to just check this fight out, because if I can end the scenario right now, I would like to. And then I can just finish the rest solo, but I'm definitely running out of steam here, and I'm almost worried that somebody's going to come my way and ask me to leave or something. So let's take a look at Sir Hubert. If I want to do this a little bit more correctly, I can do this. Dimension door out, so that way you don't have to fight and die. Take Castor. Split into 3 stacks. Attack. And folks, so Sir Hubert is going to have 81 griffins, 97 gargoyles, 60 black dragons, 110 minotaur kings, 100 hydras, 34 attack, 28 defense, 22 spell power, 34 knowledge. Well, we can manage a lot of these enemies, right? First off, we can have the black dragons attack their minotaurs. Second of all, like, we can continue to, like, we can deal with these creatures and these creatures and these creatures. We can deal with all these other ones. But 60 black dragons, you're going to have 48 attack skill, 42 defense to deal with, and there's going to be a lot of HP. It's a lot of HP. Okay. Well, tell you what. I feel vindicated knowing that there's still a ton of this map left to be played. I feel vindicated that that this is not going to be a short thing. And I also recognize that we're going to be able to come back later and still do an awful lot of stuff. But remember, 34 attack, 20-something defense versus our 12 and 13. We do not stand a chance. We don't stand a ghost of a chance against this guy. And for sure, he's got Dimension Door. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts, because he's got the Resurrect. So he's got at least Advanced Wisdom, probably Expert. So he is impossible to deal with, right? So there's still going to be there's going to be a part 2. We're going to have to call it for the day. This has been a really fun playthrough, but after 5 hours, my brain is fried. The fresh air has been too much for me. I can't handle it. But this has been maybe one of my favorite playthroughs of all time. Like, stream has been great. You all have been great. The map has had its ups and downs. This has been really good, and I'm excited to leave. I'm excited to finish the rest of this. But we're going to finish the rest of this off camera, because I still think that there's at least an hour and a half left until we find the resolution to this map, and that is too much for me to handle all at this one time. So this is going to be where we kind of save off, and we're going to resave over this PHIXFOX. But we're happy, we're successful, and we're going to get caught up on chat, and then we're going to call it a day and get out of here. So, Tundar says, which anniversary is it, FHeroes wife? The wedding or the meeting? Aw, it's wedding. Wedding it is. Fukity! Fukity's in the chat. Hello, Fukity. Whoa, FHeroes is here. Feels good, man. I'm sorry. I gotta go. My brain hurts. But, Fukity, it's always a pleasure to have you here. Sorry we caught you at the very, very end here. And, yep, everybody is saying happy anniversary in advance to King Fixie and Queen Fixie. Aw, thank you, Tundar. I really appreciate that. Very much appreciate that. Agreed to everybody. Great stream. And yeah, I forget who it was, but they just like outlined all the crazy things that happened in the stream. This was a wild stream. We are going to plan on trying to stream outside in the future again, because this is great. Hey, could you imagine if it's the dead of winter and there's snow everywhere? Maybe, just maybe, I need to try and make sure my computer doesn't overheat and do a snow stream. Wouldn't that be something nifty? Yeah, I think it would be. Rice to Run says, great stream. The obelisks might help you. Happy anniversary. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. Appreciate the pleasure. And everybody, thanks again for all you do. So we're going to call it a day, and we'll catch you around. But please do me a huge favor, and I think that you know what's going on here, because I think that you always know what's going on here. It's pretty important. It's pretty important. Pretty important. Do me a huge favor. Look after you. Look after your friends. Look after your family. Take very, very good care of yourselves. I'm looking so very much forward to seeing you in the next one. Until that time, take good care. My name is FHeroes, and I'm out. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate you.